Channel One TV, we bring these stories to light with truth, fairness, and courage. We listen, we question, we amplify. Because when your story is told, change begins. Channel One TV. Ghana is built on stories. The dreams we chase, the challenges we face, and the change we demand. At Channel One TV, we bring these stories to light with truth, fairness, and courage. We listen, we question, we amplify. Because when your story is told, change begins. Channel One TV.
Right, welcome back from the break. This is World Cup Central on Channel One TV, and I am Gabi Ofe. Like I said, today we'll be looking at one of the host nations, the United States of America. It would be their second time hosting this year's tournament. The first time they did so was in 1994. They went all the way to the round of 16. Yeah, that's where they got to. Hopefully, they are hoping that they can go all the way to the semis. I'll get to introduce my guests. I've got two very intelligent people to speak today. But before I get to introduce my guests, as always, my wingman is on standby to run us through what to expect or what the US are made of ahead of hosting this year's expanded tournament. So let's get to my wingman, Jude Duncan, who is on standby to run us through all the updates.
All right, very well, Gabi. Jude Duncan here. This is where we get to bring you some interesting updates. We bring you the facts. We look at some interesting stories that, generally will not be at the center of attraction. But the focus for today is on the host nation, United States of America. This will be the second time they are hosting the World Cup. Mind you, the first one was in 1994, but this time round they are joining two other countries to make it a three-nation hosting competition. Now, it's important, right? The big question then would be, why are we settling on spotlighting USA in this particular edition of the show? It's because they have an interesting history with the Black Stars of Ghana. Now, mind you, we've been to the World Cup 4 times already. This would be our 5th one, and I'm referring to the Black Stars. And 3 out of those 4 competitions, guess what? Ghana faced the US at the World Cup. So the very first one was in the 2006 World Cup, where Ghana, met with the USA at the group stage, and the game was won by the Black Stars 2-1, courtesy goals by Hamidou Dramani and a late penalty by the captain of the side at the time, Stephen Appiah. Of course, there was that interesting equalizer by Clement Dempsey, in that particular game. Then, right after the 2006 World Cup, the following World Cup again in 2010, the Black Stars will meet the USA again. And this time round, it was still a win for the Black Stars. 2-1, the score ended. But this time round, it wasn't in the group stage. It was at the round of 16 in South Africa. Now, we all remember that game goes from Kevin Prince Boateng, really, really interesting goal, taking the ball from the center circle, going all the way to make it happen. And, of course, that very famous Asamoah Gyan goal. And, of course, the dance. So yeah, all of that happened at the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. And of course, in the subsequent World Cup in 2014, guess what? Ghana and the USA met again. This time round, what happened was, it was still the same 2-1 scoreline, but we saw that the USA, or the Americans, ended the game with victory, where they beat the Black Stars in the group stage in that particular competition. So there is rich history between the Black Stars and the USA, and that's why we are shedding the spotlight on them for today's edition of the show. All of the 3 encounters ended in the same scoreline, 2-1. Now, I want to just briefly talk about the US and their recent participation at the World Cup. So, of course, they've been quite present since 1930. been a regular fixture at the World Cup. Surprisingly, in 2018 was one of their high-profile miss out on the competition. They failed to qualify. It was a shock in the CONCACAF region, and of course got a lot of people talking about US football and whether they are falling off. So of course 2010 they were in the group with England, Slovenia and Algeria. They drew with England. Remember that famous game, Steven Gerrard put England ahead, and of course there was that Robert Green error. I'm sure Gabi remember that game very well. He caught a ball, the ball slipped through his hands, and just like that, England drew with the US. Of course, they also drew with Slovenia in that particular group in 2010, and they lost, or they won rather, I beg your pardon, Algeria. Last minute goal. Who else? Landon Donovan scored in injury time to send US to the next round in 2010, where they met Ghana. In 2014, they were in arguably the group of death, Ghana's group, where Germany, Portugal and Ghana were their group mates, you can say. Now in that particular competition, of course, they also 3 games, 1 win, 1 loss, 1 draw. Now what happened was they beat Ghana, so that was where their victory came from. They drew with Portugal and they lost to Germany. Now 2022 was quite interesting because they were drawn with England, who happened to be in our group for the 2026 World Cup. Now in that particular game, they drew again with England, just like they did in 2010. Of course, they beat Iran and they drew with Wales, and they of course subsequently qualified to the round of 16, where they lost out to Netherlands. So let me just give you a brief highlight of this country we are talking about, the USA, which happens to be, you can arguably say, the main host for the World Cup, because most of the cities hosting the games based in the USA. So a major stay in the World Cup, their first appearance was in 1930, and their best finish at the World Cup was 3rd place in 1930. That was a long time ago, and arguably you can say they've been averaging a group stage or a round of 16 bet in many of the World Cups they've been to. Now we move on to talk about the fact that the USA, of course, so a country of 330 million, their capital, Washington, DC, all of this we know already. They are strong in sports, but not necessarily football, right? So they have the American football, where a lot of their attention, and of course NBA, but football is quickly growing. Their local football league, the Major Soccer League, gaining the popularity, in the US, and it's become a household sport of a sort. Now we'll move on to some of the host cities. Now this is what I was talking about. So many of the cities hosting the World Cup based in the USA. A couple of them: New York City, Los Angeles, Miami, Dallas, Atlanta, Seattle, and they share a border with Vancouver or Canada, and a lot of the games will be expected there. Ghana's base for the opening game, or for most parts in the group stage, will be in the USA, Rhode Island to be specific. So they'll be hosting most of the games at this upcoming FIFA World Cup. Now we'll move on briefly to talk about a couple of their key players we've seen in previous, and of course for this particular World Cup. So of course, Landon Donovan needs no introduction, scored that really timely and much needed winner against Algeria in 2010. It was in the extra time of that particular game. Then there's Clint Dempsey, who scored twice against the Black Stars in 2006 and of course in 2010. Right, so he's been with the Black Stars for a very long time. Now it's important to note that the USA has scored 40 goals overall at the World Cup, 5 of which has come from Landon Donovan, and the 4 of the 40 goals have come from Clint Dempsey. So these have been 2 very important players for the USA at the World Cup. And of course there's Tim Howard, needs no introduction, long-serving Premier League goalkeeper for Everton. Also held the stakes very well for the USA at the 2006 and at the 2010 World Cup, where in both editions they faced Ghana. And of course, Christian Pulisic is the main man for them now. He also scored the winner in the 2022 World Cup when they beat Iran 1-0. And if you're a lover of geopolitics, it sets this up for an interesting encounter, because already there are concerns whether Iran will show up at this ongoing or this upcoming World Cup, following all that's happened, with regards to global politics, the war, and it's interesting to know that they actually played Iran in the 2022 World Cup where the US won. So Gabi, by way of highlighting and showcasing what to expect, all is set, and I must say we are looking forward to an exciting FIFA World Cup. And the USA, we've started with them. They are our main, they had the highlight today. Subsequent edition, we'll be looking at other countries that are coming up, the new nations that will be making their first appearance at the World Cup. So we are set, we are happy, and we are looking forward to it.
All right, thank you so much, G. Duncan, with that breakdown when it comes to the United States of America hosting this year's World Cup. Hopefully they do some good works under their manager, Mauricio Pochettino. He's Argentine. He'll be hoping that he can take this team all the way to, let's say, maybe the semis or the finals of that competition. So that's Jude with that update. On Zoom, I've got Godfred Akoto-Boafo and also Yusuf Chipsa for today's discussion. In studio, I've got Michael Otiej here with him. But let me just take Godfred and Yusuf Chipsa's thoughts. I'll start with Godfred first. Godfred, if you can hear me, just quick thoughts on, the USA hosting this year's tournaments. They've got Mauricio Pochettino to lead the rest of the squad. Just what are your snap thoughts about them? And then we can progress the conversation.
Well, I spent the better part of last year monitoring the US team because I was in and around the US at the time. Expectation is pretty high for them with Mauricio Pochettino, which is why they brought him in. They felt he was the kind of coach with the kind of background and mentality that this current generation of players that they have needed. It's been mixed, to be honest with you. He's not been able to get the most out of them, but he's been able to put together a team that is perhaps starting to understand what he wants from them. So if you're talking about the general sentiment of how the Americans feel at the moment, I think most of them understand that their team is not in the best place, but they also understand that the team is one that, given the opportunity, can compete with some of the better nations around there. But it must be said, their performances from some of the build-up games that they have played have not been the best. Mauricio Pochettino keeps on speaking about improvements, about the players are starting to understand what he wants to teach them. Whether everything comes together during the World Cup is what they will be hoping for. But for now, generally very mixed.
Right. I've got Yusuf Chipsa also on the other side of the Zoom also there. I'll come to Chipsa in a bit, but let me just come in studio, just get Michael's thoughts, snap thoughts real quick on the USA. Michael, welcome to the show. It's good to have you. I know we'll progress the conversation into the Black Stars conversation, especially after yesterday's busy day for Carlos Queiroz's unveiling at the Alisa Hotel. But just snap thoughts on the US. They've got their own fair share of problems to deal with. The last time they hosted the World Cup in 1994, exited in a round of 16. If you listen to what Godfred said and what the people in their country also say, they're very expectant looking at the manager they've brought in.
Well, the US always expects big things. They don't play small there. And, over the period, host of World Cup in 94, and then 30-something years later, they are back to co-host it or triple host it this time with Mexico and Canada. But the expectations, you look, Ghana, we say we win the World Cup, so how much more the US? They have good players. I personally think they have a good core of players who play their club football in Europe. The MLS has grown in stature and popularity, and the US has a good spread of talent around the world. I don't think they belong anywhere remotely close to the conversation about winning it. But the US can be a pretty formidable opponent, and the least they will be thinking is reaching the second round of the World Cup. So that level of expectation, I think, matches one, not just the investment, but the talent level available to them at the moment, and I think highlights the growth of US as far as football is concerned.
You look at the players they've got a large chunk of that US team currently playing their football, their club football outside of their country. You can speak about a lot of these players who come in with experience. Do you think that would help? Given Pochettino's club experience as well too.
Oh, he always does. I think. But also we have to remember that Pochettino is a manager who likes to build literally with the unknown. Pochettino will take any group of players, make them better, make them difficult to beat, make them very fierce at the back. He has a fantastic habit of instilling in teams the most incredible work ethic that you can find. And we've seen that whether at Southampton or whether when he went to Spurs and what he built with them in there. So I think in that regard, they will be a really efficient unit in the period of the competition. But I think above all is just the level of exposure and competition and the rest that these US players get, whether from the Premier League. Sergiño Dest used to play at Barcelona. Christian Pulisic is still a player in good form. You go to Juventus and they have a few top quality players available there, so they have a good spread, and they've made the most of all these US players who were born everywhere and who have grown up there, and football has developed there quite well. So I think that they won't be lacking in energy, they won't be lacking in endeavor, and there will be a lot of motivation. They've made the most of immigrant communities and everything.
Exactly.
They've lost Patrick Ajimai through injury, the Ghanaian, the player with the Ghanaian root who used to play in the Championship in England. But they've got some really fantastic players at Coventry and other places, and I think they will be quite a match for anyone.
Great take from you on the USA. It's an interactive show, so you can always send your thoughts through the WhatsApp number. This is World Cup Central. Let's progress the conversation and talk about the Black Stars. Now, yesterday was a very, very busy day for the new coach in Carlos Queiroz. He was unveiled outdoor, depending on what you want to say or how you want to look at it from. I mean, it was a busy day. He said a lot of things, though. I just want to take some key takeaways. I mean, some of the things he said at that unveiling that had people talking, and then we'll come back in studio, get a thought of Godfred, and also Yusuf Chipsa, and also Michael Otieje here in studio with me. So let's get Carlos Queiroz speaking at yesterday's unveiling.
After 8 national teams and a couple of important competitions, this is the biggest challenge of our marketing director. And I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that. I can promise and guarantee to you that I will bring 40 years of my knowledge and experience in every single.
All right, so that's the Black Stars head coach, Carlos Queiroz. He says he's yet to win. He wants to work with a winning team. Let me get back to my guest. I'll start off from Zoom first. I'll take Chipsa's thoughts real quick. He was part of that Ghana team that went to Athens for the Olympic Games. Unfortunately, we exited in the group stage. Hi, Chipsa. Welcome to the show again. Just now thoughts on Carlos Queiroz. After yesterday's press conference, it looks like when it comes to the motivation of parts of Ghanaians and also what they're expecting from the Portuguese has actually risen, especially on the back of what he said at that press conference. Just what are your initial thoughts on that?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you and Michael. I think it's very important that Carlos do accept the fact that this is the most difficult job he's taken upon himself throughout his coaching career. And this tells us that he knows, the expectations of Ghanaians. You know how people are. I think it's not going to be that easy, but for the fact that he accepted the job, that also gives me some kind of confidence that he believes in himself, he believes in his capabilities. At least he will start monitoring our players if he hasn't got any idea of the players Ghana has at the moment. He still has a little time. No, he hasn't got much time on his side, but considering his experience, he has a lot of experience in terms of coaching national teams. So I expect him to put up a plan, a strategy that will help him to be successful. It's not going to be that easy, considering the fact that most of our key players are injured. Assembling the squad itself is a headache for me, and I wonder how he's going to go around that. But then, at the moment, let's all give him the maximum support that he needs, because it's not going to be that easy for him.
Just let me stay with you. I mean, one of the things that a lot of people are still talking about is the fact that he mentioned that taking up the Ghana job is one of the biggest challenge for him. People say it feels slightly exaggerated looking at the teams that he's managed. So you can talk about Portugal, Colombia, Egypt. I mean, taking Egypt all the way to the AFCON and all of that. Just what are your thoughts about what he said with that that being the biggest challenge for him?
Well, I do side with him. Looking at the timelines, I think he said that based on the timelines. Look at the how many days do we have to the World Cup? Looking at the time that he's taking over the team, this is the more reason why he's saying is the most challenging or difficult job for him, which I do agree. If you consider the previous countries or the previous teams that he's dealt with, he had enough time. I mean, Egypt, he had enough time with them. He took over Iran after they've qualified for the World Cup, but he had much longer time than ours. Looking at our situation now, the time is very short. I'm not sure if he knows much about Ghanaian football or Ghanaian players around. Maybe those are factors that made him to say that this is the most difficult job. It's not actually about the job itself, but the other factors that can influence performance. I think these are the factors that he considered, to come out with that statement. So for me personally, I do side with him. It's a difficult one. The timing is not favorable. Like I said earlier on, some key players are injured. We cannot have Kudus. Nyama just came back. We don't know. We are not very sure if he will be ready for the tournament. Salisu is also injured. So there are a few challenges here and there, merged up with the time factor. I think I do side with him that it's a difficult job.
Since I just hold on for me out, I want to take Godfred's thoughts about the same question I asked you. So Godfred, just what are your thoughts about what he said? And also, if you look at the way he handled himself at the press conference, a lot of people were particularly impressed with the way he answered some of the questions that was posed.
Well, let's start with the second one. In terms of how he handled himself, the expectation is that I think the expectation is that he has 40 years of media training,
Okay,
he has 40 years of media training. And so I was not really surprised by how he was dealing with the questions that were thrown at him. In terms of what he said, again, I simply saying that, look, he has a very short period of time. There isn't much that he can say apart from insist on the fact that he's here to win. And so that focus for me was pretty clear. Win, win, win. Those were just the big things I picked from what he said.
Okay, I think we lost Godfred a bit. Let me just come in studio and continue the conversation with Michael Oteje, who is here with me. Michael, you were at that press conference yesterday. I've listened to you. I've seen other submissions from our colleague journalists and all of that. Snap thoughts. Just what were your key takeaways from what you saw from a man I call a journeyman? He's traveled across the world, coached a lot of countries and clubs.
Journeyman tends to have this connotation of someone who is not great, and so tends to move around a bit. I thought he was all right. I thought he handled himself with a lot of poise. But like Godfrey said, this is also a man who's had significant media trainings, spent in the cold room of the Premier League, or has had to deal with all those radio stations who only discuss issues relating to Real Madrid in his time there. So the answers were not surprising. I thought he knew what to say at what time. His composure was good. He was politically correct. There was a bit of the fooling, which is normal. But he said the right things.
Yeah.
He said them at the right time, and he showed a lot of dignity and respect to everybody in the room.
Do you think his experience, he's guided over the years of coaching, because he didn't look like a man who would crumble to that pressure from the media, especially when it comes to Black Stars. You know how we do handle, coaches, questioning the background of these coaches, where we got them from. And also some people think that you look at Kes administration, when it comes to the coaches he's brought in, he's by far the man with a lot of experience under his belt.
Yeah. Well, I think to start with, I think sometimes we journalists over-exaggerate how much pressure we put on coaches. People are going to talk, it's normal.
Yeah.
Anybody who knows their job, they will do their job. I really don't think that coaches it's not as if they don't pay much attention, but the pressure really is not coming from journalists, it's coming from the country. And we've given him evidence of how important this national team is.
Yeah.
So whether the reception at the airport was meant or not, he's seen that the Black Stars means a lot to a lot of people. He saw at the press conference the numbers in the room, the chaos and everything. There was method in the madness, and the method in the madness was that it clearly told him that this job will have the biggest scrutiny possible. It will have people asking the relevant questions, that he will be watched every step of the way that he goes, and that this job means the world. And I think he would have gotten a sense from that. As for media pressure, it will come. But no coach worth their salt spends time going to the media. What are they saying? How can I make my decisions to suit what are they saying? It doesn't happen. Coaches don't stress themselves like that. They may worry about what is said about them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it influences a lot the decision of anyone who knows their beings.
Okay, I like that point. Bernard, welcome to the show. I just want to take your thoughts on, you follow the Ghana Premier League a lot. The first time we were at the World Cup in 2006, we had about four local players in that squad, coached by Ratome Djukovic. And I want to tie it to that question that was asked about what he knows about the Ghana Premier League. He mentioned that so far as you go, you are into that team. Were you surprised with that thing? And this is on the back of we having, a former sports minister saying that there's no local player he can actually pinpoint now that goes into the national team and starts.
I get confused a little when it comes to this issue, because you recall before the president came to power, he said the team was going to be built around local players.
Yeah.
You recall that statement?
Yeah, I remember that.
The president of Ghana.
Yeah.
Oh, but he. What has the president of Ghana got to do with how we build a national team?
But that's what he said.
Yeah.
No, but he doesn't have any influence over it.
Well.
It's as good as me saying that
Yeah.
you play for the Black Stars, honestly.
You know, I feel the four players that we had in that squad in 2006 did a good job.
Yeah.
They did a good job. You realize at the point some were starting right in our second game. We had some of them starting. From Ken Faisal, from Kotoko, from Hasselfolk, from Ashgold. Do we have that players who've produced their numbers now to get a direct call up into the team? It is the reasons why he's gotten these guys around him.
Yeah.
The reasons why he brought in a bit of a backroom staff, and then there was a number there for him to also to help him, because we need a local player in there. I've always mentioned this, that we need a quota for our local Black Stars. Our local players in the, because we have our Black Galaxies, the local Black Stars. I mean, Michael, you might want to disagree, but I have been with these local boys for a minute. Then what are we really doing? You get it? I mean, it's not their fault they are playing on pitches that are not of higher standards. These are same players that the European clubs come in for them and train them to become high professionals. So I feel, given the opportunity, from what we saw in 2006, I mean, Jojo didn't have the opportunity, that's fair, but the likes of Habib and Co had that experience, they had the exposure to play. I know we are in 2026 and we're talking about 2006, but there are players given the opportunity.
With the right quality at the time and now has them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
With the right manager. Now we have the right manager, experience-wise. We are yet to see, and he knows the African terrain a little.
Okay.
So I feel, given that opportunity, you introduce local players in there. This coach, he has a limited time. That's why he describes it as one of the biggest challenges to have encountered. But I am of the strong view that it engulfs that the local players and their inclusion in the Black Stars, given that opportunity. I understand. I have seen situations where boys set for players to become top goal scorers and all of that. I've seen a lot, but I feel what he says a challenging job. He also encapsulate that, and given the opportunity, he is able to improve a local player who I feel gets minutes in the World Cup helps, because again, when a local player gets to the World Cup, he is going to help his local club, and we are also going to help in that chain strengthen these clubs we talk about, because if he's going to give monies to this club who help the players in that chain, we need a local player in that World Cup squad.
Okay, Michael, I'll come back to you. I realize that you hold a very different view, and I think Godfrey
different view as well.
Yeah, Godfrey. So just hold on for me. I just want us to take a. Okay, Godfrey. So you just now thought on that, so we can take our very first break and come back and continue.
Well, I don't think that Carlos Queiroz should be focusing on the local league. If you sign a 4-month contract with very limited time to prepare a team for a World Cup, look, let's understand this. The World Cup is the most difficult international competition to win. There's a reason why there are only 8 teams that have won it. There's a reason why the win rate at a World Cup for coaches is low. It's rare to have a winning record at the World Cup as a coach. And if you have 4 months to do it, to prepare a team, I doubt the first thing you do is look at a local league where you know definitely you are not going to find solutions. I get the sentiment, I get the emotions, but let's be clear about this. I spend as much time around the local game as Bernard does or anybody else does. Let me be blunt with you. There is nobody in the local league as it is now, today, who goes to the Black Stars and is a difference maker. We had a winger who left the Ghana Premier League to go on trials, who has played for the Black Stars. He was in England the last 2 weeks. He trained with the under-19 team of a championship team. He trained with the U19s of a championship team. This is somebody who is we've given World Cup, we've given Black Stars minutes to. There's a reason why Ghana Premier League players travel abroad and struggle to translate. The transition is very, very, very important, because the difficulty to translate that means that you will also struggle to make that transition. We used to do that previously because the quality of the local league that you alluded to was very high. It was very easy to make that transition. But with a very limited period of time and this current batch of Ghana Premier League players that we have, I'm Carlos Queiroz. I'm not paying 1 second of attention to the Ghana Premier League. I'm focusing on my European-based players, picking my pool and moving on.
Okay, I like that point. And Michael, I'll come back to you, because Queiroz's first game is against Mexico on May 22. And I mean, from what the FA said, that game would, suit more of the under 23s and some players in the local league. But I think that the narrative will change now, looking at the pressure he has to take. I just want you to hold on for me. Take our first break. When we come back, I'll take your thoughts on that. This is World Cup Central on Channel 1 TV. It's an interactive show. I'm Gabi Ofe. We're taking our very second break. When we come back, we'll progress the conversation.
Every day, across Ghana, stories unfold. Stories of hope, struggle, courage, and progress. At Channel 1 TV, we tell your story with truth and heart, giving voice to the people, holding power to account, and empowering change that moves our nation forward. Channel 1 TV, telling your story, empowering change.
Right, so those were some highlights from Ghana's first participation at the World Cup in 2006 against Germany. We went on to lose to Italy in our first game, bounced back against the Czechs, and then also picked up a second win against the United States of America. We had 6 point progress to the group, and then we had to exit, losing to Brazil by 3-0. Michael, let me come back in studio with you. Just tied to this, that Queiroz's first game is against Mexico. I think that now the narrative or the importance of that game slightly changes, given that he has just Mexico and Wales to deal with. And also, when I checked, I realized that, players like Fatal, Jordan Ayew have their clubs, Leicester City relegated. Those players will be available. The Turkish league and also the French league.
The clubs don't have an obligation to release them.
So just what do you think would be of that game for Queiroz? Because now there's also that part for the under 23 and also the Ghana Premier League players.
So you see, I think we have to be clear in our mind. You are a guy, you're a man. You have a job. You know that job is a 4-month job. You know yourself. You're probably tired. You want to go and rest. You know that you're playing the X number of games at the World Cup. Are you now going to go on an experimentation mission with a legacy project in mind? No. Nobody does that. Also, a coach focuses on the players he knows. The problem with the Black Stars is not players.
Yeah.
And the problem the Black Stars faces now will not be solved by any local player.
I agree though. I agree.
You understand? We have to be clear in our minds about that. We also have to fiercely guide against making calls into the national team based on IE money. So the money that some clubs will get when the local player goes to play, we do put it in a pool and share for everybody.
No, it was a single club.
Exactly. So that's why I find a lot of the arguments about why it's never a time when you should have a quota for local players in the Black
But you
Stars.
don't believe we should enrich our
No.
clubs?
No. The clubs are private businesses. We have to be clear in our minds about that. What does government give you for running Channel 1?
No, well,
Why should a football club be different? You understand? And when the football club owner sells a player for $1 million, that money is for them. They pay their taxes like a TV station will pay their taxes. This is not a social intervention tool. Football clubs are running and making money off their own running. They're doing it. Players are earning money, taxes, everything is there. They're getting everything. And my worry is that, look, this is a country where our clubs can't get out of first round, second round in African Cup competition. Why is the quality you're going to pick? We used to say this about Morocco. Today, Morocco with clubs like Raja Casablanca, Wydad and the rest that can do well. Even Egypt.
Because they've improved in infrastructure, because they've pumped a little bit of
But
money in there.
still,
it has gotten them stronger.
Egypt still has become a country that still picks a lot of players who play in Switzerland, in France and the rest. Even they do not have quotas. You understand?
Yeah.
I'm saying that allow, and we keep talking about decentralized football talent pool. Whether we right. Look, Senegal won the Championship of African Nations reserved for home-based players. The Teranga Lions 18. You are lucky to find a home-based player in that side.
But Michael, it's can I come in?
You can.
Yeah.
But it's because they've got quality out there in Europe.
I don't dispute that.
When it comes to our country here in Ghana, look, we do invite foreign-based players who come to sit on the bench throughout the tournament without playing a minute of a game time.
But Chipsa, that is no different from not every Senegal player will play. You understand? Look, I am not disputing this. You see, there was a period when the conversation about 2006, I think sometimes loses its nuance.
Yeah.
All of you had captained the Olympic team. You understand? And I also say that in football, it's not really the things that you do in the 1, 2, 3 moments that changes much. So Dankwe, when Sami Kufo had that moment against Italy, Chipsa came in. Sheila Iliasu.
Iliasu.
Do you know that you would know that the judgment of a player's competence is not in playing one good game against Czech Republic? What happened to the career afterwards?
I do agree.
You see, and then what happened to
some of us? Look, some of us.
Chipsa, I think that before we have this local conversation, those clubs should go to Pan-African clubs competitions and prove that they can compete.
Okay, so let's hear from Chipsa.
Otherwise, we are just making people want to make money.
So Chipsa, make your point about what you think about it.
People wanting to make money. I believe that. We should be able to promote our own league as well. And promoting the league, one of the means, it's at least giving a quota of selection, national team selections to local players.
Can I ask Chipsa a question? Chipsa, do you know any national team?
Michael, because
do you know Chipsa? Do you know any national team? Do you know any national team that runs a quota for home-based players? Do you know anyone?
No, I'm not.
Because it is not best practice. Even France with their league does not do that.
Michael, we are far away from France. We cannot compare ourselves to France.
No,
Look,
no. I am speaking about quality.
Michael, so
you understand?
Because of time.
Let me give an example.
Yeah. So Chesa, just make your point on that.
That coach thing.
Fatawi Shaku. Yeah. Fatawi Shaku. How many years did he leave Ghana? When Fatawi started playing for the senior national team, yeah, he has just left Ghana a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
He had quality when he was in Ghana. You see, but if we continue to base our discussions and debate on the fact that our local league is not well organized, the infrastructure is not there, I mean, it will get worse. We have to find our own means to promote the league and to give confidence to these players. That
You see, I'll tell you one way of promoting the league. I want to tell you, look, we will be in Ghana, there will be an international break. And when the Black Stars is playing, the day before we are still playing the league. Do you take that seriously yourself? I mean, what are we saying?
Yeah, we are not going to get that.
I don't understand why in this country, the moment we say we want to promote the league, it is taking a player to the World Cup.
So
how about promoting the league in every other way?
Michael, let's allow Chesa to
you can promote your own in many ways.
It's a form of. It's a form of.
But I'm saying that we ignore all the other ones that we have control over. Then we go and say to a coach that no, do a quota. No.
Okay.
We can't run the Black Stars that way.
Chesa, kindly make your point on that, and then we can progress the conversation for me.
No, you see, yes, Michael, as I was saying, I do see some collapse, yeah, and I see players, foreign players sitting on the bench. That for me personally, I think let's talk about some local players now. Look at this boy in Mediama, Salim Adams.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I believe this boy is capable of joining the Black Stars if given the opportunity. As you said earlier on, it's about giving opportunities.
Yes.
We need to give some of these boys the opportunity for them to prove themselves. But if we rule them out completely, I mean, we are not in a way helping ourselves and helping our local product.
But you said Kevin Nkrumah, and we've had 2 or 3 players from.
Yeah, they were called into the national team.
It's not like players never get called up.
But if you should speak with Otuado, he did not give him a call up for them to come to be in the starting 11 or to play. It's just a form of, like I said, growing them up
because the only thing that when we are debating about call-ups, we reduce the debate to a tokenism debate. We reduce it to a tokenism debate. Oh, leave a quota for them and all that. When a coach is building their first 11, do you know any coach worth their salt?
Okay.
Who would agree that, all right, for my call-up, a certain number of players will have to come from a particular side?
Chesa, let's progress the conversation, right?
This could be a local policy, Michael. This could be
It shouldn't be. It is important for us. It is important for us to run policies that are long-term beneficial and not policies that basically doesn't take us anywhere. And a quota for local players in the Black Stars will not take us anywhere. Because the world of football has moved on from that.
All right, Michael, because of time, I want Chesa to make this point on that. Yeah, so that we can progress the conversation. I understand that. So Chesa, Chesa, just now thought on how important you think that game would be against Mexico for Carlos Queiroz, and then building it on the local players into the squad.
I can't look for you.
Yeah, so that we can move on. All right.
Yeah, no, I think it's an important game for him, considering the fact that Mexico is a South American club, and we do have one of them in our group. So at least it will give him an idea on how he has to plan for that game. So for me, I expect him to, if he will be able to assemble all the A team players that he expects to work with, he should get them around on the 22nd to play against Mexico, because this is going to be his first game. He should have an idea. He already has a plan. He already has in mind which kind of players he's going to work with and how he's going to play. But the game will actually give him more information if the plan that he has is actually the right plan, or is going to materialize, is going to be successful with that. So for me, it's an important game, and the opponent is the right opponent giving him. So we should allow him, if he wants to see some local players, as we said, he can invite them for this game. And then at the end of the day, he can actually firm up his final decision.
Okay. Godfred, let me give this question to you. I want to get your thoughts about the question that was asked about his football identity, he said he was just here to win. Just what are your thoughts about that? Especially for a coach that has been tagged as a defensive coach.
Well, I think that's pragmatic. And, I wrote an article where I stated that it's what he's always said. Teams being organized. If we don't have the ball, we recover the ball quickly. If we have the ball, let's create chances and see if we can score. I think it's for those who have played football at the highest level, that is the basic premise of football. What he seems to want to do is to instill it and drill it into his team to the point where they perform those basics at the highest level possible. And that, I think, is what he will try and do within a very short period of time. Again, because he doesn't have too much time, he will not be spending that time going through elaborate, attacking schemes or elaborate tactical schemes. That might take a bit more time to drill down into his players. I think he's going to stick with what he knows. I like the fact that there's clarity on what he's about, and the players will have an understanding of that. He expects his players to be fit. He expects his players to be disciplined. He expects his players to be able to run. He expects to have a certain level of control on the park. If you fall within that kind of understanding of what he wants to do, obviously he will put you on the pitch and then you will play. So for me, I think it's pretty clear on what he wants to achieve with the Mexico game, which I think will be difficult again because we don't know who is coming for those games. But I think the Wales games gives him. I also think it was instructive. He spoke about the fact that half of his staff will be based in Accra, and that the other half will be based in Europe. Pretty clear what the European staff will be doing. Perhaps by now they are going through all the data, going through all the details, making calls. I think he's here for the next 2 days. Then he himself goes to Europe to have conversations. I'm sure it will be with the key players of the team, probably the captain and some of the leaders of the team, to have a conversation about the way forward. I am also pretty certain he will have a conversation with Otto Addo. If he's not had a conversation with Otto Addo already, it's only commonsensical that he has a deep conversation with the person who was in charge before him. At least it gets him off the ground running, knows where the strengths are, knows where the weaknesses are, and then he can move from there.
Okay, Chief, sir, this is for you. The decision to retain Desmond Ofei and Fatal Dauda those are men coming from Otto Addo's tech team, in addition to Kyrgios's technical team. You think it's the best decision for the FA to do?
Well, I think they can serve as his institutional memory. Staff that have been with the previous management, is just wise to at least to have one of them. As Goffes said, it's prudent for him to speak to Otto Addo if he's not done that yet. But if he will be able to have two of the technical staffs from Otto Addo's management team in his, I think that could be helpful in a way.
Okay, thank you so much. Michael, I'll give you that question, and then Bernard can also touch on that decision from the FA, because the reports were that, in fact, I even forgot about John Penson, that he was not part of that team, but he's part. There is Desmond Ofei to deal with. There is Fatal Dauda. A lot of people, these were very, especially with Pencil, unpopular figures. I told
you that nobody makes decisions by going to listen to what people are saying in the media. Look, I think that there are policies you set up to advance local causes, and I think this is one of those, because a technical staff is not based on the form of the individual, but based on a few things. It's like how you say building local capacity. Except with us, we only think of local capacity about whether the player goes to play the league, he plays the league, and a coach's hand is tied. Look, that thing is tying down. A coach's hand is tied about the players he can pick and all that. 23 players, okay, to take 4 players from the local league.
Oh my God, don't do that.
No. There's a reason nobody does that. But there's also a reason why across the continent, a lot of national teams, no matter the expatriates they bring in, have a rule that a lot of the backroom staff should be their nationals.
Okay.
It is a capacity building tool.
Yeah.
As far as I've known, Ghana has always maintained that an assistant to the national team should be a Ghanaian.
Yeah.
So Kyrgios could bring somebody he knows, but there has to be a Ghanaian there. So that when Kyrgios walks away, he walks away with his staff. You have people who've been through the mill. That's how we developed Kwesi Appiah.
Yeah, Kwesi Appiah, Milovan Raivat.
Yes. Whether Raivat in 2008, Celesteta was Claude Lewar's assistant, and then he left to go and coach the under 20 team. remember that this idea of foreign coaches coming to coach us is a colonial relic, but it's a relic that's helped us. They introduced football here. They helped us to become better in football. They had better systems. They had better coaches. Now that we've had a lot of our players play club football in Europe, learn the process, we have people who are qualified. Or our players like Desmond, who's learned coaching literally his whole life. John Pencil has played almost 100 caps. Fatau Dauda, they have the capacity to work in those spaces.
Okay.
It's okay that Quirio's thinking is that he wants people he knows as well.
Yeah.
People he can bounce ideas off. It's also obvious to me that he doesn't want any conflict stress. Okay, you say your people can be there. Okay, they can be there. I also bring my people. My guess is as good as mine and yours, who he bounces things off a lot more. He needs that institutional memory. But it is very, very... If somebody asks me, what are they doing there? What are they not doing there? like you have to keep them there. Yeah. It's important to... Not necessarily in the type of personality, but it's important that they are Ghanaians on that technical staff.
Okay.
Because it is like a World Bank project. It's like anything. You cannot say that, and the coaching thing is determined by a different indices completely from players. So you must build capacity in that regard. Some countries can even say that, look, our medical staff will only be Ghanaian because we have so much capacity in this area.
Yeah.
So you want a good video analyst. Okay, you want a good video analyst, but we'll use one slot to promote one of our own to become a master in the video analysis space. It's like you must be really conscious about those things and do them.
Okay. Bernard, I get your thoughts also on that, and any other thing you want to talk about from what you picked from the Quirios thing?
Look, I agree with Michael. I feel we need to keep these guys around. That's the only way we give confidence to the local coaches, respectfully, the local coaches we have here in our stream. Because after, for example, Samabodu won the league with Accra Hearts of Oak and won those cups, what's the progression? He still stays local. What's the upgrade? Of course, there will be refresher courses here and there by the FA, but we need to find a way to grow our coaches and
tapping
make
into
them,
the expertise of this
and make them winners. Like Salas Tete, he cited a right example. Was able to achieve with the DDIU and co. And we should be intentional about that, and we should help our coaches have that. Like for example, I know my friend Dr. Prosper Nateogo joined the team in Qatar for that World Cup. When he comes back, the knowledge is gained in there. Can we have a coaching capacity sort of to help this knowledge transition down to coaches who see him as a mentor? Coaches, we should, because I hear the FA president then on another platform say the coaches are not good enough because he's not seeing that quality in on field and all of that. We should be intentional about it. So I'm super happy Desmond should be one of the projects. We have Fatau should be one of the projects because he's got an experience as well. And I saw John Pencil also in one of the, I think, license A courses recently. That capacity, that platform should be provided for them to keep growing. And we might never know, maybe a Ghanaian can help us win the AFCON.
I'll take concluding thoughts from
I want to chip in something. I want to add something to what Michael and
sure, go ahead.
I think we should also look beyond our local coaches. We should look at Ghanaian coaches outside the country. Those who are potential BS coaches in the future, just like we did with Kwesi Appiah before he became a local coach here. So we have people like Michael Leeson, who is with Northland. If there is any way we can get him closer to Carlos, to understand him during these 4 months, we should be able to do that. And any other coaches that we think, like Larry Kingston, up and young coming coaches, these people should be brought around Carlos to understand him within this 4-month period, so that at least they can also enrich themselves with some kind of knowledge from Carlos.
All right, Godfred, your concluding thoughts, and then we take the show home.
I think is it me or
Godfred? No, I'm taking the thoughts.
Just go ahead.
Okay. So, I think yes, Carlos is here. He's been contracted for 4 months. Let's still give him the maximum support. But at the end of the day, it's Ghana first. We all want to be happy at the World Cup. We should put all negative thoughts behind. I mean, we can criticize constructively, but then let's give more support positively than being negative. And let's see how best we can go in the upcoming tournament.
Okay, you can come in now. Doctor, you can come in now with your thoughts, and then we go.
Well, I think it will be an interesting 4 months from a man who has proven to be very passionate about the countries that he works for. If you look at his stints with Iran, if you look at his stints with Portugal, even South Africa as well, and even recently in his departure from Oman, he's very passionate about the work that he does and how he approaches his players. I think it will be interesting observing him. In the end, the whole country hopes that he's able to put together a team that does not embarrass the country and embarrass itself. A team that can be competitive, against the best in the world.
Okay. Thank you so much, Godfred Akoto-Boafo. Earlier on, you heard from Yusuf Chipsa. Then also guys in here in studio with me, Bernard Abeku-Ochre, and then Michael Otieji, and also the production team for making this a successful show. Yeah, back same time next week, Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. World Cup Central on Channel 1 TV. I'm Gabi Oferi. I appreciate it. There's more shows for you. Enjoy.
It's a beautiful brand new day and your boy Tajuddin, I'm right here on your screens to serve you Vox Pop Central right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. I'm right here at Domi Market to interact with the people and also to serve you something exciting. But I can tell you all the time, when you see me on the streets, Murife, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll be right back after this break.
Hello and welcome to the Channel 1 newsroom from our studios at number 5, Ula Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. I am Nanatifu Obwati.
I'm Fema Edunyame.
I am Umaru Sanda Amado.
I am Enesafo.
I am Charles Osukumi.
I am Makosia Orchard.
They've given you land to build an airport, and the airport is named after them, and then you are going to change it and put your name.
We hear a Jumura National Apprenticeship Program in Kokon Kete. Well, they are paper.
Drivers, whoa! School of Performing Arts, whoa! Dance ensemble, whoa!
A terrorist attack in Burkina Faso claimed the lives of 8 Ghanaian tomato traders.
Our fire extinguishers, they are empty. In the market, our fire extinguishers are empty.
This appeal Ghanaians have been working for. It was one of our flagship strategies for economic transformation.
What do we have to do now for you to call off the strike?
The others also, did influence the voters.
Bob, what becomes of these students, especially the continuing ones?
They should reverse everything that they have done.
Channel 1 Newsroom airs Monday to Sunday at 8 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Abdul, if someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
Oh, the person will be called Egyptian.
And what?
Egyptian.
I was like, how?
Say this 5 times faster for me, okay?
Okay.
Do due diligence.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
Really?
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Yes. Do due diligence. 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 Do due diligence.
Climate club.
Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club.
What are the habitats of the following? Ants. Where do they live?
Oh, they live on land.
Bees.
Bees. They live on trees.
Really? Let's pronounce these words, okay? All right, let's go. First one.
Drought. Pardon, drought.
Yeah.
Drought.
I was confused. I was so depressed.
Second one.
Bucket.
Spell it.
B-U-Q-U-E-T.
No, check it well.
It's okay. B-O-U-Q-E-T.
And what do you say is pronounced?
Bucket.
Jesus, Jesus.
And then the first one.
Broth.
I cannot believe my eyes.
Spell it.
B-R-O-U-G-H-T. You say B-R-O-U-G-H-T. Broth.
Hey, Chairman, it's for Abdul. What's your name?
I'm Padu Steven.
Steven. If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what would you call a person from Switzerland?
Switzerland.
And what?
Switzerland.
Say this 5 times faster for me, okay? Do due diligence. Let's go.
Do due diligence.
Let's go.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
Climate club. 5 times faster. Let's go.
Is a
climate club.
Climate club.
Faster, let's go.
Climate club. Climate club.
Can't you see? Can't you see? Can't you see?
What are the habitats of the following? Bees. Where do they live? Bees.
Hey.
Ants.
Get out of somewhere from here. I'm more from here.
But I am more west way, mommy. First word near there.
First,
Spell it, mommy.
D-R-A-U-G-H-T.
Yeah, then what can I say?
Doubt.
Now second one,
Boutique.
Spell it, mommy.
B-O-U-Q-U-E-T.
Charlie, what's it? Oh, hand. Steven. To about what you say. What's it? If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what would you call a person from Switzerland?
Switzerland.
Yeah.
It's a Swiss.
Mention this 5 times faster for me. Do due diligence. Let's go.
Do due diligence.
Faster.
Do due diligence.
Faster.
Do due diligence.
No, it's too slow.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
Climate club.
Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club.
Accepted. What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
Ants. Is the ants hill?
Bees.
Bees is the I don't know, but I think it's something. I don't know.
No problem. Pronounce these words. First one.
Drought. And then banquet.
Yeah.
Okay, banquet.
You don't talk today.
Spell it. B-O-U-K-O-U-E-T.
It's for the Biggie. What's your name?
Jacob.
Jacob. Son of Jacob.
Meaning what?
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what would you call a person from Switzerland?
Suzali.
Hey, Minyami.
Okay, that'd be hard. Charlie, this guy be hard guy. Say this 5 times faster for me, okay? Do due diligence.
Do due diligence. Amfa.
Climate club.
Climate club.
What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
Oh, this one there, I don't know.
You sure about that?
Where do they live?
Down here.
It be like I know here you were.
No, ants, where do they live?
And hole, sometimes hole.
Okay.
The deep hole and they live inside. Bees, they are flying about. Bees. They are normally at the tree.
Oh, really? Pronounce these words for me. First one.
Is it drawn out or drawn?
No matter what I do, they will still abuse me.
The second one. No. You are getting there.
I'm not.
No, you are getting there.
Is
Well, it.
This one is B-O-U-Q-U-E-T.
How do you pronounce it?
I don't know.
Okay.
This one I go bomb.
I go bomb. I won't finish already. Just add that one, then it will be final bomb. Choco, if someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
Swiss.
Okay. Say this 5 times faster for me. Hold on. Relax, be coming down. Oh my God. No, I don't even tell you the things. If you start to tell me, say you go back. Do due diligence.
Due diligence.
Do due diligence.
Do due diligence.
Do due diligence.
We.
What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
The habitat of ants.
Oh God.
Yeah, my family size is serious. Ants.
Where them they live?
Ants. What's I know the carry? Bees. Then get be tree top or something. Yeah, tree.
Okay. Pronounce these words for me. The first one.
Drought.
Yes, that's correct.
Bouquet.
I'm started.
Sorry, guy, shout guy. Look,
I do this thing. I do 1 year diploma course. So just I no continue yet.
Oh, really? What's up? Hello, cool. What's your name? Joe. If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what would you call a person from Switzerland?
From Switzerland.
Say this 5 times faster for me, okay? Do due diligence. If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
Switzerlandian. Pardon? Switzerlandian.
Hey! Say this 5 times faster for me. Do due diligence.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due.
Climate club 5 times faster. Let's go.
Climate stop, 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 climate stop.
Just look.
What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
Habitat.
Hey, are you seriously?
Where do they live? Ants.
Ants. In the ground.
In their garnets.
Bees.
Bees. In the forest.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Let's pronounce these words, okay? First one, hard. Charlie is for the top gun, eh?
He's lying. Was lying.
First one, let's go.
Rahadid.
You say?
Rahadid. B-O-U-Q-U-E-T.
Pronounce it.
Atita. Broken out. Broken out. Broken out.
We are that we are. We are that we are.
Okay, shout out to Ghana all fans. Shout out to Pragia peoples. And shout out to the whole nation.
I put my life into my job and know I'm in trouble. She manipulate.
Ghana is built on stories. The dreams we chase, the challenges we face, and the change we demand. At Channel One TV, we bring these stories to light. With truth, fairness, and courage, we listen, we question, we amplify. Because when your story is told, change begins. Channel One TV.
Yeah, welcome back from that break. This is still Vox Pop Central with yours truly Tajuddin right here on Ghana's number one and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel One TV. What's your name?
Solomon.
King Solo?
Yeah, King Solomon.
Too much wisdom, you know.
I swear. This one is straight from the Bible.
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
Caesarlinia.
Hey.
Say this 5 times faster.
Okay.
Do due diligence.
Do due diligence.
Let's go.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
Look at this man.
Do due diligence. Do due diligence.
No matter what I do, they will still abuse me.
Climate club.
Climate club.
Yeah.
Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Climate club. Clapping club. Hey, Charlie.
Pronounce these words. The first one.
Brought.
Come again.
Brought.
We. And the second one.
Hey, Charlie. Yo, ghost.
You don't call ghost. Ghost make it in there. Ghost make it in there.
BOUQUET.
Spell it.
Boutique. Hey, what a surprise.
A creator. That's a beautiful name.
Yes.
A creator. If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
Hey, please, I don't know.
Say this 5 times faster for me. Do due diligence.
Do this diligence. Do this diligence. Do this diligence.
Climate club.
Climate crab. Climate crab. Climate crab. Climate crab.
Where do ants live? Ants. Where do they live?
Hey, FM.
Okay, bees.
Bees. Bees. The Omoya Wano.
Express yourself. Express yourself.
You are a disappointment me.
What be your name?
Really?
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
I don't know. Oh, lapa problem.
Say this 5 times faster for me. Do due diligence.
Due diligence.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Do due diligence.
Due diligence.
I was like, how?
Due diligence.
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
Switzerland, Swiss.
Clap for her.
Pronounce these words. First one.
Drought.
Is it?
Drought.
Accepted.
Second.
No, I don't know.
Spell it.
Bouquet.
How would you pronounce it?
Boat. Be careful, huh?
What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
Ants. The earth. I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
Okay. Bees.
Bees. They have their. They will create their own. The habitats on the. At times on the tree and things. Okay.
In 30 years, I'm
in 30 years. I'm to see you.
Ah! Me say kasa we adewe mami. What kind of 5 times faster mami? Climate club. Climate club.
Climate club. Climate
And 5 times.
club.
And 5 times faster mami.
Hey, what's Climate crab, climate crab, climate crab, climate crab, climate crab. Ah, don't let them.
Don't dare. Hey, so we got it. Now come back. Do due diligence.
Do due diligence. Already is. Do due diligence. Do due diligence. I can't answer.
So be free Egypt, your friend Egyptian. Or be a free Switzerland, your friend is saying.
Suzanne. Pardon? Suzanne. Suzanne.
Mama, we answer Yakwati. I mean, what?
Hey, Kankani. Dragon. Dragon. Vogon. Vogon. B-O-U-J-U-E-T.
What guy? Tell him. Oh, for a guy. Baby man. My God. Let's say.
Now we are the one I say.
Hey, we vibes too much, crap. We a guy. What's it? Now, me say, we be a free Egypt. Your friend Egyptian. You be a free Switzerland. Your friend the same.
Switzerlandia.
I was like, how?
Switzerlandia. Switzerlandia.
And that's here. Eh, no more.
And that's as I say.
A bees.
Bees it to do.
Okay, me person boss how they way mami 5 times faster. Climate club, can I encore?
Climate clam.
Okay. Now do due diligence. Do due diligence. Farmer. Wait, no, do due diligence. Encore.
Do diligence. Do diligence. Do diligence. Do diligence.
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
If someone is from where?
Egypt is Egyptian. What will you call a person from Switzerland?
Why will I call it for Switzerland? That is for Egyptian.
Don't angry me.
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
The person is from Switzerland, so it's also for, if he's Egyptian. So okay, as for Switzerland, we say Ghanaian Switzerland.
I often be beneath Bonin in there.
If someone from Egypt is Egyptian, what will you call a person from Switzerland?
Hey, I don't know.
Pronounce these words for me. First one.
Bouquet. I don't know. Okay.
What are the habitats of the following? Ants. Where do they live?
Ants. Where do they live? They fly in the sky. I don't know where they live. They fly in the sky. I don't know where they live.
Nikia, someone from Egypt is Egyptian. What will you call a person from Switzerland?
It's Swiss.
Clap for her. What are the habitats of the following? Ants.
Ants. If they say ants, the habitats or what?
Habitat.
In the local language or what?
Hey! Where do they live?
They live in the underground of the sun.
Is it?
Underground of the sun. Yeah.
Underground of the sun. Say this 5 times faster for me, okay? Climate Club. Let's go.
I don't. Me tip that one now.
Hey, I'm not okay.
And 5 times, mommy, faster. 5 times. Climate Club.
Climate Club.
Do due diligence, mommy.
Do diligence.
Do due diligence.
Do diligence. Do diligence. Do diligence. Do diligence.
First one here then.
Daughter.
The second one then.
Bongret.
Pardon?
Bongret. Bongret.
Wow. Spell mommy, let me hear it.
BOUQUET.
First one.
DRAUGAT.
And I'll say it then.
Daughter.
Talo. Sorry. Second one.
Bongret.
Maseho. Hey, lady, Maseho.
Shout out to all my fans. We are in the Domi Market live in studio with Channel 1 TV. Obi anhwe ho e che
yeah man
nice
yeah man
Pacho DJ no presenter no minim ni din but he is a nice good presenter and come on so yeah oh guy papa we are done off.
Alright folks, I have to go, but trust me, I had a swell time interacting with the people of Domi Market, and I'm sure you did have a good time too. Like I tell you all the time, when they see me in the streets, Murife, don't run. See you same time next week. It's a wrap.
Hello and welcome to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Ino Safo. Coming up, Ghana launches AI strategy as the country seeks leadership in the AI revolution. Also coming up, government assures November 2027 completion of La General Hospital project after years of delay. Coming up in business, IMF warns of growing financing pressure on African economies. And later in sports, new Black Stars coach Carlos Queiroz tags job as biggest challenge in his career. Details of our stories. President John Dramani Mahama has expressed commitment to positioning Ghana as a leading AI hub in Africa while ensuring technology works for the benefit of all citizens. He made this known at the official launch of the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy in Accra. President Mahama noted that government will focus on strengthening digital infrastructure, developing local talent through initiatives like the 1 Million Coders program.
Ghana Revenue Authority is currently using AI-driven systems to reduce processing time, minimize errors, identify revenue leakages, improve compliance, and strengthen domestic revenue mobilization. This is only the beginning. Across government, AI will help streamline operations, improve responsiveness, and support evidence-based policy making. If we use it wisely, it will enable us to deliver public services that are faster, that are more transparent, more efficient, and more citizen-centered. Ghana is blessed with a youthful population that is energetic, innovative, and increasingly engaged with digital technologies. This demographic strength can be one of our greatest national advantages in the age of AI.
The Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, Samuel Nati George, says Ghana's adoption of artificial intelligence will improve service delivery in key sectors for development. According to the minister, the strategy will transform governance, education and healthcare while creating new opportunities for citizens. Speaking at the launch of the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy in Accra, Sam George said the initiative will strengthen digital infrastructure, support innovation and position Ghana as a leading hub for artificial intelligence in Africa.
This journey has been deliberate and inclusive. From the outset, we were clear from a policy perspective. Artificial intelligence is not just a technology issue, but a pathway to advance national development, and this strategy impacts governance, education, health, agriculture, industry, economy, and all spheres of society.
The Ministry of Energy and Green Transition has set up a 7-member committee to investigate yesterday's fire incident that gutted the Gridco Akosombo site. The Sector Minister, John Abdullahi Jinapo, has also directed that from Monday, 26th April, a total overhaul and audit of all energy installations are conducted to test the country's readiness again. The committee, which will be chaired by the board chairman of the Electricity Company of Ghana and a former chief executive of Gridco, is expected to present their findings and report between 2 to 3 weeks.
The ministry is setting up a 7-member committee, which will be chaired by Engineer Muna himself, who was the chief executive here before. He is also the board chair of the Electricity Company of Ghana. We're going to get experts to serve on that committee from the Fire Service, from National Security, from the Energy Commission and other institutions that would help us to conduct a detailed investigation. We think that within 2 weeks to 3 weeks they should be ready with a report so that we can get to the root cause of this challenge and all the other issues surrounding this very, very unfortunate incident. The immediate focus is restoration of power.
The reconstruction of the La General Hospital is expected to be completed and ready for commissioning by November 2027. This was revealed by contractors working on the project during President John Mahama's visit The 160-bed facility currently under construction is expected to restore healthcare services that were lost following the demolition of the old hospital in 2020. The president noted that the absence of the facility has increased pressure on major hospitals and assured that government is committed to ensuring the project does not face further delays and is delivered within the stipulated timeline.
The contractor assures us that by November 2027, we should be able to commission this hospital. Like the minister said, this hospital is important because since it was demolished and was no longer serving patients, all the patients who used to come here now go to the Rich Hospital, or they go to Lekma or to Kolebu. And so it is important that we get this hospital back in a better shape to provide an additional 160 beds. Currently, people complain that when they have emergencies, they are not able to get sufficient beds. So this hospital add 160 more beds. In the meantime, we have terminated the contract on the police hospital. We're going to re-award it so that we can finish it quickly and then create more bed space. Accra is a fast-growing city, and so the population demands quality healthcare. And so we'll do everything possible to make sure that we complete this project so that we can afford a good quality healthcare for our people.
He added that to reduce deaths linked to the no-bed syndrome, government will refurbish and repurpose the emergency center at Burma Camp to handle critical cases. Additionally, the contract on the police hospital has been terminated and will be re-awarded to ensure expedited completion.
Meantime, we discussed with the minister to see how we can sort out the issue of emergency hospital beds when people have an accident or they have a medical incident, most of the time at night. Finding a place for them to be treated has been difficult. And so there's the emergency center which was built in Burma Camp during the COVID period. We're going to repurpose it so that it has beds for handling only emergencies. And so if there's an emergency and a person is not accepted at any of these hospitals, the emergency center in Burma Camp will be there. The emergency nurses and doctors will be there to stabilize the patient. Once the patient is stabilized, then we can move them to a regular hospital. And so the ministry is taking action to prevent needless deaths due to the no-bed syndrome.
The South African Ministry of Police has issued a stern condemnation of recent xenophobic violence and intimidation targeting Ghanaian nationals and other foreign residents within the Republic. In a statement released on Friday, April 24, 2026, the acting Minister of Police described the attacks as unlawful and a direct violation of South Africa's constitutional values of dignity and human rights. The ministry emphasized that the country is governed by the rule of law and warned that no individual or group is authorized to take the law into their own hands. The South African Police Service has since been directed to act decisively and without hesitation to address the escalating incidents. The ministry maintains a zero-tolerance policy toward violence, looting and intimidation, vowing that anyone found inciting or supporting such criminal conduct will be identified, apprehended and prosecuted, while calling for calm. The ministry urged community leaders, civil society organizations and stakeholders to collaborate with law enforcement to prevent further violence and promote dialogue among residents. You're still watching Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Inu Safo. Still to come, minority in Parliament demands passage of anti-LGBTQ bill under certificate of emergency. We'll bring you the details shortly. Do stay.
kicking your year off
in all her glory.
With more, because we got you.
You get it?
You know that. We got kicks. We got scores. We got action. We got roars.
It's my specialty.
We got drama. We got fun. We got more for everyone, with an upgrade on us just for you. More channels, more shows, more reasons to stay.
We got you.
DSTV, we got you all the way.
No power. Another year is here. A new beginning, a fresh opportunity to draw closer to God and to one another. This Family Month, your family radio station, 97.3 City FM, invites you and your loved ones to something truly special. The 2026 Family Consecration Service, a sacred gathering where families come together in prayer, faith, and unity. It's a moment to dedicate your home to God's loving care, to seek His protection, His guidance, and His peace over every household. Come and experience divine connection as we pray for strength, restoration, unity, and direction for our families. Married couples will also have the opportunity to renew their vows, reaffirming love, commitment, and purpose. The date is Friday the 1st of May, 2026, from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel, Accra. Bring your entire family and come expectant. And let's commit our homes into God's hands. 2026 Family Consecration Service is powered by 97.3 CDFM with support from Channel 1 TV, because the family that prays together stays together.
Calls me in the power for Christ the solid.
You're welcome back. Let's bring you some more stories. The Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice is urging Parliament to ensure that the Human Rights, Sexual and Family Values Bill 2025 does not jeopardize donor support from international partners. Speaking at a stakeholder engagement on the anti-LGBTQ bill, Shraj's Director of Human Rights, Mary Ajelinate, said the legislation must be structured in a way that does not negatively affect the Commission's activities.
That the issue of funding has not been put to rest in terms of the exemption or whatever, how we may couch it to ensure that our international donors and partners who support the work we do may not be found, for want of a better word, culpable in their quest to help the various institutions, especially mine, to do its work in terms of Ghana AIDS Commission, Ghana Health Service, even though they are not here, in terms of the work to ensure promotion and protection. And so, in as much we are about to consider the memos, I still would put out a call for honorable members to consider in the area of funding how best we could put up a clause. I know Sena is here, always available, to put up a clause to cater for this humble request.
However, the chairman of Parliament's Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee, Shaibu Muhammad, said donor support must be aligned with Ghana's laws.
Nobody, no individual will be affected, or rights of the individual will be affected. And so this is very important. Above all, I mean, we are oblivious of, we are very mindful of our obligations to international communities and treaties. But that is subject to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And so we are mindful of all these as we consider the bill.
The minority in Parliament is demanding that the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2025 be passed under a certificate of urgency when the House resumes from recess. The proposed legislation seeks to criminalize activities related to lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender persons. In his closing remarks after a stakeholder engagement on the bill, the Deputy Ranking Member on Parliament's Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee, Alhassan Suleimana Tampuli, said the bill must be passed the same day the committee presents its report to the plenary.
So, Mr. Chairman, we on the minority, and I believe this is a collective, position, that when Parliament resumes sometime in May, we should ensure that this bill is passed under certificate of urgency. And as a committee, we can make that determination. We have passed so many laws under certificate of urgency, and this is one that is fit to be passed under certificate of urgency to bring finality to this matter that has been in the public domain for some time, so that the same day His Excellency the President will sign and give assent to the bill that has been passed by the good and virtuous people of Ghana. I thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
The chairman of Parliament's Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee, Shaibu Mahama, has assured that the bill will not be returned to Parliament, as happened under former President Akufo-Addo.
Parliament has got its own calendar. Much as we want to push in this bill, there are equally important bills. We don't rank bills in order of importance at the chamber. And so as we process the bills, we are rest assured that this bill will be considered when we resume. And so as to whether it is of agency, it will go under certificate of agency or not. The important thing is not having a president who refused to assent to the bill. So we have a president who will assent to it. And that is what is important. It doesn't matter what time it gets there.
The Trade Union Association says they are collaborating with authorities to ensure a more transparent rollout of the Publican AI system following talks with government. The AI-driven system was introduced to digitize customs and secure more reliable revenue streams from imports. The move has, however, triggered resistance from industry stakeholders. Despite the opposition, government has defended the move, asserting its necessity. GUTA's General Secretary Richard Amamu tells City News that despite their misgivings, the business groups have agreed to work together with the government to ensure a successful rollout of the policy.
As for the cancelling, that is our first call. We say they should cancel it so that we can dot the I's and cross the T's. Then after that, they can introduce it again. But they thought that pulling it back will cost them financially. So we said that, okay, let's interrogate it, know the basis. So we want everything to be transparent, so that at the end of it, or if they are churning out certain figures which is not, it is so egregious, then we can correct it. As we speak, our bone of contention is that they are churning out garbage because they have inserted garbage into the system. So we'll be part in cleaning, sanitizing the system.
Members of the Teacher Trainees Association of Ghana have hit the streets of Accra today to demand immediate postings for qualified teachers from the 2022 batch. The protesters, who converged at the Independence Square, are marching to the Jubilee House at the Ministry of Finance to register their displeasure over what they describe as undue delays in their employment. The association says despite completing their training and mandatory national service, thousands of its members remain home without financial clearings or postings. The protesters intend to petition the presidency at the Jubilee House before ending their march at the Ministry of Finance. According to the leadership, several engagements with the Education Ministry have yielded no results, leaving them with no choice but to take to the streets. Secretary of TTAG, Jonathan Kwadwo Agopo, spoke to the media.
A player will be substituted to come and delay the game so that the other team will be victorious. So they are delaying the system. They are saying the system is working, but we are not seeing any result that shows that the system is working. Me fupento me teacher me hiane enwi ana me hania awonane ala be me school me jila okwo me achi kake omele de o je be mi awa mi le ready be mi awoto akoma kona mi be sha gbo koro baba ye yi o nye be mi atun awo na ne mi ajira alo mi uchi o le mi oyuma mi akpo oji.
The Environmental Protection Authority has directed mining companies to strengthen protection of their concessions against illegal mining activities. The authority warns failure to comply could lead to permit suspension, revocation, or penalties. The EPA says it is concerned about rising cases of galamsey within legally acquired mining areas, causing pollution, land degradation, and destruction of forests. It also announced a nationwide compliance monitoring exercise across all mining concessions beginning on the 10th of May this year. This is Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Next is Business with Nashika Caesar. Now what's coming up in business?
I'll tell you shortly.
Give us the details.
Now in business, the newly elected president of the Ghana Association of Hotels, Victor Opoku-Minta, has pledged to advocate for a continuous professional training across the hospitality sector, leveraging the Ghana Tourism Authority's 1% levy as a key driver for industry growth and capacity building. Speaking after the swearing-in of the association's national officers, he noted that investing in human capital remains critical to improving service delivery, enhancing competitiveness, and positioning Ghana as a preferred destination within the tourism market.
We believe that the tourism levy, amongst other things, is spearheaded at training. And so for us, we cannot look at training just sporadically or occasionally. Training is something that's ongoing. And so the engagement we bring to the table is where we can have a calendar that says that every year at this time we undertake so and so training, and all this, the whole idea is should be sponsored through the tourism levy, okay, whereby hospitality professionals within the industry get a certain amount of training and development within every calendar year throughout. And for us, tourism is not a one-off. It's a continuous process. And it serves as a reminder. It serves as a tool that helps continue to sustain high levels of service within the industry. So for us, one of the things we'd want the tourism levy to go towards is this training, of which we're having other engagements with the sector ministry to see how.
Now, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, is warning that African economies are facing an intensifying financing squeeze as aid losses exceeding 4% of GDP tighten fiscal space across the continent. The fund says interest payments are now consuming about 15% of government revenue in many countries, limiting room for development spending and policy flexibility. There's more in the following report. We'll bring you that report in our subsequent bulletins. Now, the newly elected president of the Ghana Hotels Association, Opoku-Minta, has pledged to advocate for continuous professional training across the hospitality sector, leveraging Ghana Tourism Authority's 1% levy as a key driver for industry growth and capacity building. Speaking at the swearing-in of the association's national officers, he noted that investing in human capital remains critical to improving service delivery, enhancing competitiveness, and position Ghana as a preferred destination within the global tourism market. Now, as part of efforts to tackle the growing challenge of interstate succession in Ghana, Universal Merchant Bank has launched the UMB Legacy Care Plus, a product designed to help customers plan and manage their estates. This ensures that dependents are protected and assets are seamlessly transferred after death. There's more in this report by Daniel Sakiti.
According to a 2023 report by the Institute for Liberty and Policy Innovation, an estimated 85.5% of Ghanaian adults die without a will. Head of Registrars and Wealth Management, Nene Nkumsa Sapong, speaking to the media after the launch of UMB Legacy Care Plus, emphasized that the product comes at a critical time when many families face uncertainty due to the absence of structured estate planning.
It is a wealth management solution. yes. And don't forget that for us at UMB, we are registrars as well. So we have been in this registrar business since 1976. We have dealt with shareholders. There are times that we are even in our offices and 25 years after somebody has died before they bring an early for us to transmit shares. And we notice that it is because there's no structured way for people to transfer their wealth. And so it is very important. And we also know, in fact, there are a lot of people who would want to do a will, but they don't know where to start from. We are a bank. We provide wealth management solutions and banking solutions. And so, in as much as we are thinking of how to help your business grow, we also are thinking of how to be able to transfer the business or the wealth that you have acquired for the benefit of your loved ones.
Meanwhile, Head of Corporate Communication at UMB, Adam Nightstay, says the UMB Legacy Care Plus solution is inclusive regardless of income level.
Legacy Care Plus is targeting everybody who is 18 years and above and of sound mind. You don't have to be educated. You don't have to be overly rich. You only need to own a property you can actually call or prove that it's your own. And then this product is for you. We've seen a lot of people suffer because their parents, let me just put it their way, or family members who cater to them didn't make wills, right? Or did not plan their estates very well. So we're trying, this product is positioning itself to fill that gap.
And that's it for business. I am Nashika Caesar.
Up next is sports. Yeah, what has our new coach been saying?
Well, he has been saying that this job of his that has been given to him is his biggest challenge in his coaching career, based on the duration that he has to work with the Black Stars before the World Cup. And so he describes it as his biggest challenge.
I can imagine.
Yes.
And you have other stories from
former
coaches?
Yes. A former Black Stars head coach.
Give us the details.
Will do. Now, former Black Stars head coach Chris Hughton has revealed that he was diagnosed with prostate cancer in April last year, and added that the cancer was detected early and he had successful surgery a month later in May. Hughton made this revelation in an interview with British media, the Daily Mail, in a rare public appearance. The former player coached the Black Stars at the 2023 AFCON, but was sacked months after Ghana failed to qualify beyond the group stage. Addressing the health issue, the former Irish international said, and I quote, "The news certainly didn't scare me. I had very good advice and all the treatment options were given to me, and I decided to have my prostate removed. The recovery has gone really well, and I'm 1 year post-operation and I feel very good. It's all gone very well." End of quote. Now to the English Premier League, and Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says there is everything to play for despite going into the weekend on the back of a crushing loss to fellow league title contender Manchester City. Arteta said this ahead of Arsenal's English Premier League tie against Newcastle United on Saturday, April 25. Manchester City have gone on to move to the summit of the league standings after beating Burnley by 1-0 in midweek, but Arteta isn't giving up the fight on winning the league title just yet.
Yeah, you have to put everything into it. That's what I said, is all in. You know, when you're going to play now those 5 games that start tomorrow, everything that you have to put it on the table, and you have to make it happen. That's clear. Yeah, we have given some time because there was a moment that he was struggling to sustain the performances because he wasn't comfortable at all, and we've done that. So he had the right treatment, the right space. He has some time as well for himself, and now it's the most important part of the season, and he's back with us. No, because before the psychological effect was that we were getting chased for many months. So what is better, what is worse? At the end, we know what is the best thing. win the next game. So if you need the psychological effect, is top, regardless of where you are, because you win the game. I hope now we need to get the best version out of them. So being available is not enough. Being available with your best version is what we need in this state of the season. But at least they are with us. They make us certainly stronger. We miss them. And now all the players as well, that they just come back as well. They're going to have more games, more minutes. And hopefully we will see better performance as well.
And that's all for sports. I am Yao EJ Minta.
And that's it for Newsfeed on Channel One TV. I am Inosafo. Many thanks for watching.
I was asked that question 2 years ago in a room full of leaders from across this continent. Entrepreneurs, educators, civil society, and a host of other people who had contributed to what constitutes a good society. And I realized that answer was not in a textbook. It was in a workshop. It was in the hands of a young person learning to build something for the very first time.
In 1957, Ghana lit a torch. Kwame Nkrumah's vision went beyond political freedom. He understood that independence without industrial capacity was merely neocolonialism. A country theoretically free, but economically directed from the outside. His 7-year development plan was audacious. Build the energy infrastructure, capture the full value chain, transform an agrarian economy into an industrial state. The Akosombo Dam, Gehok Steelworks, Bonsutai Factory, Joapound Textiles, over 80 state-owned factories. Africa's first industrial revolution, led by Ghanaians for Ghanaians.
The point is, he had experienced the speed with which the industrialization contributes to socio-economic development of nations and people. And he wanted to realize that quickly here in Ghana.
But the momentum could not hold. Commodity prices crashed, debt mounted, and the economic pressure of a changing world forced Ghana in a different direction.
You talked of why that period of industrialization dipped or slumped, not just dipped, because we haven't recovered yet. I believe largely because, one, you must have the personnel of knowledge and experience to manage the industrial establishments. People complain a lot about the many factories our first president established being sold off or not working. I believe if you do the analysis well, you'd see that perhaps the prerequisites for industrialization, market, trained personnel, the disciplines, and then these days we talk competitiveness. That you are producing something doesn't mean you have a monopoly of market. If you can't compete, then you don't generate the resources to sustain your industrial maturation. So I believe that's what hit us.
Every president since has carried that torch in their own way. Across 4 republics, through coups and constitutions, structural adjustments and stabilization, oil discoveries and infrastructure booms, trade liberalization, and education reform. Every era of Ghanaian leadership has contributed something essential to the nation's development. Every republic built on what came before. Now 4 republics in nearly 7 decades, each one built a piece of Ghana's future. But across every era, one question has remained open. Who will operate the factories? Who will maintain the infrastructure? Who will turn the raw materials into finished goods? Where is the skilled workforce? That question belongs to the nation, and one institution has spent the last 10 years answering it. By 2050, more than 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African. The continent's population will reach 2.5 billion. By 2035, more young Africans will enter the workforce each year than in the rest of the world combined. This is either the greatest opportunity in human history or the most dangerous crisis.
Africa should appreciate that it's caught in a global market, and that when you are training your personnel, the psychology must be also global. So it's a must. And the world is not waiting for anybody. The rapidity of science and technology is such that unless we show foresight and prepare to be in the mainstream of the rapidly changing global market, we'll be on the sidelines.
Ghana needs a significantly larger number of skilled workers to support industrialization and economic growth. DTI represents a good example of modern TVET delivery in Ghana. The Institute integrates industry partnerships, competency-based training, and a high-quality workshop practice. This approach aligns closely with the reforms we are driving nationally to ensure TVET produces graduates who are immediately productive in workplace.
Education is not something I stumbled into. It was something I was born into. For over 4 generations, my family has been in the business of building minds. My grandmother, Mrs. Edith Amatefio, ran one of Kaneshi's most respected schools. Her brother, KG Kona, was a founding father of Accra Academy, one of Ghana's most renowned senior high schools, and served as its first headmaster. The institution he helped birth went on to produce Fred Apalu, former Chief Justice of Ghana, Dr. Richard Damwa, scientist at NASA, and Betty Mulder Drisu, Ghana's first female Attorney General, among many others. His younger brother, Alote Konwa, carried the torch forward as the school's second headmaster. My aunt, Mrs. Chinwe, became the first headmistress of Infantsma Senior High School in Cape Coast. This was the air we breathed. My mother, Mrs. Edna Swanika, continued the tradition, founding a well-regarded private primary school in Botswana, where she received the highest honors from the President of Botswana for her contributions to quality education in the country. It was within these walls that something took roots in my brother Fred and me. Fred went on to found the African Leadership Academy in South Africa and the African Leadership University across Mauritius and Rwanda, institutions that have redefined what leadership education looks like on this continent. I took a different path, but the same calling. I went on to establish the Design and Technology Institute, Ghana's National Center of Excellence for Technical and Vocational Education, where young Africans are trained to learn, work, and lead Africa's industrial future. For us, education was never a profession, it was a calling. But I looked at what was happening in Ghana and across Africa, and I saw a disconnect. Young people were graduating with certificates they couldn't use. Industries were desperate for skilled workers that they couldn't find. There was a chasm between the classroom and the factory floor. 2 years ago, I sat in a room with leaders from across this continent through the African Leadership Initiative and the Aspen Institute, and were asked to define the tenets of a good society. I read about Julius Nyerere, I debated with entrepreneurs and policymakers, and I realized that that answer was already in front of me. A good society is one that a young person can learn a skill that the world values, find dignified work, and build a life. This is what DTI seeks to create, not only for Ghana, but for Africa.
Constance Swanika did not wait for a campus. In 2016, she founded the Arts Institute inside her own factory, Ascent and Arts, turning her production floor into a classroom and her craft people into instructors. By 2019, the demand had outgrown the factory. DTI moved to its own campus and welcomed its first cohort of 33 students. Today, DTI holds the only American Welding Society Sense accredited welding program on the African continent.
With welding in DTI, we started with the local curriculum called the CTVET, and running it for some time, we realized that if our learners are to go to industry, they'll be termed as foundational learners, and they may not be able to do key welding processes and activities. So we reached out to the American Welding Society, which is the biggest welding body in America and the surrounding countries. And we told them that we want to use your SENSE program. The SENSE program is basically every technical or vocational training school in America will use to train in welding. They gave us accreditation in 10th October 2024.
But what DTI set out to build was never just a training center. It was something far more ambitious. A new model for how Africa learns, works, and leads the future.
Every course at DTI must answer one question. How does this help Africa lead the future? And if it doesn't, we don't teach it.
DTI demonstrates that when training is industry-driven, practical, and quality-focused, TVET produces highly competent graduates. It shows that technical education can be modern, rigorous, and directly linked to employment outcomes. The Precision Quality Framework is one of the perfect examples of public-private partnerships. The initiative was led by DTI in partnership with the Commission for TVET and NDPC. The focus is to establish consistent standards in technical training.
Through its workplace experience learning model, DTI integrates education directly into the world of work. Students don't just train for industry, they train inside industry.
My name is Valerie Labby, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Wahoo Mobility. And the first vehicle that we've gone to market with is our signature e-bike. One of the things that stands out for me around the type of students that come from DTI is their ability to commit to something, to commit to a level of excellence, to commit to a level of brilliance. And this really resonates in all the students that we've had in all the different areas. They come to work on time, they come to work polished, they ask questions, they're curious, and which means that they're able to learn very quickly in very dynamic environments, especially startup environments like ours.
Honestly, I was really satisfied with Mariam and her colleagues that came from DTI. We never had to teach them anything. On the contrary, they actually brought about a lot of value to the people around us and around them. I've been working with her closely and she really knows her work. I would say that she's really good at what she does.
DTI's precision quality philosophy ensures that graduates don't just fill vacancies, they are industry assets.
Before I started this journey, I wanted to build things, but I needed the right foundation. DTI didn't just teach me how to weld. My time there was a turning point. That turned my passion into a career. I didn't just enter the industry as a beginner. I entered as a professional. They gave me the confidence to stand my ground.
DTI has contributed in shaping my daughter's character, shaping her conduct, as well as giving her skills, and beyond that, linking her to industry.
After 1 month, he called me and said, "Mommy, now it's making sense. Thank you for supporting me to chart my career path." I said, "What is making sense?" He said, "When I was in a secondary school, one of my physics teacher, he will come in and he will be theorists and definitions and say, this is one of the things he mentioned was that engineers clip, then he will be in his mind like, and so what? I want to see the thing, feel it and use it. And you are here telling me that engineer's clip is used for A, B, C, D. But now it's making sense. I've seen it, I've used it, in the maker space. That is why I want to thank you. We have this inner peace within us that our child already has a career. Can't imagine where we would have gotten that from if not DTI.
We have proven the model works. We have proven the demand is real. But right now, we turn away more students than we can accept. Unfortunately, every year, young people come to our gates, but we have to say there isn't space.
DTI currently trains about 450 residential students per year, but the waitlist is 3 times that number. Ghana's economy needs 300,000 new skilled workers annually. The model is proven, the demand is urgent. What's missing is the space to meet it. Every year that the Berekusu campus is not built, over 1,000 qualified young people are turned away.
Institutions like DTI demonstrate quality, but we need to scale such models to meet national demand.
This is the DTI Berekusu campus, 11 acres on the outskirts of Accra. And this is where the next chapter of Ghana's industrial story will take physical form.
And I met this young lady who to me is a great artist, trained at the University of Science and Technology. This house in which you are questioning me, she was part of the people who put it together for me. When you raise your eyes, you see the metal designs up there. She did everything. And so I got so impressed with her. And in the process, I saw that she had the vision and ambition to help train people, young people. I discovered further that perhaps the sense of development was genetic, because I learned her brother was also within Southern Africa doing wonders, setting up universities in Mauritius and Rwanda for leadership and so forth and so on. So then I thought I had discovered such a natural talent that must be supported. And this is the bond of our friendship. She's got the ambition and the vision to really contribute to helping not only Ghana, but the continent and even the world.
Foundation has already been laid. The African Union and KfW invested $3 million in the core academic infrastructure. The architectural plans are complete. The land is ready and ground has been broken. What is needed now is not more planning, it's the commitment to build and the partners with whom we will build.
When I started DTI, people told me it could not be done. 10 years later, over 48,000 young people have walked through our various training programs and have walked out transformed. I think about every student we've had to turn away because there wasn't space. This campus is for them. Every workshop, every lab, every residence, it exists so that the next generation of African builders, designers and leaders has a home worthy of their ambition. In Africa, we have a word for this, Ubuntu. I am because you are. At DTI, a student learns because a facilitator teaches. A family rises because a graduate builds. A community grows because an entrepreneur employs. This is not a business model. This is the foundation of a good society. My grandmother was an educator. My mother was an educator. And if God allows, what we have built here at Berekusu will be educating Africa's young people long after I'm gone.
What you have watched in this film is really not a proposal. It is a track record, 48,000 young people trained, and nationally adopted quality policy, the only American Welding Society certified welding program on the African continent. Construction begins in 2026. The first students will walk through the gates of Berekusu campus within 2 years. Between now and then, every partnership, every investment, every commitment will determine whether this campus opens at a scale Ghana needs, or whether another generation of young people will be told there is no space. 2057, Ghana will celebrate a century of independence, and I believe the most important question that day will be, did we build a good society? Did we equip our young people to produce, to build, to lead? Did we create institutions that outlasted all of us? Constance Swanepoel has spent the last 10 years proving that this model works. But she cannot build Berkusu campus alone. This is an invitation to those who build, to those who truly believe that Ghana's most valuable resource is its people, to build it with her.
Hello and welcome to the Channel One newsroom from our studios at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano in Accra. I am Nanatifu Obwati.
I'm Fema Edunami.
I am Umaru Sanda Amado.
I am Elisafo.
I am Charles Osukumi.
I am Makosia Orchard.
They've given you land to build an airport, and the airport is named after them, and then you are going to change it and put your name. We hear a Jumura National Apprenticeship Program in Kokon Kete. Well, they are paper.
A terrorist attack in Burkina Faso claimed the lives of 8 Ghanaian tomato traders.
Our fire extinguishers, they are empty. In the market, our fire extinguishers are empty.
There's a bill Ghanaians have been working for. It was one of our flagship strategies for economic transformation.
What do we have to do now for you to call off the strike?
The others also, did influence the voters.
Bob, what becomes of these students, especially the continuing ones?
They should reverse everything that they have done.
Channel One Newsroom airs Monday to Sunday at 8 p.m. only on Channel One TV. We continue our conversation on Lifeline this week on the topic Healing After Heartbreak, Moving On Without Bitterness. So, make a date with Bishop Fred Kwanchemensa and his guest, Professor Osafo-Edu on Lifeline.
Where we combine theology with psychology to help you to understand life and to give you the skills to overcome the challenges life present to us. Let me tell you this program is not just a program, it is a lifeline. And in the last episode, we explored this common human experience called heartbreak. Is it normal to have a hard time healing? How long does it take?
Certain intervening variables that can determine the extent to which you can heal faster or otherwise.
Right.
For example, if you are all the time getting re-traumatized, okay, that particular trigger keeps coming. It's a problem. The gentleman walked away, but he's all the time coming around in PDC Kwesikonso Patenkwentia. You just are meeting the person left and right, and that doesn't help your healing.
Lifeline airs every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. prompt only on Channel One TV.
At first, I won few bets, feeling like I'd cracked the system. The feeling of winning was very intoxicating, but as time went by, the number of losses outnumbered the wins. And just like that, all my savings vanished.
Gambling is risking money or another item of value on an event of uncertain outcome in the hope of gaining money in return. Betting, slot machines, casino games, lotteries, and bingo are all forms of gambling.
My name is Brenda. I'm 21 years old. Have been battling betting addiction. I had this friend in university who was always talking about gambling. That caught my attention. Actually, he was the one who sent me the games. When I was pressing that bet, I was not very sure that I was going to win since it was my first time. After the game was over, I received a message, "Congratulations that you have won 4,500. I remember I was very excited. I jumped up and down. It was a very big win for me.
A survey found that 84% of Kenyan teenagers have tried betting. A third of those young people bet every day.
So my favorite sports that I gambled were mainly football, the EPL games. I was just betting because of the anxiety and the peer pressure. Immediately after my first bet, and obviously it was a win, that really kept me going. With time, I found myself thinking about betting. We should bet, we should bet, we should bet. I have to do it like every time. And that's how I ended up being an addict.
Gambling triggers the release of chemicals in the brain that can be highly addictive. They create emotional highs when you win unexpectedly and can even make losing feel exciting. Predicting patterns and trying to beat the system create a false sense of skill and certainty, pushing you to bet again and again. Psychologists call this the illusion of control.
Being a student and receiving such amount of money on a very short period of time without even like working hard, that's when I felt like I'd cracked the system. On the other side, when you lose, like it is a very painful, sad moment for you.
Chasing behavior in gambling happens when someone continues to bet in an attempt to recover losses and get back to even. It often leads to a dangerous cycle of rising risk and a financial hole that grows deeper and deeper.
I had a very huge debt with the relationship between my friends and my mom. It became very chaotic.
Brenda had lost the grip of the situation and was not able to repay either of my money or her other friends' money.
It was very bad, and people would get angry, very angry at me, and that's how I lost all my friends. I was in a very desperate position. I would tell myself, just one more bet and I'm going to recover everything.
In the gambler's fallacy, people predict the opposite outcome of the previous event, believing a win must be due after a losing streak.
I didn't have any money, and my only option was to take a loan. And I used all the money to place the bets. And at that point, I was very assured that I was actually going to win. But unfortunately, I found out that I had actually lost. It was very painful for me. I didn't have any money. I didn't have anyone like I can talk to. And that's when I realized that I have to do something.
We have had youth committing suicide because they have lost a bet. Brenda, she walked into this facility committed to attaining something, recovery from addiction. The temptation to go back to it was so strong for her. You need to deny yourself some of those things that you're used to. If it is social media platforms, if it is friends, if it's gambling dens, you need to exclude yourself to all of that. And we are here to help, of course. We put them into support groups that discuss their problems and encourage each other.
After the counseling, I realized that most of my friends were mainly addicts, and I sat down and told myself that if I was able to release myself from the betting, I can change another person's perspective about betting.
She has mentored several other people, her being one of those that recovered from addiction. She's now running a business that is doing very, very well.
My biggest lesson was true wealth is built, it's not gambled.
Baby, come place your bet on me. You know I'm on the winning team. You know I never let you lose. You know I'm the one to choose. Baby, come place your bet on me.
In Christ alone, my hope is found. My God.
Hello, I am Reverend Fred McDavis, and I'd like to personally invite you and your family to the Family Consecration Service this year, 2026. In a time when families are facing a lot of pressure and distractions, it becomes important for us to pause, come together, and realign ourselves with God. This service is a time to pray, to dedicate our homes, our children, and our future into God's hands. It is a time of healing, restoration, and for fresh direction. Join us on Friday, 1st May at 6 a.m. at the Oil Dome Royal House Chapel. Come with your loved ones. Come expectant. God is ready to meet your family. I look forward to seeing you there.
Of God in helpless faith, the gift of love and righteousness, scorned by the world.
Across the continent, African creatives are claiming the space, reshaping the way we live, remember, and express ourselves. And that's exactly what brings us here to the Investec Cape Town Art Fair, where this transformation becomes a vibe. But here was coming up.
In Nigeria, Fulani herders show us that heritage isn't frozen in time. It adapts and survives modern pressures. In Kenya, sustainability becomes a luxury language as this designer turns craft into ethically produced high-fashion jewelry.
And in Kigali, Rwanda, a young dancer reclaims the body as a living archive, fusing warrior tradition with street energy. I'm Palisa Dembe, and you're watching Afrimax. First up, a space I would love to claim. The home. Can a 19th century manor handle playful color and a modern attitude? Proving that you do not need a massive footprint to make a major design statement.
Across Africa, incredible homes are raising the bar of modern design. This series gives you a front row seat to unapologetically stylish spaces. The kind you can't help but save, screenshot, and dream about. This is not just a house with history. This is a house that's found its personality. Set in the southern suburbs of Cape Town, this character home has been completely reworked with color, confidence, and a fearless but super fun mix of old and new. And the designer behind this bold reimagining? Lisa Marie Theopolis.
Where do we find ourselves today, and what was your role within putting this together?
We're in a beautiful old manor house, one of the first homes in the area, dating back to about 1893. And what was so fun about this project is that I was given a blank canvas, and I mean, who doesn't want to work with such beautiful architectural details? I mean, look at those curved bay windows. And yes, it was just so fun to work in a space that isn't open plan. It's got cute little nooks for me to sort of create cozy spaces, and yeah, I've loved every moment.
What was your role here?
There wasn't much renovating work to do in this home because we were just very keen to honor the beauty of the original home. We didn't knock down any walls or anything like that. We worked within the space. The client gave me a very exciting brief. She was happy for me to go wild with color, which is a very nice change from the muted tones and the grays that have been very, very popular in the past. I could fill it with lots of quirk, which I loved. They've both got an amazing sense of humor, so they loved all of those little touches. and I was able to extend that approach throughout the home. There's 3 levels to this home, so it was quite a big job and lots of beautiful rooms for me to work with.
Walking into the space, what a warm and inviting welcome. What was your design approach here?
So as you step in to this beautiful big space, we wanted to define the 2 areas so that we could create a cozy seating area here. But in order to divide the 2 spaces, I added a table there with a lot of beautiful decor items that have come from all over the world.
The decor here feels like a travel diary. There are pieces collected from the owners from all over the world. You kind of want to pick everything up and hear the story behind it.
Seems to be intentionality when it comes to the color scheme within this first room.
The color palette in mind, I think I just intuitively went for like a deeper, more saturated color palette. When we first started on the project, everything was white, and it just felt like you almost needed the room to hug you a little bit so that you don't feel that the scale of the room is uncomfortable.
And you really do feel it. The space wraps around you.
Still feels inviting, and it still feels cozy, and it feels like you can sit and have a chat with a friend or a glass of wine at the fireplace in winter. It's really set the expectation for the rest of the home.
Well, it's a lovely first introduction, and I can't wait to see the rest of the space.
Shall we see the other space?
Let's go.
Pali, the next space we're looking at is the more informal sort of TV lounge. That's why I did an L shape, so that you could lie there and just really cozy up and watch some TV. I mean, how's the natural light in this room? It's a feature in itself.
I've also noticed that there are no curtains, and we've got such grand windows.
So in this part of the home, the downstairs section, I didn't have to add curtains because we had the beautiful old shutters, the original shutters to work with. I mean, how amazing is that?
Well, I can feel us making our way to the kitchen, which is my favorite room of the house. Let's go. I love the proportion of this kitchen. What was your design approach here?
Well, this was actually a very dark space. The cupboards, we didn't change the cupboards, but we did paint them because they were very, very dark brown. So I opted to go white there. And this is the first room in the home where I changed the color on the walls. Went for a beautiful, soft, calm green here. Client loves green, as do I, so I never have an issue with saying yes to green. So Pali, now we find ourselves in the dining room, which is actually my favorite part of the house. It's got its original wooden flooring, so I used a big rug to fill the space to make it feel very inviting and luxurious. We've got the original chandelier, which I thought was such a beautiful statement piece.
And speaking of lighting,
this space feels quite grand, but also gives me an old school kind of feel, and I love those 3 chandeliers.
Absolutely. So this was really just an ode to the architecture of the home.
Lisa, we are in the main bedroom, and good luck getting me out of here. It's gorgeous.
It's very, very spectacular, isn't it? And also very romantic, don't you think? The soft, dusty pink with the black, I think that just worked so beautifully. And I also really love the sleigh bed. I mean, how is that bed?
It's lush. That's what it is.
That's the word. That's the word.
Being in an older kind of home, a manor style home, I didn't think I'd enjoy it as much as I have this one. What was your standout features with putting this home together?
Pali, I think what has really stood out for me is that things don't have to be perfect to be beautiful. It's an older home. There's a few quirks here and there, but it's just stunning.
Older homes totally have that kind of magic. They weren't designed for Instagram, but somehow everywhere you look is an Insta moment.
Now in its 13th year, the art fair has become a global stage for African artists claiming visibility on their own terms. I'm about to meet up with Hope Swaratre, whose performance work This House Is Not For Sale questions the access African artists have to prestigious art spaces. Thank you so much for joining me. Now, in an art fair and an art exhibition where everything is for sale, you've got a piece of work called Not For Sale. So whose story are you kind of stepping into?
I've seen these family houses being renovated and I see them being turned into these modern houses. So I'm trying to tell that story and just to give like a backup education about the foreign houses, why they exist for the black community.
What I've also noticed is that you've been able to take township homes and you've brought it into quite an elite art space. What does this reflect or say about South African reality?
The history of land, you know, people are fighting over land, the space. If you look at some of my installation, I literally like took a window and just turned that window into an installation.
Absolutely incredible. If art fairs are about claiming symbolic spaces, then the Fulani herders remind us of a more ancestral form of ownership, land and tradition. In Nigeria, heritage isn't preserved in museums, it is lived daily on the move.
Can you communicate with the cows?
Yes.
So how do you communicate with them? Today, our featured hustler is
My name is Zubair Muhammad Zubair, the secretary of Mieti Allah Kura branch. I'm a header and I don't have any other job. This is my hustle.
It's my hustle.
For many Fulani communities, cattle herding is not just a job, it is a time-honored tradition. You are welcome to another exciting episode of My Hustle. Mohammed, you were born into this lifestyle. I want to know, what does it take to be a herder?
If you want to be a header, you have to be a hard-working man, without fear. You cannot relent or give up.
Without wasting our time, I want to get into action. I want to see how you take your cows out early in the morning for grazing, then you bring them back. So is this something that you think I can learn today?
I can teach you, and if you believe it in your mind, you can learn it.
Oh, I'm ready, man.
Are you ready?
You can see.
Now we bring them to the water, and when we are out, we are not coming back until 6 p.m., 5:30 p.m. or 7 p.m.
No problem. Then you said you have over 50 cows, right?
Yes, and this is a small herd because we want to make it easier to control the cattle. We divide big herds by 3 or more.
I divide it into 3 to 4.
Wow. Bro, you are a billionaire. You are a rich man. Have you ever had any experience whereby your cows enter somebody's farm and there was argument?
Yes,
yes, we do experience it. We come to the farmer, we estimate the damage, and then we pay.
How do you make money from this also?
We earn money from the cow milk we sell, and if we need more money, we take an animal to the market and then we sell it.
Which of the techniques do you prefer? Taking the cows to the bush for grazing, or using the modern techniques way of feeding the cows?
Modern techniques would be better than herding, because the herder boys could attend school. Lack of education is a big problem here.
Fulani people always migrate in a very unique way. I mean, you have multiple families moving together with their livestock. So, what's the secret behind this?
This is the culture and tradition of the Fulani. When we are ready to move from one place to another, we move with our house, families, our cattle, and everything. We move through forests and avoid the towns. If the night catches us on the way, we make camp, and that is our home.
I have had an incredible time exploring Fulani culture and tradition.
Inspired by the clothes her mother left behind, I'm about to meet up with a dynamic Nigerian artist named Emma Lohi. Emma Lohi, I am just absolutely taken aback by the vibrance, the color, and the energy of your space. Tell me a little bit more about your work and the inspiration that started you within the art space.
So my work is abstract figuration, and I work from an archive of clothes left by my mother, and so I use them to make sculptures and paintings. And the goal of my work is to encourage Black people and African people to write down their own stories.
When people observe your art and experience it, what do you hope that they take away from it?
I want people to understand that my work is open to interpretation, but the one thing you always connect with are the vibrancy of the colors and the hopefulness in the work. And this work are like new stories and new worlds to say that we don't have to live within the status quo. We can build a world in which we are able to live and be who we are meant to be in.
Forget runways. Today's luxury is born in Kibera, Kenya, where artists transform everyday reality into ethical jewelry worn around the world.
Gold rush in the slums. How is a bright future being made here of all places? Well, this jewelry brand is turning hardship into heritage.
Here in Kibera, our super talented artisans are handcrafting jewelry pieces that are aesthetic 100%, but beyond that there's so much culture, intention and creativity that goes into each and every piece that's handmade with love.
In the heart of Nairobi's Kibera, a quiet shift is underway. Meet Umutoni. At 29, she's using jewelry as more than an adornment. It's a way in. Through craft, she's creating opportunity, challenging assumptions about value, and reshaping what's possible. Her work shows that luxury can hold meaning and that purpose can be worn.
Our founder story can be summarized by 3 main points. The first one being I am from Kenya and Rwanda. I've always had a very close affinity to my East African roots, born and raised in the UK, and I'd spend a lot of my summer holidays coming to Kenya, and I would typically get gifts for friends and family in the form of jewelry. So this was like going to the Maasai market, and as the years went on, I would be asked for more and more jewelry. For the second part, after graduating from university, so I studied economics, I wanted to support a young girl that looked like me but was born into different circumstances. Now what this meant was there was a lot of scandals with some of the charities at the time, so I didn't want to go down the charity route. But what that meant was that I got in touch with my shosho, my grandma, and I told her I really want to support a young girl. She connected me with a young girl at the time who was 13 years old. Her name was Koi, and her parents were not in her life, so there was substance abuse and drug abuse. Within a few months, her academic performance increased. Like she jumped up in class, and it was just so rewarding to see. So it showed that a little went a long way, and so I knew that whenever I started my own thing, whatever that would be, that I just wanted it to be a sustainable way of supporting and more empowering than anything. Now the final element was watching Black Panther. So whenever I watched the first film, Black Panther, I was so inspired by the costume design. You could see a lot of the African influence, so throughout the continent, but as an East African, I could see like the Maasai influence and things like that, which was super powerful.
The Brit, who has Kenyan and Rwandese roots, noticed a growing global appreciation for African-inspired art. For her ethically sourced jewelry, she works with local artisans, drawing on heritage techniques while building a future-facing brand. Her long-term hope is to eventually source all her materials, especially gold plating products, from within Kenya and across Africa.
When it comes to our materials, our brass is upcycled and it's purchased right here in Nairobi. And then when it comes to gold plating, the gold that we use, that is imported from Italy. Now, I am all about making sure that we add the value on the continent as much as possible, which is why it was important for us to purchase the machinery, import it into the country, have the knowledge within our own team. Our mission is, to empower disenfranchised, to create a spirit of reciprocity, and to cultivate a culture of equitable exchange.
From the ethically sourced materials to the hands that shape each detail, every design choice is deliberate.
So when it comes to the base metal of a lot of our pieces, we work with brass. And so creating a new piece means starting with the materials. So buying whether it's a brass plate, brass wires, cables, or actually just melting things. So depending on the jewelry item, I've got a variety on me today, but just using this ring as an example, this is a cast piece. So what we do is create the template, and then we use molasses and soil to kind of create the cast. It's melted, poured into the folds, the molds, and then it's set. Then we go through the polishing, the buffing. Eventually this moves to the gold plating, and then you have a finished product.
This jewelry is a celebration of beauty, purpose, and African possibility, crafted one story at a time.
From a branding perspective, we've had so many incredible opportunities. We've been featured on TV shows, so our piece has gone all the way to Hollywood. We've been on Bel-Air season 2 and season 3. We were in Love Life season 2. Because we're more than a jewelry brand, there's a whole story, there's a whole community that is behind the pieces that we are designing and wearing, and it's just so beautiful to see that reach and that story and the communication is pretty global. Our vision is transformative, sustainable luxury. The message is really elevation, and ultimately beyond the luxury positioning, we want our customers to have a sense of pride, understand the significance and intention behind each and every jewelry piece that they are wearing. Everything is handmade with love right here in Kenya.
Finally, we move from objects to the body itself. In Kigali, 23-year-old Honore uses dance to reclaim tradition, blending Intore warrior movements with street choreography, proving that identity isn't static, it moves.
Movement is our first language. Before we learn to speak, we move.
There's a reason why babies bounce when they listen to music, and they do it without restraint or consideration for the rhythm.
For 23-year-old dancer Honore Manzi Murengezi, dance is how tradition moves forward.
I also take Intore traditional dance as my spine in my whole dancing career.
Honore grew up surrounded by Rwanda's traditional rhythms and movement, especially Intore, the country's warrior dance known for strength, posture, and discipline. At the same time, he came of age in a global world where dance styles travel freely across borders.
Since I was a kid, actually, I started dancing as a traditional dancer, and what I grew up learning about Intore is about how Intore is not just about dancer, it's a dancer which also gives a story, a pride, nationality.
Rather than choosing between tradition and modern styles, Honore created a space in between, a movement language he calls Afro-hybrid.
Afro dance is like an umbrella of those dance styles from traditional in Africa. So hybrid is like, it means like when you bring two things and try to fusion that. Traditional is a powerful thing when it comes to combine with different like hip hop, dancehall. So it gives me like a way of creating dance without a limit, because I have Afro as a traditional and also urban and contemporary.
Across Rwanda, young dancers are using tradition and fusion styles to tell their own stories and build a future through creativity. Honore's style becomes a thread from memory, discipline, and identity between what was and what is becoming.
For the first thing I do is understanding the mood, where my mood level is. After understanding the mood, I try to find a song which is gonna be totally 100% or almost fitting the mood I am, so I can go without trying to fit in the song.
Many of Honore's students are young people who grew up with hardship. Dance for them means structure, healing, and a place to belong.
And to me, that just shows that dance is, and movement is inevitable and it's elemental. Honore's teaching style has a very distinctive quality. He underscores that movement doesn't have to be perfect. Messy movement is also a form of progress. So I really appreciate his supportive teaching.
Intore was officially recognized by UNESCO, placing Rwanda's dance heritage in the global spotlight.
For me, I think one thing I have as a responsibility and as also one dancer is about respect the origin and also try to keep it alive. I try to modernize in a way people will try to fit in the world today we have in. I think one thing people really get wrong about one traditional dance style in Nigerians is they think it's only ceremonial, which is really different from what it really is. But also one thing, one traditional dance can also be through storytelling. When you go back to history, you're gonna find it was most of the ways Rwandan was giving message through what's happening in the kingdom, what have been doing after the war. So it's not only about ceremonial like what we see many times in wedding or other ceremonial.
Dance in Rwanda hasn't always been seen as work. Today, teaching, performances, digital platforms, and collaborations are opening new paths for dancers to build sustainable careers.
I started dancing when I was just a kid, just for hobby. When I grow up, I try to do research like how people may get money from dancing. When I was here in Kigali, I used to do a video with my friend. It was just a video, not intention of like anyway want something, but the owner of the song, he texted me on Instagram after I posted the video and then asked me, yo, the video is nice and now I'm going to add it on a challenge which was going on, and the winner, we're gonna get the money. After 1 week of promoting and the video, everything, we finally get to be the winner.
Honorary proves that in Rwanda's growing dance scene, a single social media post can open doors, from challenges to real paid opportunities.
It's one of the biggest festival which will happen. We're already planning for it, and then it's a subject we're gonna working on is going to be about love. So we already have a choreography, we have the concept. I think it's going to be interesting. Also going to add something on my career, on my CV, and then I'm looking forward for it.
If heritage is power, Afro Hybrid is a way to carry it.
In Norway is really powerful. It's not about just dancing, because when you're dancing, giving story.
In Rwanda, dance is more than just a performance. It is a means of unity, especially for a generation born after the genocide. And even if the path as a dancer is difficult, everyone here knows that movement is a way to rise up.
From architecture to movement, these stories reveal a continent claiming its own narrative on its own terms. Stay creative and stay curious. Don't forget to reach out to us on our social media platforms, as we love to hear from you. But until next time,
we continue our conversation on Lifeline this week on the topic, Healing After Heartbreak, Moving On Without Bitterness. So, make a date with Bishop Fred Kwanchi-Mensah and his guest, Professor Osafo-Edu on Lifeline.
Where we combine theology with psychology to help you to understand life and to give you the skills to overcome the challenges life present to us. Let me tell you this program is not just a program, it is a lifeline. And in the last episode, we explored this common human experience called heartbreak. Is it normal to have a hard time healing? How long does it take?
Certain intervening variables that can determine the extent to which you can heal faster or otherwise. For example, if you are all the time getting re-traumatized, okay, that particular trigger keeps coming, it's a problem. The gentleman walked away, but he's all the time coming around in PDC You just are meeting the person left and right. And that doesn't help your healing.
Lifeline airs every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. prompt, only on Channel 1 TV.
In Christ alone, my hope is found. My God. Hey.
Hello family, this is Reverend Andrews Nelson Awintia. I want to personally invite you and your family to the family consecration service. In a time when families are facing so many pressures and distractions, it is important to pause, come together and realign our lives with God. This service is a moment to pray, a moment to dedicate our homes, our children and our future into the hands of God. It is also a time for us to believe God together for healing, restoration, and fresh direction. The Bible says in Joshua chapter 24 and the verse 15, "As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." This is an opportunity to make this declaration real in your family. Join us on Friday, 1st May at 6 a.m. at the Oil Dome, Warehouse Chapel International, Accra. Come with your loved ones. Come with your family. Come expectant. God is ready to meet your family. I look forward to seeing you there. God bless you.
Scorned by the ones he came to save, till on that cross, when Jesus.
For close to 2 decades, City FM and Channel 1 Television have been organizing the Easter Orphan Project. It is a corporate social responsibility that has targeted and benefited many orphanages from the Greater Accra region, Eastern region, and even to the Upper East region. Over the past few years, however, the media conglomerate appears to be refocusing this annual gesture by targeting not only orphans, but other underprivileged members of society. This year, in addition to all the regular places that benefit from the annual kindness, a new, almost forgotten group of beneficiaries was targeted for support. Nestled in the green vegetation of the central region, the Osamkrom prison camp sits quietly. Inmates locked behind huge padlocks while away their time, engaging in nothingness, just the long wait to freedom. Some of them forgotten not only by society, but even by the closest of friends and family, the gun-wielding guards, or their own cellmates. Food is just a regular daily portion served an average Ghanaian prisoner. Music and entertainment, well, that's just a wish in their heads. Then, suddenly, a truck pulls up. Wait, is that a truck to the courthouse, or another set of inmates are coming in? Some peek through the wall. No, this truck is carrying goodies. Not the usual prison food. Food that you enjoy on Bologna days. Moments later, other cars arrive in a convoy. Smartly dressed young men and women disembark. They set up the speakers and turn up the music. The food and drinks were served. It is a party! When the music hits you, not even the prison gates can save you from jumping to the dance floor. the rap competition.
No lie, if you want try what they come, you go see say you became a farm. I heard the unko fanta come. I heard the car you want some pack. Me know cause I be back here as a halimeta man. Me are the killer. Once a soldier, always a soldier. Me tell them say Aja is me buckler. Me shoot, so me now shiver. Want to conquer me, fear no bother. Me ready to shoot batty boy with me good. Them are ready, dead and gone.
The dance competition.
Let's party! What do you mean? Turn up! 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 Hey!
And when the chief prison guard loosens up, and the stern face makes way for a broad smile and even makes a joke or raps along, then you know it's going to be a great day.
Cause I'm calling my brethren them. You have to make the whole of them know so we box man over here, so yeah? Talking so. Him not belong on the same stage with me, you know. I'm a day pan higher. Are you a man to a section? Come on to you still, you know. We're not afraid of nothing at all. We're day pan already. Make the whole of them know say we hide them from afar, so we cough and wall on our belly. You know. Them now know we, you know. Them now know at all. But sticky still yet? If them want a war, we're ready now.
That's the spirit of the Easter Orphan Project. General Manager of Channel 1 Television and City FM, Bernard Avlet, provides the basis of this gesture in the scripture.
You know, the scripture doesn't mention a lot of social facilities, but it mentions prison. So the Lord said, I was sick, you didn't take care of me. I was in prison, you didn't visit me. So I think the Lord is very interested in prisoners, because as you know, prison is a very difficult place to be in. It's a place where you are transitioning back into freedom, and in a sense we are all in prison, right? We are all bound by something. So for me, it's critical for the spirit of Easter to give back, to visit. And as you can see, we are dancing. We are not just here to dump the things and go, spending the time to let them know that there's hope out there. And I feel, listening to some of the prison officers, once they've accepted that they are on the path to reform, they start building their skills and their thinking around, what do I do when I go out? Because for a lot of people, prison is a dead end, but it shouldn't be. And hopefully these guys will come out and come and add to build Mother Ghana.
These people are not orphans, but they are underprivileged, and they deserve every happiness that the rest of us feel on festive occasions like Easter. CEO of Channel 1 Television and City FM, Samuel Atamensa, makes that point in the best way possible.
What we are here to do is to eat with you, drink with you, dance with you, so that you know that we and you, we are all one people. So we thank you and we thank One Dawn.
One Dawn, yeah. I feel the girl and call One Dawn. I know what shot I never fall. One Dawn.
It is one thing to bring the food and dump it on these prisoners as a gesture of kindness, like many of us do. But it's an entirely different ballgame for the visitors who are bearing the food, stars in their own right, or celebrities on television, if you want to call them, to sit at the same table and share a meal with convicts as though it was a normal dinner time at home. And then the dance continues. The party never dies here, at least for the few hours that the team is still around. But soon it is over. Visiting time is over, and the guests have to leave. Sad faces, but not quite. The prison is faced with challenges, lots of them. These affect the inmates and officers in many ways. Here is the second in command at the prison camp, a man the prisoners call One Dog, but whose real name is Bafoboli.
When it comes to prisons, everything is about the inmates, even though officers are actually struggling. When it comes to officers, it's basically about our officers. As we speak right now, we are in the rainy season and our administrative block is leaking and it's bad. And if the administrative machine is not propelled, the system cannot be run. But we still look at the prisoners. So when it comes to the prisoners, first of all, I'll talk about cell accommodations. Yes, we have our artisans like the masons, we have our engineers, and we are trying our best to expand the facility so that at least there will be some form of decent accommodation for them. So we are reaching out to everybody. We don't want money. We want materials like cement, iron rods, that is mild steel. We want, chippings, that's coarse aggregates. We want sand. We want everything that can help us go into construction. So yes, this is what I'm appealing to all individuals and organizations and donor agencies to reach out to Osam Chrome Camp Prisons, which is located off the Winneba Swedro Road.
But there is hope. In addition to items costing close to 150,000 cedis donated to the camp, CEO Atamensa pledges to help with the infirmary and other logistical support.
Now, when it comes to the extension, that's a major project, so we'll have to prepare properly, and then maybe with the permission of your high command, we can present a proposal before we build. The way we do our things, we are not a bank. We don't have money sitting down, but we can raise the resources. So if we raise the resources, we make sure that we supervise the project to its completion. So once it's agreeable to you, we are in good company.
As the team pulls out of the camp, we look back with joy that we provided happiness to over 100 people who have been living lives with dampened hopes. We are positive that our viewers and listeners who helped us make this possible will show up again to help the Easter Orphan Project support less privileged members of our society the next time.
This week on the Upside Down Show, Firma Eduname hosts the CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, Eduji Tamaklo, in a revealing one-on-one. He reflects on his humble beginnings, shares his views on governance, and breaks down the mandate of the NPA beyond the headlines.
We want to get to know you because there's not much information on you. You're growing up and stuff like that out there. Is it deliberate?
So my dad was a driver. Yes. For a long time, he was a driver. My mom, a trader. And so through the two, I mean, like we always say, they gave birth to me.
Yeah.
With the things that I went through in Legon, and I'll tell you this. So once we were in Legon, one of the things that we used to do a lot was vacation work.
Any work.
But ours was not international, local.
So you are still doing any working locally.
So,
who do you think can step in the shoes of President Mahama to say that, yes, I can boldly take the mantle and lead the NDC to the 2028 elections?
So our party is a party of possibilities.
Right.
And all the individuals you've named,
It could be anybody.
beautifully, any one of them can beat Dr. Baumia.
Catch the Upside Down Show on Channel 1 TV this Sunday at 7 p.m. prompt.
It's time now for French Connections, our weekly look at the intricacies of life here in France with Florence Villeminot. Hi, Flo.
Hey, Haxie.
This week we're going to take a step away from the news and focus on France's love for a very specific type of musical ensemble, the fanfare.
The fanfare. What in the world is a fanfare, and why in the world should you care? Well, let's dive right in with our word du jour, fanfare. So this is basically a lively brass and percussion ensemble, somewhere between a marching band and a brass band. So that is the broad definition of a fanfare, but in practice, it's extremely variable. For instance, the lineup. There can be a various number of musicians, between 10 and 50 plus musicians, and you can see all sorts of different instruments. Lots of brass instruments, trumpets, trombones, tubas, something called a soubasophone, which is that brass instrument you have to kind of wear and get into, and percussion. You'll have snare drum, cymbals, etc. Anything goes, really. Now, sometimes they'll move through the crowd, the musicians. Sometimes they'll perform on stage. You'll see them on street corners, at sporting events, etc. And the quality of the music is extremely variable as well, but in a way it doesn't matter, because a fanfare isn't something that you listen to, it's something that you experience. And if you've never experienced a fanfare, here's a sneak peek.
Voilà, voilà, voilà.
And La Fanfare really is an institution in France, and it actually says a lot about the country because its history sort of mirrors the history of France itself. It finds its roots in royal courts and also in the army.
That's right. The word fanfare actually appeared in the Middle Ages. It originally referred to short, bright trumpet flourishes, announcing the king was arriving, or, giving orders on the battlefield, etc. Now, under the French kings, these fanfares really developed. Military music became developed and structured. There were codified repertoires, etc. And then came the revolution. And interestingly, fanfares occupied a very important place in national republican ceremonies, where they would often play La Marseillaise, the national anthem, which is still a staple song for French military fanfares, especially on Bastille Day, France's national holiday. In fact, you'll find military fanfares performing during the annual Bastille Day military parade on the Champs-Élysées. They'll play La Marseillaise and other French classics as well. So if you didn't recognize it, that was Get Lucky by Daft Punk.
And after the French Revolution, Flo, the fanfare became much more democratic.
Absolutely. The heyday of the French fanfares was really the 19th century. Just about every town in France had its fanfare, also called an harmonie, for parades and public ceremonies. Interestingly, music really stopped being reserved for the aristocracy and became available to all. And for many people, the fanfare was their way into free musical education. And it was also about social cohesion, because you can see groups were wearing uniforms that would erase social differences. Now, what you're seeing here is what happened in the 60s. There was kind of a social revolution in France that rocked the fanfare world upside down as well. They became open to women. They became much more irreverent, thanks to schools like Les Beaux-Arts. And interestingly, with the development of recorded music, fanfares kind of went out of fashion. They saw a period of decline, but they're still going strong in schools, medical schools, art schools, engineering schools. It's definitely part of student party culture.
And being a part of a fanfare is a bit like being part of a big sports team, certain codes and traditions you have to respect if you're going to be a fully fledged member.
Absolutely, a fanfaron, as they say. Now, each group really develops its own identity with outrageous band names. They have matching outfits, ridiculous outfits, it must be said. This is a really rare moment when French people are silly. And as for their repertoire, well, you'll find pop songs, rock songs, French classics, anything goes as long as it's loud and fun.
On va voir, c'est un groupe qui peut s'amuser à reprendre n'importe quel morceau et en faire de la fanfare. Tu peux reprendre du Britney Spears, tu peux reprendre des morceaux de corrida, tu peux reprendre la Marseillaise et t'en fais la fanfare.
And for many French people, being a part of a fanfare is something of a rite of passage.
It certainly is. Joining a fanfare can be a key part of your social life if you're a student, or even in a lot of towns still today. It creates a strong group identity and lifelong friendships, as you'll hear. Also, you don't have to be a great musician, and this is great. You're sure to meet people of different ages and from different walks of life.
Mon arrière-grand-père et mon grand-père ont joué dans cette fanfare. J'ai hérité du saxophone de mon grand-père, donc c'est pour ça que certainement je joue du saxophone aujourd'hui.
Il faut savoir qu'on s'est tous connus tout petits, donc ce sont tous des amis qui sont autour de moi et ça nous fait plaisir de nous retrouver.
C'est la musique qui nous rassemble!
Tous les âges se mélangent, tous les styles aussi.
J'étais très contente et heureuse d'être dans cette grande famille de musiciens.
C'est vraiment une franche camaraderie, des gens qui ne se prennent pas au sérieux. Et chez nous, il y a aussi bien l'ouvrier, l'employé que le chef d'entreprise, et tout le monde boit un coup ensemble, il n'y a pas de différence de classe chez nous.
So it's fun to be part of a fanfare. It's also fun to just hear a fanfare, and I do hope that a fanfare will cross your path sometime soon, Haxi, and I challenge you not to dance if it does.
Oh, I'll be dancing. I will not be playing any instruments because I am entirely unmusical, but I will absolutely be dancing. Flovin Minot, thank you so very much. That's all we have time for right now. Be sure to check out the previous episodes of French Connections on our website, france24.com.
Time for French Connections, our weekly look at the intricacies of life here in France with Florence Villeminot. Florence, great to see you.
Hey, Delano.
This week, we're going to take a step back from the news and focus on something a little peculiar, French inventions. We're not just talking about gadgets here. Beyond the baguette and the beret, France is behind some very impactful inventions, be it in fields as varied as medicine to fashion to transport.
Absolutely, Delano. France has a long and slightly eccentric tradition of invention. Now, we don't have time to do an inventory of French inventions, but I just wanted to give you an idea of some of the things that we owe to France. For instance, air travel. Now, humans have been dreaming about flying since the dawn of time, but it was actually made possible thanks to the invention by two brothers. This was Joseph and Etienne Montgolfier. Their invention was the Montgolfière, the hot air balloon. You can see some images there. Now, the first person to actually take flight in one of these Montgolfières was Jean-François Pilatre de Rosier. So he was an aviation pioneer. This was in 1783, and he took flight in a Montgolfière that was made of paper. They had tested it first, though.
Les premiers passagers volants, c'était un canard, un mouton et un coq. Très très vite, il y a eu un engouement passionné à Paris. La mode passe au ballon. Les femmes commencent à porter des perruques en forme de ballon et de montgolfière.
Now, a hot air balloon might seem whimsical today, but it's important to remember that this was humanity's first step into aviation, and this opened the path to airplanes and space travel.
Now, Flo, it's easy to forget about inventions once they become part of our daily lives, and also inventors seem to fall off into oblivion.
That's right. Now, the Montgolfière brothers, they named their invention the Montgolfière, so it's easy to remember them, but that's not the case of a man named René Laennec. I'm not going to quiz you as to who he is, because even the people from his hometown, which is Quimper in Brittany, there's a statue of him, and they walk by that statue all the time, and they don't even know who he is.
Non, j'ai pas entendu parler. Non. Attendez, je sais qu'il a fait une découverte fondamentale pour la médecine.
Stethoscope. The stethoscope. It's such a hard word to say. So this is an essential part of any doctor's kit, invented by this Frenchman. Now, apparently Laennec came up with the idea while he was watching children play. So he started out by rolling up a piece of paper and then carved out simple wooden tubes to essentially amplify the sounds coming out of the body. And what was revolutionary about this invention is that it allowed doctors to hear illnesses without opening up patients. So this is really a simple tool. It's an essential tool, and it's still used by doctors across the world and arguably has become the symbol of medicine.
And for doctor, yeah. Other French inventions seem to be less tangible, but they're just as universal.
As the case of pasteurization, right? We talk about it all the time. We owe this to the famous French chemist Louis Pasteur, who is famous for other groundbreaking discoveries in vaccination and microbiology. So it was in 1865 that Pasteur filed a patent for a process for the preservation of wine. So many good things come from wine. So this was essentially a process which heated liquids to kill harmful microbes, and this was expanded to other areas as well in medicine and food production. So we often think about pasteurized milk, right, with cheese, etc. But it's used for all sorts of things like canned goods, fruit juices, and even some air conditioners. Now, it really revolutionized food safety and public health because it really reduced the spread of diseases. So next time you're enjoying a beer or a glass of wine, thank Louis Pasteur.
I will be. Now, we've spoken about technology, we've spoken about medicine, but this is France, so what about fashion?
Well, Delano, next time you look at the Eiffel Tower, I want you to think about bras. Now, why is this? Well, they were both presented to the public at the 1889 Exposition Universelle. So this was the Paris World Fair. Now, the woman we owed the bra to was actually a French corset maker named Herminie Cadol. She was an early feminist, and her invention was this undergarment, which she dubbed the bien-être, which is the well-being. And it was revolutionary because you have to remember that at the time, women were wearing corsets, and this not only restricted movement and breathing, it could cause real health problems as well. And so the bra was much more than it was much more about clothing and comfort. It was actually about women's emancipation.
Quand Herminie Cadol a coupé le corset pour libérer la femme, c'était une libération du corps et c'était aussi une libération de son statut. Aujourd'hui, la femme active a une vie qui est trépidante, elle fait de multiples activités et il faut pouvoir suivre cette femme toute la journée dans tous ses mouvements.
Now, Flo, France has always embraced invention as both serious science and playful creativity. Each year it hosts an invention competition that's open to all ages and nationalities, from hobbyists to engineers.
That's right. It's our expression du jour. It's called the Concours Lépine. So this is an annual invention competition that's been held in Paris since 1901. It was founded by Louis Lépine, who was the police prefect at the time. And this was a way to essentially help small inventors and craftsmen compete with growing industrialization. It essentially gave them a platform to showcase their ideas directly to the public. And that's still the case today. It's a part of the annual Paris Fair. Definitely worth a visit if ever you're in town, because you see these nutty inventors passionately showcasing their inventions. So it's a mix of science fair, startup pitch, and eccentric gadget expo. Over the years, you can see some images behind. There have been some wild, far-fetched entries, but also some important ones, like the iron, essentially. That was invented at the Concours Lépine, the electric iron, it must be said. So there's also the ballpoint pen, the handheld vegetable peeler, just to name a few. Now, prize winners say that the fair can really help launch their career. Maybe not for this guy, but let's listen to someone who actually won a gold prize in 2010 for a revolutionary nutcracker.
Je suis fier parce que il n'y a pas beaucoup de personnes qui peuvent vivre de leur invention. Et moi, c'est le cas. Je vis de mon invention et surtout, je fais une invention qui est entièrement fabriquée en France et ça me tient à cœur.
That nutcracker, one of many French inventions. Now, I didn't have time to mention them all. There's Braille, the metric system, cinema, and of course the Minitel, which was the precursor to internet. I'll have to do a part 2 of this French invention series.
You definitely have to. Thank you very much for that, Flo. And that's all we have time for this edition of French Connections. Be sure to check out previous episodes on our website, france24.com.
This week on The Upside Down Show, Firma Eduname hosts the CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, Eduji Tamaklo, in a revealing one-on-one. He reflects on his humble beginnings, shares his views on governance, and breaks down the mandate of the NPA beyond the headlines.
We want to get to know you because there's not much information on you. You're growing up and stuff like that out there. Is it deliberate?
So my dad was a driver. Yes. For a long time, he was a driver. My mom, a trader. And so through the two, I mean, like we always say, they gave birth to me.
Yeah.
Which the things that I went through in Legon, and I'll tell you this. So once we're in Legon, one of the things that we used to do a lot was vacation work.
Any work.
But ours was not international, local.
So you are still doing any working locally?
So,
who do you think can step in the shoes of President Mahama to say that, yes, I can boldly take the mantle and lead the NDC to the 2028 elections?
So our party is a party of possibilities.
Right.
And all the individuals you've named.
It could be anybody.
Beautifully, any one of them can beat Dr. Bawumia.
Catch the Upside Down Show on Channel One TV this Sunday at 7 p.m. prompt.
Ladies and gentlemen, want to say 1,000 apology to Frank Oliver, but 1,000 apology. Because Charlie, transpositional error. This is called Afibi sign, but Ghana, hey, the way Ghanaians have finished the man on social media, because they thought the report was true. Hey, so the report was that a nationwide payroll audit was conducted by the Auditor General, and this report linked Mr. Kodo to more than 400 million Ghana cedi, some 400 million Ghana cedi in unearned salary. The claim, widely circulated after publication, suggested that he had received an average of more than 40 million Ghana cedis monthly. I'm sure even his family members who asked him for some money and they didn't get it, when they heard the story, they started cursing him. 40 million a month. The way Ghanaians have insulted the man, only for the audit service to release a statement to say that, correction of record, the attribution was transpositional error, so they are sorry. Can you imagine that? No, my prayer for you is that this is sign be say the assembly too, so something you've not done, the people will insult you. This kind of performance, may the Lord deliver all of us. Because it's a big misfortune. And I don't know, his lawyer said they will take it up because he suffered reputational something, which is true, but yeah. But, I want to say this same prayer for everybody, that the Lord will, protect us from all this kind of misfortunes, especially one friend of mine who is a government appointee. In her case, her own is self-inflicted destruction. Why do I say this? In the case of Mr. Kodo, he was sitting somewhere, sipping his sobolo, and someone somewhere brought misfortune upon him. In the case of someone, it's in some zone. I don't know. That zone is a very serious for mind work, but she's just freeing her mouth. She's destroying herself. I think they say her name is Mary.
Pentecost head and the chairman. Yes.
The better. Then next time, form to that level.
Put in a warning.
They can't tell.
Okay, so
yes.
From Free Zones Authority.
From me, Dr. Maria, we say they can't tell.
Warning.
Yes.
Said
Actually, Mary dear, says also, Mary usually evokes high sense, but someone says when Apostle Paul wrote to the Galatians, sometimes he said, oh, foolish guy. yes. People are saying that maybe there's a visualization of what Paul was referring to the other time. I'll get to that. I'll get to it. No. But finally, you all have seen what Paul... I can say, I'll get to that. But this week on Kasano, it's all booze. Methodist Church, Frank Podo, Pentecost Church. Just say, baby, the streets are hot.
Mostly, be our baby. Just so do now you're unrobber.
And you mean I make a Bible?
Bible, Papa, you can't unrob enough from war, bishop or so, suffocate to us. I saw him paying for.
And to be honest, I would be deeply embarrassed if she were my mom. But yeah, we will get to it as well. We have a new coach. We welcomed him with pomp and pageantry. I hear Ghanaians have given you a name of Sabrema, Kwesi, Karos, something. Only if you knew the way we welcome him. No, if you come on me, Ghana for the Bema Wakoba, Fefe, Obake, No. The way AI is doing the thing these days, come and see. My Azugu mate was flexing with AI. Hey, Samuel John.
Who are you?
Good morning, Honorable Minister. I am Aku, your digital assistant for today, and perhaps a small glimpse into Ghana's future.
That's interesting, Aku. I didn't know I had a digital assistant. I only had a deputy minister.
No, they should have played at the program Jata Brewer, baby. We have a show, people. We have.
It's time to upgrade your viewing experience with Franco Smart Television. Enjoy full HD and 4K Ultra display for clearer pictures, brighter colors, and smarter features. From our 32-inch screen, perfect for your bedroom, to 55, 65, and massive 100 inches for your living room or office. We've got the perfect size and quality. For retailing and bulk purchasing, call the numbers on the screen or visit our website at www.francotrading.com. You can download the Franco Trading app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Franco Television, we've got the perfect size for every room. Franco, home of quality television.
Turn up your sound experience with the We Hear speakers by Lovi. From the sleek We Hear 1 to the powerful We Hear 2, and now the premium We Hear Pro. Fully endorsed by Kylian Mbappe, this is not just a speaker, it's a flexible, high-performance outdoor Bluetooth speaker built to bring your music to life anywhere. With up to 100 watts of music power, you get bold, immersive sound wherever you go. All available in stylish standout colors. Now the good news, from April 20th to May 20th, grab yours at a special discounted price. The We Hear 1 now at $400 CDs, the We Hear 2 at $900 CDs. cedis and the premium We Hear Pro now as 3,800 Ghana cedis. Don't miss out. Call 020-195-7739 or pick up at the Atlantic Towers. You can also grab yours at Orange FM Kumasi, Plus FM or 3 Music TV in Accra. Number 12 of Fuller Street at Belenpe. Don't miss out on this special discounted offer. It's the We Hear promo powered by Novi. We Hear, feel the power, hear the difference.
Welcome to the show. This is Backpage on Channel 1 Television. My name is Caleb Kuda. So let me issue a disclaimer. Me, I be opente, everything about me be opente. I be so I for just make keep that in mind, because if the violence gets to some level, just know that that be the whole origin. This week, I saw a disturbing video of an open forum in the Methodist Church, where a woman said that if the Bible, her bishop quoted, describe persons who default in paying their tithes as robbers, then basically he, the priest, his junior priest, senior priest, incoming priest, won't know where you for.
Still, be a bit deep, and just hold you now, you're a robber.
And you mean to make a Bible?
Bible, Papa, you can't rob enough from war, bishop or so, suffocate to us. I saw him paying for. See what the force of Moya Kron for. Serious.
Okay.
Moya Kron for. Papa Wakasano can be bishop or say, Uba Minu, Unchia tight, Ubi, Mumma Oto. From one cafe, say, Ubi, you are young for tight, and Kotia, one kind of woman.
If you don't understand, she's essentially saying that. I mean, basically, I was doing some program reading around the system they run, and so there's a welfare scheme, so that contribution is used to help members during life's milestone. Maybe PK has a new baby, people, funeral, kind of thing, And the welfare, people will not pay, but they feel entitled to it. So you're not committed, but you feel entitled. So that was stopped, right? And the church then uses the titan as a yardstick to determine who members in good standing are there about. Because some of my guys in the studio, they won't go to church. If they get case, then they will show up in the case that, So kind of that's the kind of understanding I got. If I'm wrong, let me know. So basically that kind of thing. Okay, so the long and short of the whole thing is that the presiding bishop of the Methodist Church, he has intervened. That's the long and short. Watch this.
This past week, there have been 2 issues of the Methodist Church on social media. One of them, of course, is the issue on tithes, to which I responded briefly. The other was the Koforidua Diocese renovating a ward in the Central Hospital. That did not get any traction. And anybody who is smart and asking the Methodist Church how we use tithe should have put the 2 stories together. But when people make their minds about you, they talk without evidence. I received a notice from somebody to say, when I responded, I didn't address the tithe issue. And I've told him, I don't owe you an explanation. I owe the Methodist people an explanation, not you.
All right, so like I said, because of the intervention of the presiding bishop, I will leave things there. But just to say that those of you who are excited about this and are saying, the woman spoke up, she spoke her mind, she spoke the people of the mind of the people. Look, if you take this attitude to your workplace, they will sack it. Let me explain. You can have an issue, genuine one. But if you don't go about it, wisdom will preserve your life. That's what they say. And my dad always tells me the story of John the Baptist. and Nathan. You see, because they were all prophets and they all received the word from God. But the reason why Nathan lived after delivering his message to David, same message he received from God, and another prophet, they do pretty prophet, they go tell the king something and they, it's not that God did not talk to them. It's because they didn't use wisdom. As a government. You understand? So you may have a case, but the way you go about it, procedural matters will spoil the substantial matter. Do you understand? How you package and present your truth, your reality, is more important than even the truth itself. It's not cowardice. You're not being a coward. You're not fanfooling. It's wisdom. So in all that getting, get what? It's very. I'm saying this because some of you saw the woman and you like the vim. You want to go to work and go and talk to your boss like the woman spoke to a priest. He is a priest. If you go and talk to your boss like that, you will get sacked later. Yeah, I can guarantee you. You understand? Sometimes we may get carried away, but let's that's all I can say for now. Now let me get to this issue. People, who take delight in questioning the impact of the church. A lot of the times when you go on social media, every day people are like, oh, the church is not doing anything, the church is taking people money and they're living like it's almost every time, right? It's a thing that happens and it's fine. You can understand, those who understand. And of course, there are a few bad examples that are becoming even many sometimes and it's worrying truthfully. But people over-amplify and over-generalize the bad examples. But there's a practice in the Church of Pentecost, Opente. I tell you, Opente. Every year, chairman addresses the general council, area heads, meetings, pastors. Good. And then they account to the church what the church has done and all that. The tithes, the money, everything. Allow me to tell you some, because for some reason, we, the media, we focus on a few things that we don't, if it's good, we don't care. If it's, so the church has spent 19.8 million Ghana cedis on the healthcare delivery. If you go to East Legon, there is a massive hospital that is coming up. You will see it. If you go to Bogatanga, that most of you are from, that you don't even want to go back to your own hometown, there is an AI-powered hospital the church has built there. Beautiful, better than most of the public hospitals in Accra, but that's fine. There is investment in education. In just 1 year, more than 26.5 million Ghana cedis. Some people are in free zones, they just read them off. Boreholes, agribusiness, vocational skills training, prisons, debris. And if we take the impact of the church collective in Ghana away from the economy, the country will be worse off. Now, in saying all of these things, then the chairman talked about challenges. Okay, rural, urban, people living in long places. But then he's mentioned something about water baptism. Watch, just watch some.
Environmental degradation and Galamsey menace. The extensive pollution of water bodies due to illegal mining has hampered traditional water baptism in some mining communities, necessitating a shift to synthetic rubber pools in several districts to carry out the ordinance. Retention of souls. While we give glory to God for the multiple of souls won, a critical challenge, unfavorable rainfall patterns, and the deterioration of cocoa farms have disestablished the livelihood of members who depend on agriculture and farming.
That was all that Chairman Nyameche spoke about. That was all. He spoke about Galamsey, that it has polluted our water bodies. So because of that, water baptism in polluted rivers is not encouraged. But there is a shift from baptism to baptism in synthetic pools. So what do I say? When I was listening, I even thought that, okay, then in addition to that, there should be a call to the government that, let's intensify the fight against Galamsey and all. That was not even said, but a certain appointee of President Mahama decided that she's the wisest woman President Mahama has ever appointed. So she took it upon herself. She told Chairman her mind, Manu who say, bet Chena fear,
Oye nyame nipa. Oh no ye you.
Pentecost head and the chairman.
Chairman. Yes. Sir. The best chairman. Then next time.
Okay.
Ma from to that level.
What's in the warning?
The country.
Okay, so
yes.
From free zones authorities.
From me, Dr. Maria, we say the country.
Warning.
Yes.
Said
then next time we won't descend it to that level.
More fire.
So descending back from the whole politician now. We will deal with him as a politician.
And something like I see you.
Yeah, they need the man. They need the man this time. Say what yeah, nyamini.
Say angwa one also.
What you say? Enya angwa asem. Angwa one so sa anko me kando kan. Ye mpesa me kire ni say ye de need the man. Say what yeah Pentecost for chairman.
Okay.
Sa kasa na wo kasa ye no. A highly political statement.
Who's that?
Yes.
How?
Nanado etiase no ati akonya so no na ukọ enkura mining communities na na ensuo net se mpampa utumi de won sasa ne gu nsem na Ghana ha na oni Ghana
oh no Ghana
na Ghana ha na oni Ghana
no Ghana
ohun ya na
ohun ye
energy mu ba ye measures are put in place ensuo no afei etimi rane
stability level down
etimi flow
more fire.
Eti won't mean na one can chance a difference. A beer war in Swonimu. In Swonaniate, in flow, say, another time, then Swono in flow. It is a way a suffer. Now, say, as somewhere that way, yen no cray. What's the way was often tadia to home? After political dress, as a political lens, a casa. Next time, you'll be treated as a politician.
Okay. No, just in case you missed what triggered this woman's warning, that next time, she would deal with chairman. Just in case you missed it, this is all the man said. Just pay attention, I beg. Today is my day. Pay attention.
They have a way of making it look nice. For example, the current government, which in many ways is doing well, has legalized Galamsey. Gold board is legalization of Galamsey.
Okay. I thought the president himself, President Mahama himself, I thought I heard him say that he even knows that his own party people are involved in the Galamsey. I thought I heard the president say that. Don't you remember?
Illegal mining has eaten into the fabric of our society. And I must say that it is not only a menace to our society, but it has involved a circle of traditional rulers, political party appointees and everything. And so even when one party changes, those who were running some operation who went to one party will go to the next party and say, oh, now that you have come and take over this operation and let's share, and we too will be getting small. This is what we're doing. And so I don't kid myself that we don't have our own people involved.
Wait, did you tell Professor Sylvia there if he accused, he listed the people who are doing the Galamsey in the country and he even accused the government? He said that, oh, this gold board in there, it's like you have legalized illegal mining. Was he not said?
They have a way of making it look nice. For example, the current government, which in many ways is doing well, has legalized Galamsey. Gold board is legalization of Galamsey.
So the president's admission that his party people are doing the Galamsey without even telling us how they're going about it and all of that. It's an admission that this fight against Galamsey, we are failing, right? We are failing. And even if anyone said that it is failing, the government is failing, we are failing, it is truth. Now, are you saying that, President Mahama, you allow your appointees to threaten, to warn, to insult leaders of institutions, the last bastion that holds us together? Is that what we are getting at right now? You see, the free zone, free zone, is that not a free zone board? I thought it was a serious office for serious thinkers who work to transform this country. That is what I thought initially. So I am wondering what from some of these things.
Oh no, yeah, you Pentecost head and the chairman. Yes.
The better. Then next time,
okay.
From to that level.
In the warning.
The catcher.
Okay, so
yes.
From Free Zones Authority.
From me, Dr. Maria, we say
the catcher warning.
Yes.
Said
Charlie, I say even the president himself who appointed this one, he won't talk about the chairman like that. He doesn't talk like that. So I don't understand where some of these elements come from. Brother, I have seen people attack the church. Some people, that is their career. Every day they attack. We understand. But you know, people know where to take their nonsense. Every nonsense know where nonsense ends. You understand? But me dream one, bring my dream Matthias, bring my dream Matthias, because even during the RPP time, we all heard Gemma speak about the Galamsey. Many people also speak about the Galamsey. Today, some of them say, oh, it's okay. Some of them too say it's fine. Some of them do like it. But the Gemma, he talk about the Galamsey.
This is a human problem. So human beings can solve it. Where there is a will, human beings can solve it. Some people are not willing. Those people, they have to be sought for, sit them down, and cause them. Those who are not willing should be caused to be willing. That is what I'm talking about, leadership. But human beings, there is nothing that we can destroy, and there is nothing that we can build. Now that we have destroyed this, if there is the will for us to build, when we sit down, we'll build. It seems a complex issue, but we also need complex approach to be able to deal with this. So the approach should be multifaceted. When we sit down and Ghanaians put their mind to this, it can be solved.
And you see, when power changed hands, the clergy was accused of being loud under Mahama 1.0. Then suddenly under Akpefuadu, they were not saying anything. You remember what the chairman said? You remember?
Yeah, Nika. It sounds almost Casao. Onena buying so no. Any yeah. And yes, our leaders nana do benson na yawo. Mimi say na mini ho. But the AN say yes son, yes strategy. So begin now sorry them another call radio no cassette here opening near fees and the right thing. Inti again say bibinia ye call munchain. Inti sana ye ni omo nanti and a son anyway no subananti. Ye feel say open so be sam. Unyina will pop it and now radios now on can't be behind Omampeni. Omampeni has to be respected. Inti again say beti on nasu. 11 adi na ne o mu den. Yeah. You can't cry na my percentage, you know, omo triba form ga.
So this one, you understand? People, no, Magahoma, you don't do that. This thing that Free Zone woman did, don't encourage it. It will destroy the moral fiber of the, just like the woman in the Methodist. See, Brother Muhammad, I'm not sure if you are proud of this one. You understand? And I am wow. Me fear there no my dream me see hey anipa na say be wa sheda say wumbu ade because me King Julius Debra ni code of ethics mam almost appointees you have to talk to Ghanaians with respect because this arrogance of power this lokoyoni mukabo funebi mami this respect for the Ghana people you people say it was an error that is an end to that. You will treat Ghanaian people with a dignity and respect. So this thing that we saw, is that part of the package? Is that it? Yeah, it is part of the 24 economy. It's part of the 133 jobs you are creating. Free Zone, who's sorry, who to the office, who got TV, who now kasa. Kasaba at what freeze you are doing now, Fawano now, Kasa now, a governor. Oh, don't worry. You know, yeah, knows that knowing that Chama is that you will be respond, dignifies what is, but we know when we enter under the cocoa farm, you will run away. You will go, oh, Jack Pataiba, everybody go, what's up, coming? I'm mabu. A goman, a bobo, a form of Vietnam. That he has paid me, Tony, see me, Frizo. Maybe free magic farmer who said no, I will switch from free zone because Mikasa me bed now free zone who I'm freezy. We have a new coach. And the communication minister Sam George, he has a new assistant. But the OSP, he has an old appointment.
In Christ alone, my hope is found. My God.
Hello, I am Reverend Fred McDavis, and I'd like to personally invite you and your family to the Family Consecration Service this year, 2026. In a time when families are facing a lot of pressure and distractions, it becomes important for us to pause, come together, and realign ourselves with God. This service is a time to pray, to dedicate our homes, our children, and our future into God's hands. It is a time of healing, restoration, and for fresh direction. Join us on Friday, 1st May at 6 a.m. at the Oil Dome Royal House Chapel. Come with your loved ones. Come expectant. God is ready to meet your family. I look forward to seeing you there.
Of God in helpless faith, the gift of love and righteousness. Scorned by the world.
Hello, welcome to Footprint. I'm Samuel Atamensa. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking to the real general. We'll be right back.
Ambassador Major General Francis Eduamanfo, retired, is a distinguished Ghanaian military officer, diplomat, and security strategist with over 37 years in the Ghana Armed Forces. He served as Chief of Defense Intelligence and was the first director of Army Peacekeeping Operations. He later represented Ghana as ambassador to Liberia and Mali, strengthening regional, diplomatic, and security cooperation in West Africa. He tells the rest of his remarkable story on Footprints now.
Welcome back. It's Footprint, and I have with me Ambassador Major General Edu Amanfo. When I meet senior military officers, I quick first and then I slow down because I try to figure out how I should address them. So first of all, you are a military man, true military man.
Yes.
And then secondly, you're a diplomat.
Yes.
And so Ambassador Major General Edu Amanfo.
The first name is Francis.
Francis, yes, Francis Edu Amanfo.
The surname is Edu Amanfo.
Edu Amanfo. You know, normally if you hear Edu Amanfo, the first reference would be Ekuapim.
But this is Ashanti.
This is Ashanti. Okay, you grew up in the Bibiani area.
Yes.
You were born there?
I was born in Bibiani. Born and bred there.
Wow.
Educated there. I had my first cycle education.
You mean you did up to San 7?
Yes. In those days, it was uncommon to go to secondary school.
Oh yes, of course.
But in the middle of...
But middle school was secondary school for us at the time.
Yes. At that time, middle school was university.
Yes.
You know,
Serious.
First degree.
Yes.
At that time, middle school was first degree.
You knew practically everything.
Yes.
And you did this in Bibiani.
I did that in Bibiani.
But there were no tarred roads there at the time.
No. But Bibiani was a bustling
mining timber,
community.
Right? Mining and timber.
Yeah, mining, timber, an agrarian community.
Yeah. Wow.
You know.
So you were born in the 40s?
I was born in 1945.
1945?
Yes.
Ghana hadn't been born yet?
No.
So growing up in Bibiani, what were you thinking life would offer you?
But did I know much? At that time I was tender, very little.
So now so did the movie? Just say Wow.
But you see, I was born into a mixed Christian home.
Lovely.
And when I say mixed Christian home, it meant that my daddy was a Catholic and my mom was a Methodist.
Oh, wow.
But at age 6, my daddy baptized me in his faith, the Catholic faith.
Catholic, right.
So, 1951, he enrolled me in the Bibiani Catholic Boys School. Very disciplined school at that time.
Whoa.
And that's why I had the full 10-year course, the middle school living certificate.
Hall.
Fortunately, I passed out on tops.
With distinction. And at that time, distinction was distinction indeed.
Yes.
So you wrote Hall, MSLC.
Yeah, MSLCE. MSLCE.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it was beautiful because you're talking about the days when you get a distinction from MSLCE, the whole village, the whole town has to know.
Yeah. And my time, we were 2 in the class who had distinction.
Wow.
So we were seriously celebrated, you know.
Of course, rightly so. In the 40s, of course, in the 50s then, in the 50s. So transition to secondary school, what options were you presented with? Somebody who had been through Catholic education.
I had to do the full 10-year elementary course.
Okay.
So when I finished, then I had to do what at that time they called late entrance, late common entrance.
Yes, I remember that.
And I had admission to Tinubu Akodia Secondary School.
Oh, I see.
Where I did 2 years. And after 2 years, my father fought and transferred me to Prempeh College.
In Kumasi?
In Kumasi.
Wow.
And that is where I obtained my GCE O level, again with distinction. And then 2 years, the next 2 years, sixth form.
Still in Prempeh College?
Still in Prempeh College.
Were you a science student, art student?
I was science, mathematics.
Who?
So everybody thought I would end up in the university, either I go to do engineering at Tech, or I'll go to medical school. And then I had a sudden change of mind after sixth form.
Right. Tell me, which year did you complete sixth form in Prempeh College?
1968.
68?
68.
All right.
I'm sure you were not born.
No, I was born. Gladly. My team here, unfortunately, didn't know about life at the time. Okay. But I was born, although I was young. 1968?
Yes.
Prempeh College at the time. Around the whole school, we had forests, greens.
Yeah.
Around the whole Prempeh area. All the way, the road that led from Prempeh College all the way to Santasi.
Yeah.
You know, the roundabout.
There were 2. There's this fork, the one that was going to Santasi. And the other one that was going to Sunyani.
Sunyani, yes. Okay.
And we had moved from Bibiani to live in Kwadaso.
Oh, which is
so
also
I was
close.
just close by.
Yes.
And
yes.
I remember I used the footpath from school and walked home.
But there's grass all over the place.
But
there were some
know,
streams around.
I had lived in Bibiani, so I didn't
So this
fear
was a
any.
small one. Oh, lovely. So what would inform your decision to seeing that you were a brilliant student and, you know, choosing not to do tertiary immediately and branching into the services?
Two reasons. You know, as I was growing, my father was also multiplying, so I was getting more and more siblings.
Oh, okay. In that, you mean lateral multiplication?
And his responsibilities were becoming bigger and more difficult. So when I finished this form, and I realized that if I joined the services, I'll be earning allowances even at training. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to ease his burden, financial burden. I changed my mind.
Wow.
And I decided to join the military.
Were you in the cadet at some point before joining?
I was in Prempeh College, but surprisingly, I also didn't join the cadet corps. And then all of a sudden, I finished sixth form. I decided to
join the military.
Join the military. Up till now, some of my mates see me and they ask me, but you at all, what fell upon you for you to decide to go to the military? Because we all thought that you would be an engineer or a medical officer.
Yeah. But 37 years after, they look back and they see it was worth it.
They themselves, they see me and they see that I took the right decision.
Yes.
They see how I made it in the military to the top.
Yeah.
Even becoming an ambassador, 2 times.
That's correct.
They see that I took the right decision.
At the time of taking the decision, you would admit that it was more, if you like, an economic decision.
Yeah, it was.
For a young boy who thought, look, let me help my dad. But you didn't see career prospects necessarily at the time.
Well, there were educational, talks whilst we were in school.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Giving us tidbits about what the military looked like and what benefits, if you are a young man, you could get.
Right.
And they even went to the extent that if you entered with A levels, they would sponsor you to go to the university.
All right. So
all these put together informed my decision. That then let me cut it short here and join the service.
So which year did you join the military? Which year did you go into for training?
January 1969, we were enlisted. We were a batch of 25.
Officer corps.
Cadet officers, they called us at that time.
Cadet officers.
Yes, officer cadets.
Officer cadets, meaning that you were being
going to train to become a gentleman officer.
Oh, okay. Tell me, what's the difference between the officer corps and then these people, they call them sergeant major and all these people? Because when we're young, they fear the sergeant major. Who are they?
The sergeant major is the link between the officers and the rest. We call them other ranks. The Americans call them enlisted persons.
Okay.
But in the British jargon, it is other ranks.
Okay.
So the sergeant major is the link between the officer and the other ranks.
Okay. Is it the highest rank at that time, at that level? Is it the highest rank before the officer?
Yes.
Okay.
Among the other ranks, the sergeant major is the highest ranking.
Oh, wow. Is it the same as warrant officer?
Yeah, the sergeant major is the same as warrant officer.
Oh, okay.
But we have the warrant officer class 1, and then the warrant officer class 2, and then you get promoted to warrant officer class 1.
Okay, okay.
The sergeant major is basically one of the warrant officers
okay.
who supersedes all the other warrant officers. So he becomes the regimental sergeant major, and usually he's
RSM,
called the RSM.
Oh,
Regimental Sergeant Major.
I schooled in Soldier Line. In
okay, so at least you know a little about.
But everybody feared the Sergeant Major, and I've never
especially
asked.
the ones who grew thick mustache. You know, they were the most fearsome.
Because then we had Boys Company at the time.
Boys Company was also training the other ranks for leadership.
Oh, wow. Wow.
You know, so it was a special corps. The system was training for them to assume leadership, like warrant officers, sergeant majors, and the rest.
But I'm told they cancelled that program for Boys Company.
It was cancelled. It was cancelled, I think, during the revolutionary days.
Oh, that's where they replaced it with the people. Okay, that's for another conversation. Wow, so you entered 1969. Do you remember the names of some of the people you entered with that are still around?
You mean my mates?
Your mates, yes.
Oh, yes, I do. I have Major General Bading. He once became Commissioner Seps.
Yes, General Bading.
Major
yes.
General Bading.
The Fanti man.
Fanti. He comes from Commander.
Yeah, yeah.
I have Brigadier General Ayibonte. I have Colonel Mike Amuzu. Brigadier General Sepe. Colonel Steve Odro-Kwatin. And a couple of others.
None of your mates got himself involved in a coup d'etat?
No. We had some boisterous ones. But I think we had two of them. We had Opokulate, we had Okakwe.
Oh, Okakwe, who then became Captain Okakwe.
Captain Okakwe.
Who left Ghana and came back to join MPP.
To join MPP, I don't know whether he joined any party.
He stood for MP
at
Accra.
Ododio.
Yes. Captain Okakwe, very tough guy.
He's one of our mates.
Wow, strong guy. So, how do you are you in touch with some of them still?
We have an intake association.
Oh, lovely.
And so those of us, we are still living, we interact.
Definitely.
And we have a platform to chit-chat almost every day.
That must be interesting. Reliving the past.
Yeah. And when we meet, it's fun. A lot of fun when we meet. We socialize. It's a lot of fun.
So tell me, it's life in the academy at the time. Coming from Ashanti region and meeting all these people from different parts of the country. How did you survive?
I think it's part of the training. And that is why the recruitment is done in such a way that they take somebody from all the regions. Those days, I think we had 10 regions. Now we have 16. But the academy recruitment system was such that they will go to every region and pick people from there. And then when they bring all of you together, that is where team building starts.
Right.
And teamwork starts. You have come from the nooks and crooks of the country. You didn't know each other. Not all of you had come from the same school. But you have been put together in a camp. They called it the Cadet Lines. And you have given 2 years hectic academic military training. By the time you finish, you are brothers and nothing else.
Good. So it was 2
So I
years?
think that concept was good. And that concept is still what is applying.
Yeah. So you're there for 2 years, the training?
2 years.
Is this still the case?
Yeah, it's still 2 years. It's still 2 years, but now we have two systems. We have the regular officer cadet training, which is 2 years, And then we have the specialist training, which is 6 months.
6 months. Okay.
For doctors, for lawyers, and those who are coming from the other ranks and wanting to be officers, they do 6 months because they have had already basic training.
Wow, people. So I am having a conversation with Ambassador Major General Edouard Manfo. It's a military life, but there's more to it than just military. There's something you didn't know about his life in Liberia, in Mali, and all the other things that he did. We'll take a short break. When we come back, he will talk about his exit from the military training program and how he started his life as a young military officer. This is Footprint. We'll be right back.
You're probably wondering how Ebo got here. Oh, Ebo. You see, Ebo is not a bad guy. He's got plans. Big plans. But there's just one small problem. His wallet didn't get the memo, so he decides to take a shortcut. That was a bad idea. And that's how he found himself sitting across area champion, the great Abu Kayoyo. Let's just say, not every quick fix fixes everything. But with a Stanbic loan, he gets the upgrade he needs and the freedom to actually breathe. With a Stanbic loan, the only thing chasing you are your dreams. You want a healthy smile.
Good morning, Raquel. Fresh brew coffee for you. Thank you, Dr. Meyer. You're welcome. Coffee, tea, red wine, those things cause so much stain on our teeth. But I like to tell my patients that cosmetic whitening is a great, safe, effective way to brighten your teeth, like 4 to 6 shades lighter. So it's important to come in to get an assessment on your teeth to make sure you're a good candidate for whitening, because you want to make sure you have a good foundation.
Yes, I definitely agree. Like you said, and it could be done right here at Bethel Dental.
Also like to make sure patients realize you need to get your whitening done by a licensed dentist or a dental hygienist. So that way you can make sure you're getting the correct product, it's safe, you don't get any burning on your gums, you don't get any sensitivity with your teeth. So those things are super important when you're looking for a place to whiten.
Yes, so why wait? Schedule your appointment today.
Healthy smile.
Welcome back. This is Footprint. We have Major General Edouard Manfo, Francis Edouard Manfo. You noticed how I took my time to pronounce the Major General because it's not cheap. In my other world as a media person, I've always said that everything in Ghana has been corrupted except the ranks of military people. That's why you wouldn't dare. So they really earn it. So Ambassador Major General Edouard Manfo. Ambassador, so which year did you leave the academy?
I left the academy December 1970, commissioned as a second lieutenant into the Corps of Military Engineers, and specifically into the Field Engineer Regiment.
What does that mean again?
Field Engineer Regiment, because my background at school was science, and I was projected to be an engineer. And so after the military training, they felt that the engineering regiment would be the best place for me.
You loved it?
I loved it.
Who was is it CO?
Yeah, CO, commanding officer, CO.
At the time you entered?
At the time we entered, we had Colonel Mallet, Lieutenant Colonel Mallet, who was the commanding officer. And I remember this incident very well. When the first day we reported to the unit, we were told we were going to have the CO's interview. That's the commanding officer's interview, welcoming interview. And there were 4 of us who were commissioned to the regiment at the same time. And one was Second Lieutenant S.O. Oko. The other one was Second Lieutenant Bading, I mentioned him earlier, myself, and then Second Lieutenant Dote, 4 of us. Bading had come from Adisadel College. Oko was already teaching when he joined. Dote was coming from GSTS, Takoradi, and I was coming from the famous school, Prempeh College.
Yes.
4 of us were sent to the regiment. This day came where we were marched to the CEO's office for the interview. Sharply dressed, young officers, bouncing. And the CEO pretended to be busy writing. He would not look at us at all. The RSM and the unit adjutant, let's say the secretary, were behind us. We were all waiting. When the CEO lifted up his head, he introduced himself. Yes, I am Lieutenant Colonel Mallet. I am your commanding officer. Who are you? Then we introduced self-introduction. When we finished with the introductions, all he said to us was that, gentlemen, you have come. I have my own problems. I don't want you to come and add to my problems. RSM marched them off. And that was the end of the interview. So when we were leaving, I said to myself, hey, we have come. You know, so that was the beginning. I served for 37 good years in the
37 years.
37
in the military.
Almost 4 decades.
Then you saw a lot.
Oh yeah, I saw everything that needed to be seen. You know. Oh yeah, in the military, I saw everything that needed to be seen. I held diverse command and administrative positions.
So let's take it one step at a time. So 1970, you came out of the academy,
and then I joined.
And then you joined Field Engineers Regiment. You say you call it Regiment.
Field Engineer Regiment. It is now called 48 Engineers.
48 Engineers. Okay. So rising through the ranks, what were some of the challenges that you encountered at the time, up to say Major before Colonel?
Up to Major, I was not in serious leadership positions. So the challenges were not too many.
Yeah.
We were just going by the routines of work, and that was it. But beyond Major, then things started creeping at us, and things started changing.
All right. No. So you recall 1979?
I recall 1979 very well.
What's your own recollection?
1979 was when the captains and below said they had also taken over. And at that time, I was a captain.
Oh, okay.
That was Rawlings' first coup d'etat. I was a captain. And
did you know him before?
I knew him.
You knew about him?
In the military academy, because they were one intake ahead of us.
Oh, okay.
But he was in the Air Force. So after 6 months, he had gone to Takoradi to train as a pilot. And we had come in as junior cadets, but his mates.
But you knew him, right? This is a guy with his friend Lee.
Yeah, I knew him.
And that group?
I knew them. Because they were one intake ahead of us. Intake 11, and we were intake 12.
And you heard that he had done a coup d'etat.
We were all in the system when one night we woke up and they say some soldiers were making a coup d'etat and they deployed some of us to go and counter. I remained in barracks, but some of my mates had to go out there to go and counter the coup, but eventually it succeeded.
We are talking about the June 4th one?
Yeah, the June 4th.
So when you say counter the coup, what does that mean?
It means you go out there and fight whoever is saying is organizing the coup.
So they went there to fight?
Yes, there was a fight.
Really?
There was a fight, but
where?
At some point in time, then people were asked to disengage.
Yeah, but where was the fight? We are civilians.
The thing started from Burma camp.
All right.
And so those who were to counter were supposed to go to Burma camp and quell the coup d'etat.
Were some people were killed in the process?
In the process, I think a couple of people.
So what it's like we are watching a war movie. So you see exchange of gunfire.
Yes.
Really? In Ghana here?
Yeah, in Ghana here. In Burma Camp. It happened in Burma Camp, Arakan Barracks, and Air Force Station.
Really? Then they have to
But
show
it
the
was
movie.
not sustained. It was not sustained. At some point in time, I think the orders came that people should stand down.
All right.
Because they had already taken over the
From
broadcasting
GBC.
house.
Yes.
And send the news out there to the general public that this is what has happened. So people had to put down their guns and.
But at that time, as an engineer, you couldn't be bothered. I mean, not
yeah, we
couldn't be
stayed.
bothered,
We
like-
stayed in barracks waiting for further instructions.
So that was.
Then later on, the orders came that all senior officers above the rank of major should stay at home and not go to their units.
Whoa.
And captains and below must take over command of their units.
This is 79.
79. And I remember very well that, as I said, I was a captain in engineer regiment. And I was asked to take over the regiment as acting commanding officer.
And you knew nothing about this coup d'etat, and you are being dragged into it like that. But at that time, who were the people leading the coup d'etat, apart from Rawlings, that you can recall?
But the coup was organized by Rawlings, a couple of officers, Boachijan, Okakwe.
The same Okakwe, your man.
Yeah.
He was part of it?
Okakwe and Opokulate and some warrant officers, Obing and some corporals. So it was, I would say, low-ranking kind of coup d'etat.
Wow. Well, I mean, of course, what do you expect? I mean, a general will not go and organize a coup. So again, you saw that. Let me quickly move to 31st December. How did that come to you? Were you in Ghana?
31st December, fortunately or unfortunately, I was in Ghana. I was then in the US, pursuing my advanced military engineer officers course.
Okay.
So that one was my back case.
So you were there when you heard the news?
I remember very well, One morning, early in the morning, at the school, they said the commandant wanted to see me, the commandant of the school. I had heard the rumor that something had happened back home. So when they said the commandant wanted me for his interview, I concluded that, the time is now. They were going to ask me to leave the school and go back home. But next morning, I appeared before the commandant's interview. And the commandant told me that he had received instructions from our embassy, the ambassador to the US in Washington.
Remember the person? You don't recall the name? That's fine.
I don't remember who was the ambassador at that time. But the commandant himself was Major General Noah. He had received these instructions from the embassy, asking that, despite what has happened back home, I should remain and continue and complete the course before coming back home. That was a few weeks later, after the coup d'etat. And at that time, December 2, I was due for promotion from captain to major.
Yeah.
And I felt that, then this promotion will also not come. And he added that the instruction also said that I had been promoted from captain to major. So he changed my shoulder badges from the captains, the 3 stars, the 3 pips, to the crown, which we were wearing at that time for
that's the one. The one.
Yeah. And I continued, finished the course, and then the end of 81, I came back, and I was posted back to the regiment, Engineer Regiment, to continue my duties.
So you just work quietly in the system. Wow. Who at the time, who became the Chief of Defense Staff?
General Kwenu assumed command, but he was not calling himself CDS, Chief of Defense Staff. He was calling himself General Officer Commanding, GOC. But for us, it was equivalent to CDS. So at that time, he was the CDS.
Was that before Nunu Mensah?
I think he was briefly.
Okay.
His was brief. His
In
was
between,
brief because by the
thereabouts.
time I came back, he was not the CDS.
Okay.
It was General Kwenu who was the GOC.
And he was there for quite a while.
Yeah, he was there for quite a long time.
And so we will go through your career all the way till the 90s, where you had now become, is it Lieutenant Colonel?
Lieutenant Colonel.
Lieutenant Colonel. So at which point did you leave the military itself?
I left the military. You know, I was commissioned to go to Liberia in 2006.
Yes, 2006.
When I was going, I was still in active
Oh, you are still
duty.
Oh, okay. So
I was a major general then. I was
Yeah.
still in active duty.
Yeah.
It was a year later that I was formally retired from the service.
Right. So you went to Liberia as a military man.
Yeah, as an active duty major general.
2006.
That was 2006.
Wow. And you didn't wear uniform at the time when you went there.
Diplomacy, you wear suit. You know. Every time you are in suit because they won't allow you. If you are wearing the uniform, then I was going on official duty, which required me to wear the military uniform.
Okay. So this is Major General Edouard Manfo, Ambassador Major General Edouard Manfo.
But to add to that, let me tell you that I served for 37 good years.
Yes.
I reached the rank of Major General. My last 6 years in the service, I was head of military intelligence.
We're going to go into that. In fact, that's my next point. So people, this is Major General Francis Edouard Manfo. We'll be right back.
You're probably wondering how Ebo got here. Oh, Ebo. You see, Ebo is not a bad guy. He's got plans. Big plans. But there's just one small problem. His wallet didn't get the memo, so he decides to take a shortcut. That was a bad idea. And that's how he found himself sitting across area champion, the great Abu Kayoyo. Let's just say, not every quick fix fixes everything. But with a Stanbic loan, he gets the upgrade he needs and the freedom to actually breathe. With a Stanbic loan, the only thing chasing you are your dreams.
Welcome back. It's Footprint with Ambassador Major General Edouard Manfo. And we were talking about his life in the military and all the things, his experiences. And then he dropped in the element of intelligence. And for what I know, the script about military intelligence in this country, modern day Ghana, he holds the key, trust me. So for somebody who was in field engineers, how did you transition into military intelligence?
You know, all along during our training, you do part of intelligence.
All right.
But here I had become a colonel. I was chief instructor at the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College.
Okay. Which year would this be?
This was 1997.
Okay.
1997. And
sorry, the Armed Forces, the Staff College is for those who are already officers who come for training. Is that right?
we have two sessions. We have the Junior Staff College for captains to major who go to for a refresher training in staff and command duties. And then we have the Senior Staff course also.
Let me ask, is that the same place that General Frimpong also worked?
Dan Frimpong?
Yes, Dan Frimpong.
All of us. I
mean, within the time you were there, I mean.
When I was the
At
chief
the Staff
instructor.
College, yes.
No, he was not one of the lecturers.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
It was later that he went there.
Okay. Okay. Right.
So, as I was saying, I was at the Staff College this time as chief instructor. I had been there before as lecturer and had to go back to be head of the Army faculty.
Right.
And General Akafia had become the chief of defense staff.
Yeah.
And he wanted me to come to be part of his staff because I had worked with him at Army headquarters when he was the chief of Army staff. So I was transferred from Staff College to General headquarters to work under him. And then one morning he called me and said, he has been given a task by the Commander-in-Chief, which at that time was President Rawlings. And the Commander-in-Chief wants the Military Intelligence Service to be revived because they had collapsed it by the June 4th revolution, where they chased out
December.
everybody. Yeah. At 31st December, when they chased out everybody.
Remember who was running it who was the head at the time?
I think it was either Ojija.
It was Ojija.
Yeah, it was Ojija.
Yes.
And they had chased all of them out. So, after these many years without a formal established military intelligence service, he felt that the time had come for it to be revived. And General Kafia gave me the task to do so.
So you had to put it together.
And so he quickly arranged with the UK Defense Attaché's office for me to go on a 6-week course, intelligence director's course in the UK. So when I came back, then I had to start to re-establish the
Military Intelligence
Service. So I formed a small committee, and what we did was to study the UK MI5, MI6 system, to study the US Defense Intelligence Agency, and to study our own close neighbor, Nigeria's intelligence system. And we put together a hybrid, which we called the Department of Defense Intelligence. That's where we started from.
Wow.
And I became its first Director General, served from 2000 when President Kufuor took over till I was posted to Liberia, 2006.
So you set it up before Rawlings exited?
We set it up late 1999, after the elections 2000, then it was formally launched.
So you hadn't started work properly, so-called, before the exit of
I started as Director Military Intelligence, the old name.
Yes.
For 1 year, 1999.
Oh, okay. Because I'm
for 1 year, 1999.
I'm trying to, if you like, lure you into a certain space. So you were the point man for military intelligence at the time.
Yes.
At that time, did you get any feeling that, and we as media people, we used to hear things like Rawlings didn't want to hand over, and so there were some senior people trying to talk him into.
There was the rumor.
Well, which is what I'm
There was the rumor, but for some of us, we knew that he was going to comply with what the Constitution he himself has brought into space.
So you had that comfort that
I had that confidence that he would hand over.
Right.
Yeah, I had that.
Okay, coming from you, I'll believe your version.
I had that confidence that he would hand
exit
over.
Jerry Rawlings end of year 2000 and then enter President Kufuor. Did you know him before?
I knew him from a distance because when I entered Prempeh College, 1963, he had left in 61 or so as a school prefect, so I didn't meet him face to face, but I heard his name.
All right.
I heard his name.
Of course, you encountered him from afar as a deputy foreign minister at some point.
Yes. No.
And then he also worked at KCC at the time.
But I don't know that.
Didn't know. Okay, good. So tell me, coming into 2001 and then you taking over as now substantive head of the military intelligence, is that what it was? Under Kufuor?
But there's a story to that, you know.
Let's hear you, sir.
President Kufuor has taken over and he has appointed General Hamidu. I know you heard the name.
I know him very well.
General Hamidu as his national security advisor.
I know him.
And I was still the chief whip in the intelligence sector. And then rumor had gone to them that, it is Rawlings who put me there, so I'm an NDC man. I will sabotage them, so I should be changed. So one morning, I was in my office, then General Hamidu called for me. This time, I said I was the Director General Defense Intelligence. So I went. When I went, they ushered me into his office. As soon as he saw me, the first question he asked me was, have you brought your CV? I said, but sir, you didn't tell me to come along with my CV. He said, then go back to your office and bring your CV. So I went come back by 12 o'clock. So I went back. And apparently my CV was readily in my cabinet. I pulled my cabinet, took a copy, and went back. When I went back, then he was telling me that the president wanted to see me. So I sat in his car, we went. At that time, the president was operating his transition office at the Parliament House, old Parliament House. He had not assumed the official office.
This is President Kufuor.
This President Kufuor. 2000 issue I'm talking about.
2001, yes.
2001, yes. So we got there. I was asked to wait at the reception. I was waiting at the reception. General Hamidu went to the president's office. They were there for about 30 minutes. Hey, what's happening? And I'm sitting out here. He had gone in with my CV. So after 30 minutes, he came back and said, the president is now ready for you. So I went. I entered. The president offered me a seat. I sat down. And he was busily scanning my CV. And when he raised his head, he asked me, which school did you attend? Then I said, I attended Prempeh College. Then he laughed. He did not ask me any more questions. All he said was that at that time I was a brigadier general. General, go back to your office and do your work. And that is how I continued to work in President Kufuor's administration.
Prempeh College did the trick.
Alumni.
And you actually, we are told that you did an amazing job there at the time. Because there are too many suspicious, a culture of suspicion all over the whole Rawlings transition and all that. And you held it together. But within a space of 4 years, you were also being considered for ambassadorial position. 2006.
Yes, 2006.
To Liberia. That's post-war Liberia.
Post-war Liberia. Sirleaf Johnson had just been elected as the president. And I think behind the scenes he requested President Kufuor that if he were to send an ambassador, the next ambassador, he should give her a military general who can help with security sector reform.
Oh, lovely.
And my background as intelligence officer, engineer officer, I think they put all of these together and the president decided that I should go and help out. So that's how come I was commissioned.
Then you had a lot of work to do at that time.
Well, I had a lot of work to do, but it was very fulfilling for me.
Yeah, because the UN was still present at the time.
The UN was there in full force. About 15,000 troops were there in full force. And we had a Ghanaian battalion with the UN force.
Oh, yes.
We had a Ghanaian battalion. I think it's UNAMIL they call it.
UNAMIL. And then you had the UNAMSIL in Liberia, Sierra Leone. Yes. So you were there for how many years?
I was there for 3 years.
3 years.
2006 to 2009.
And then you're recalled.
Yeah, I was recalled after the elections and President Atamils took over. There was this reshuffle. And usually when it happens, it is as the contract ambassadors, the career ambassadors stay and finish their tour of duty. But as the contract officers, we are withdrawn. But my tenure was for 3 years, and I spent the whole 3 years there.
Good. Now you had another tenure of being an ambassador again to Mali. When was that?
That was after the 2016 elections. President Akufo-Addo also came, and again Mali was also facing problems. And the president has also requested for a military officer to be the next ambassador.
Wow.
And apparently when I was ambassador to Liberia, President Akufo-Addo was the foreign minister.
Yes, was a foreign minister.
Yeah, so he knew what I was doing in Liberia. And he was quick to nominate me to go to Mali.
But not that you were a member of the political party necessarily.
No, I think because of my professionalism and the work I did in Liberia.
Did you make friends in Liberia?
I made friends in Liberia, and I made serious friends in Mali as well.
Mali as well. You still go there? You visit them?
Yeah, Liberia, the 2024. I was back in Liberia, sent to go and help them with, they were having problems. This new government was also having problems. And with security again, and I was sent there with a team. I was heading a team to go and help them.
Had you seen any changes in Liberia from when you used to live there and when you went back there? They still had only the broad streets infrastructure.
With the infrastructure, I think they were substantial.
They added more streets to the broad street?
Yeah, more streets. The airport road was being
reconstructed,
into, I think, some Dual Carriageway or something.
Wow. And
you lived there before?
Yes, please. I worked there before, but it was in the early 2000s. So, so putting everything together for what you have seen and where we are as a country, those in the military service, one block, and then civilians, if you are told to share your piece of advice to us, first to the military and then to, what will you tell us?
This is, for me, coming from the intelligence domain, it is a very tricky question for me, but I will do my best.
I didn't mean to.
I'll do my best to answer. First, you say, what would I want to tell the military?
Yes, advice.
The Ghana Armed Forces as a whole has, since its inception, been as professional as it can be. We have had our challenges. We have been involved in a couple of coups d'etats and the rest, truncating a constitutional government. But since the 1992 Constitution was incepted, we have said to ourselves that enough is enough. And I mean it. I've been with them. I've been there myself. And I mean it that we have said to ourselves that enough is enough. So that the newer generation coming, the armed forces, they will have to learn from us and stay steadfast and focused and as professional as possible. That is the advice I will give to the newer generation.
Very well said. Now we have a country to run. What do you tell us?
As a country, I think we have to be bold. We have to face the realities of our challenges. We have to, when we see things, we have to say them as they are. You know, I had the opportunity, I called at National Security, we didn't even mention that, but at National Security as a coordinator, I called myself a Galamsey crusader. Mm-hmm. Whilst I was fighting tooth and nail to stop Galamsey, I didn't know that even the people in leadership positions were the ones who were having the concessions and have employed this vulnerable youth.
You mean the
using
people
them
in government at the time?
I would say leadership in general.
Okay, including government.
Political leadership.
Yes.
Parliamentarians, whatever. I will not mince words because I have finished my time.
Well,
I will not mince words. I will say the leadership, the country's leadership. We must be genuine to ourselves. We must be honest with ourselves if we want this country to grow.
So you made that observation that a lot of people in leadership across board were involved.
Across board, whether opposition, whether incumbency, across board.
With this Galamsey thing?
With this Galamsey thing.
So do you think we can end it at any point?
I started it within 1 month. All the waters in this country were clear.
What did you do differently?
What did I do differently?
Yes.
If you remember, I gave the instructions. We have deployed soldiers to go and fight it, and you must give them the wherewithal and the political authority and will to be able to fight it. So I said that, we have warned everybody not to be in the waters. 150 meters away, you can do your business, but not to sit on the waters and pollute the waters with cyanide and mercury. I considered that as domestic terrorism. Because they were killing everybody. They were killing us, poisoning the waters. So if you find them in the waters, we have warned them, shoot to kill, destroy the equipment. So they started burning, excavators and chamfers they found on the waters. Within 1 month, I'm telling you that the waters started becoming clear.
Wow. Has it gotten out of hand now?
After 1 month, 2 months, I was asked to stop what I was doing because. So this is why I'm saying that as a country we should be honest with ourselves. We should be genuine.
Let's be honest. Who told you to stop?
Oh, that one I will not tell you. That one I will not tell you. I will not disclose my informants.
I get that.
So let's leave it as that.
So on this Galamsey note, I think this is where we want to bring this conversation to a close. But I'll tell you what, we have just had to rush through because this is a TV conversation. But he has his memoirs captured in a book yet to be published. Iron Will, Silent Battles. This is it. Iron Will, Silent Battles, Memoirs of a Soldier, Statesman, and a Servant of God. And trust me, once it's published, I'm going to call him back so we walk through the book. Then we'll have more time to talk about it. And I am sure that it will become a very instrumental manual for living. Those in leadership, both in military and in civilian life. I think that's what it serves in diplomacy as well, because for somebody who managed post-war Liberia as an ambassador, there's not so much we can say, but it would involve a lot. Ambassador Major General Francis Edouard-Manfo, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
We are grateful
for coming,
and we wish you well.
Thank you very much.
People, so it's been another episode of Footprint. I am Samuel Atamensa. Catch you next time.
Live from our studios at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano here in Accra. This is the Channel 1 newsroom here on Channel 1 TV. Coming up, 2 reported dead, 1 in critical condition after mining pit collapses on illegal miners at Dansame in Asin North districts of the Central Region. Also coming up, Minister for Energy and Green Transition sets up 7-member committee to probe Thursday's fire at Greatco substation in Akosombo.
The ministry is setting up a 7-member committee. We're going to get experts to serve on that committee from the Fire Service, from National Security, from the Energy Commission and other institutions that would help us to conduct a detailed investigation.
President Mahama gives strong assurance the La General Hospital will be completed in November 2027.
The hospital is progressing quite well, and we want to make sure that it doesn't stall and that it continues and is delivered on due date. The contractor assures us that by November 2027 we should be able to commission this hospital.
Teacher Trainees Association of Ghana protests recent announcement of the recruitment of only 7,000 teachers out of 40,000.
Are protesting against the 7,000 recruitment they just opened. In fact, even opening the portal for us, some of us were deceived. So we thought it's not the correct one. Later on, we realized that that is the correct one.
Coming up in Channel One Business. Bank of Ghana to reflect cost of stabilization in 2025 financial statement. And in Channel One Sports. Former Black Stars midfielder Yusuf Chipsa backs Carlos Queiroz to succeed as Black Stars coach. I'm Charles Osukume, grateful to you for a time here on the Channel One newsroom. Let's get into the details. 2 persons have died following the collapse of an illegal mining pit at Densamin in the Asen North district of the Central Region. The collapse, which occurred on Thursday, has also left 1 other person critically injured. The pit caved in while the miners were actively digging for gold. Our Central Regional correspondent Akwesiado has more in this report.
The incident occurred on the afternoon of Thursday, April 23, 2026, when 8 miners were working inside a newly dug pit. Reports indicate that the walls of the pit suddenly caved in, trapping 3 of the miners beneath heaps of loose soil and debris. Residents and fellow miners mounted a frantic rescue effort, but were hampered by the depth of the collapse. After several minutes, 3 victims were retrieved from the rubble. However, a 22-year-old woman and a 25-year-old man were pronounced dead at the scene. The only survivor was rushed to the hospital, where he remains in critical condition. Police have launched an investigation into the incident. The Asen North District Director of NADMO, Edward Fryason, confirmed the development and indicated that measures are being intensified to clamp down on illegal mining activities in the area.
For national security.
Across several districts in Ghana, illegal mining continues to wreak havoc on the environment. At Ekosu in the Atiwa West district of the Eastern region, several farmers have had their farms destroyed by illegal mining activities, significantly impacting their livelihoods.
Kuyana na meye mikoko woso me body me banche okotukura nka mo de uro nka se ebia ma asase na matono me ayefo woso entinu mi tunti mu amayefo woso no muntu na menye masase banka bia nkire yen matena kroma afedie ye nya hwiwo krom ne ye ba kura nso aye de mfifire begu asase yi so madosa afedie bronya koya ya tu banche ne body ni nyina fi asase ne so
koku na banche ne body na bru men kan fu ate fu e bi efu da bi efu mo eto aso ko wa seni na wa ma wan si dimpo me ba su ko school me bi se bi many me koko for 15 years na koko about koko na to wan si dimpo wa ma me.
Despite government's commitment to tackling illegal mining, some state security officers have allegedly turned the clampdown into an avenue for extortion. Last week, 8 national security officers from Asinfosu were arrested for allegedly stealing gold and an unspecified amount of cash from illegal miners at Asine Wisem in the Asen North district. The suspects have since been charged with robbery and extortion, arraigned before court, and granted bail. In the Wasa-Memphis East municipality of the Western region, there have also been widespread complaints of extortion by security personnel and alleged compromise by some government officials.
From days ni na do mbani na apart from Saturday Sunday pe na omo bas no mo muska bia omonje o mo fo no mo 500 no mo chisa 1000.
Investigations by Channel One News have uncovered a practice where some police officers using unregistered vehicles reportedly visit illegal mining sites to demand money from miners. The practice is said to have become routine, raising concerns about potential tensions between miners and state security agencies.
Police for one site yakura na nyempre na ininim. Oban one money skakura na ojo 1000. Because of money attended I was so cost of pojuma. And the pay our police for be the cambako. And then we are going to buy say or more 1,000. Come on the buy and some buy so much number please in some.
For the Channel One newsroom, I am Akwesiado.
Well, let's now go to the Ashanti region where residents of Kumasi are demanding strict enforcement of the country's laws to permanently address the influx of foreign beggars on major streets in the city. They are blaming authorities for failing to tighten border controls, thereby allowing the beggars to flood communities and cause nuisance on the streets. Ashanti regional correspondent Tofik Mohammed has more in this report.
These demands come after officers of the Ghana Immigration Service arrested more than 600 undocumented migrants, including children, in the Donsu few days ago. The exercise targeted areas long affected by the influx of foreign beggars, a situation residents say has led to growing concern of nuisance and poor sanitation. A total of 606 individuals were arrested during the exercise in communities including Asawase, Alaba, Akweta Line, Dagumba Line, Sabonzongo and Abuabo. Out of this number, 381 were children, 72 were females and 153 were males. Following this operation, residents have renewed calls on authorities to ensure these beggars do not return.
Up there, law enforcement. They should enforce the law. People should not be. I know it is stated in the constitution that begging is not allowed, right? So the law should be enforced. Once it is enforced, people will not be encouraged to come to the roadside to beg. And then the citizens, if they are not giving arms to beggars on the street, they will not also be encouraged to come along and beg.
The government can help through the immigration service, maybe evacuate them first, and then try and find a way, like organizing a skill training for them, so that some of these people will be skilled. When they have skills like maybe making of soaps, sobolo, and all those stuff. I think selling some of these things can help them to get money to feed themselves and also to help their wars. And in a way, it's a way of curbing the menace where these people are found on the street.
Some also say the influence of these beggars have led to increase of crime and fraud in the city. They are, however, calling for continuous monitoring to help eradicate them off the streets.
My community clean. Clean because Ghana is a peaceful country. They cannot just say a peaceful country. And whereby say anytime Ghana is clean, but Anna must have free other bad because they say Rana I'm not from no part of Swa.
Me say they border no one no ya na omo faba. Enti be yanka ba yin border honey ye. Bi say me bi me kai so mo koi. E ma nchisa nka Kumasi joyi ma Kumasi kwa ye ni to. Because uncle for ya just said, "Woman can't be company finya bano. Woman monkey to a pampers in na woman yegu street in so. So it woman can't be company as I'm a Kumasipa. I feel more."
Meanwhile, checks by Channel One News revealed some of the beggars escaped arrest and seen in some of the communities. However, sources at the Ghana Immigration Service indicates a second phase of the operation will target other areas.
Residents are calling for the strict enforcement of the law to ensure that these beggars will not be back on the streets. For Channel One News, I'm Tofik Mohammed, Kumasi, Ashanti region.
Well, away from the Ashanti region, residents and businesses in the Volta and Oti regions are fuming over what they describe as persistent power outages and low voltage in the regions. The situation, the same, is disrupting livelihoods and straining economic activity. The unstable electricity supply has not only affected productivity, but also led to the damage of essential electrical appliances in many homes and businesses. Our Volta regional correspondent Desmond Salasiago reports.
For several months, residents and businesses have expressed frustration with the unstable power supply, which is disrupting daily life and economic activities. From households struggling to preserve food to businesses battling rising operational costs, the impact of the erratic electricity situation is being widely felt. Some residents say the situation has worsened in recent weeks, with frequent outages and fluctuating voltage levels damaging electrical appliances and forcing many to incur additional costs on repairs and replacements.
Then it moved even into the day. So it moved from the evenings now to the day, and we're not really reliant on them. You can't for sure say that what they are doing is not a maintenance work or there is a major problem. By 4-5 p.m., you start experiencing the low voltage again.
This has been happening for, in my opinion, well over a year now. So the interruptions to equipment, also the interruptions to businesses, people are now having to depend more on even the generator than the national grid.
Businesses, particularly small and medium-scale enterprises, say they are increasingly relying on generators to stay afloat, a development they describe as unsustainable due to high fuel costs.
Power outage that we experience almost every day currently is not helpful in a way that sometimes it makes our drinks become very hot, and people who also buy the drinks also do not feel comfortable buying hot or warm drinks.
It affects our business because we, the small shops that we don't have plants, when it goes off like this, when customers come, you have to test your appliances. But because of that, they walk away to the other shops that has a plant generators. So it affects us very severe.
Some residents are also calling for the establishment of an improved and more robust power station within the region.
I think the region or the community in which we find ourselves has outlived the power supply that we actually get. So if they can add more voltage or power to what we have currently, it will help. Also, I think we need to talk or engage the stakeholders that provide the solar energy, so that we can also enjoy the off-grid energy as time goes on.
Meanwhile, the acting managing director of the Electricity Company of Ghana, Kwame Kpekpena, has announced plans to upgrade the transmission line from the Asekpe Ball Supply Station to hold to 161 kV. He says the intervention, together with the construction of a new bulk supply point, is expected to improve power distribution and enhance reliability across the region.
Be expecting anything within the next few days. Yeah, but we are here to look at possible sites where we can build a BSP, a bulk supply point, well, to supply Ho. The problems in Ho will not be solved without an upgrade of the entire system. And that upgrade includes building a new transmission line at 161 kilovolts. What we have today is 69 kilovolts. We need to upgrade that to 161. And we need to build a new substation, a bigger one. When we are done, it will be 5 times the current capacity at home.
Residents here in the Volta and Otu regions are calling for immediate solutions to the current power outages, as they say businesses and households are being affected. Reporting for Channel 1 News from the Volta Regional Capital Hall. My name is Desmond Salasiago.
Well, let's stay with power. The Ministry of Energy and Green Transition has set up a 7-member committee to investigate the fire outbreak that gutted the Gridco substation at Akosombo on Thursday. The committee, to be chaired by Dr. William Amuna, board chairman of ECG and a former chief executive of Gridco, is expected to present its findings within 2 and 3 weeks. This was after the sector minister led a team to visit the affected sites on Friday. Let's get more details on this. We're joined via telephone by the Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition, Richard Jan Mensah. Good evening to you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you for joining us here on the Channel 1 newsroom. First off, is Gridco able to transmit power from Akosombo Hydro? And if they are unable to currently, how are we making up for the shortfall?
Thank you very much. And first of all, my
A very good evening to yourself and then your cherished viewers. I think, just as you said, the incident that happened yesterday, today, the Honorable Minister visited the site to ascertain the extent of damage and then to also get a first-hand information on what really happened. We met the team on the engineers on ground, and he actually commissioned an investigative committee to work and bring the report within 2 weeks. In terms, as we speak, the transmission from Akosombo to the other areas is currently on hold from Akosombo. The current state is the Akosombo, all the 6 units. Let me emphasize that there's no problem with the generation at Akosombo.
Right.
Neither is there any challenge with transmission lines from Akosombo. The challenge is with the control, that is the collecting point where transmission is done from. So now that there's an issue with the collection, then there's no business generating the power, because when you generate, you will not be able to evacuate the power to the system. So at the moment, there are technicians on site, the engineers on site, and the good thing is that not engineers only from Gridco, but also engineers from VRA and even some ECG have joined, and they are working around the clock. They've assured us that they want to get the first at least one unit of the Akosombo generation to be operational by midnight. So they are currently working around it.
All right, so I was talking about making up for the shortfall. We're told that we're losing around 700 megabytes. How are we making 700 megawatts? How are we making up for the shortfall?
So obviously, Akosombo it's even more than 700. We are talking about something in excess of 900 megawatts. Currently, all the other thermal plants are also working. So with this shortfall, we're still trying to make sure that we optimize the product in terms of generation in all other available generational points that we have. So from Abuadi to Ahomasi in Kumasi to Tema, all this, even some plants that we can actually bring them on stream. We are trying to push all of them into the system so that at least as much as possible we use the deficits that we have in the system.
So this means that we're asking the thermal plants to up production. This will also mean that they will use more fuel. Do we have enough fuel stock to allow the thermal plants to produce at optimum levels?
Yes, we do. Currently we rely heavily on gas. And the good thing is that BNI over the last few weeks have been able to increase their gas production, and then also from the initial 230, currently they are doing almost about 280 MMscf. Ghana Gas is also being able to also ramp up a lot more from the usual between 70, 80 to 100, 110, 130. So and then also we are getting adequate gas supply from Nigeria.
Okay.
Some plants are also which rely on the liquid fuel like the HFO. Some of the plants we have adequate HFO to also augment. Okay.
When are we expecting Gridco Akosombo to start transmitting power?
From the information we had, they gave assurances that they are most likely to bring the first unit on stream, and they are hopeful within the next 5 days. That is the time that they gave.
Okay.
But the minister, we got the team so we asked a lot more gang to be brought on board, all logistics that they needed. As we speak, the minister himself stands ready to offer all the strategy, policy, and administrative oversight that he has to provide so that everything comes on board. So we are working around the clock just to make sure that even the 5 days that they give will be able to shorten it without compromising on safety and then operational standards.
But we're also hearing that in the interim, we're halting exports of power. Can you confirm this to us? And if that is the case, are we being fair to our neighbors?
Oh, but this is an emergency that has actually occasioned. So it's brief. It's not something that is going to last longer. I guess they have also heard about what has happened to us. So in this situation, we need to take some actions, and this is one of them.
Finally, before we go, I mean, why are we setting up a committee to investigate this fire? I mean, we don't trust the fire service to do a good job?
This is a set-up base, so we just want to prevent future occurrences. So at least when you know the cause of this, it is not just about the fire service. And you see, the minister also mentioned that this committee is not to take the is not supposed to stop any other. So the fire service has the right to conduct their investigation. The national security can also conduct their investigation. But even the team that the minister formed, it is going to be teams of technical people with technical experts in the electricity area. So in Amona and his team, so somebody who come from fire service, one from national security, some from the ministry, others also from even the power generation, and then some from areas that we know have the competence to help with the investigation. So it is not to undermine any work that an authorized institution has to undertake.
Okay. Finally, boss, even before this fire on Thursday, there had been some concerns around the country that Dumsor was back. Some people had, told us that the Dumsor was really back, but the government explanation was that you were replacing transformers across the country. Is Dumsor back?
Obviously, this one, I will keep repeating it, that we are not, I don't know how we define, if the Dumsor definition that I understand, that we are not in Dumsor.
Okay.
Where we all know when we had generation deficit continuously, and then there was a need for us to do a load shedding. This is not a case. We acknowledge the fact that there's been some intermittent power outages in some areas in the country, and mainly these are due to some operational challenges from the distribution end. And I must say, over the period that resolving the electricity issue is not just a day's job. It takes time, and then you have to also be very proactive and be on the ground. Where when we took over, we realized that most of our lines are obsolete, some are, and then transformers are overloaded, and now too our demand has increased. Over the last, just within a year, our demand has increased by more than 300 megawatts. So the same applies to the various transformers that we have in our various communities. Some are now overloaded. So there's a need for us to do some changes. And I will not attribute the challenges to only transformer issues. We have most of our lines overhead. Anytime it rains, for instance, there are a lot of lines that are affected. So when this thing happens, nobody can just go and work on electricity with the power on. A bit that we are doing is the communication, which we are making sure that before some of this thing even happens, there's a planned maintenance, for instance. We communicate extensively, and we require the support of the media. Mostly, some of them even is well communicated. But because the channel of communication, maybe the reach may not get to the consumers, or people means of getting to consumers on time, then while the power, the outage occurs without their knowledge, obviously nobody is comfortable with the power outages. I always say that we used to say that water is life. Now it seems power is becoming more lighter than water, because when the light goes off, everybody gets absolutely concerned about it.
Right.
You can be in areas where maybe there are no water for about 2 days, 3 days, and people may not even realize it. But for power, it's so close to us and so dear to everyone. That is why the ministry is also not relenting. We are not sleeping. We're making sure that whatever we have to do, working along with our technical team, and with the support from the government, we are trying to resolve all challenges. What I can ask the ordinary, the general public is they should bear with us. The transformers are also being replaced. Lines that are obsolete are being worked on. Even in some areas, primary substations are under construction. in other areas too. In terms of the Volta region areas, for instance, they have identified the cause and then putting in place pragmatic measures to make sure that we resolve it. It has to do with transmission lines and the power evacuation to that end.
All right, sir.
If the Greco, for instance, had gotten commission authorization, they're in the process to procure all the needed equipment and logistics to make sure that resolve that within the shortest possible time.
All right,
so
I'm grateful to you.
To the general public that DUSO is not back.
All right, sir.
Adequate supply, with the exception of what has currently happened, that we have lost almost about 900 megawatts. If I didn't have that, we have adequate generation to meet our demand.
All right,
the
sir.
The challenges that we are trying to resolve them.
Grateful to you, the Honorable Richard Jan Mensah, the Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition. Now, the Minister for Transport, Joseph Bukari Nikwe, has relaunched the 15-kilometer passenger rail service from Kojo Krom through Sekondi to Takoradi, which had been suspended since 2023. Now, speaking at the event, he stated that government is committed to sustaining operations through the reactivation of haulage lines to support the broader railway sector. Our Western Bureau Chief, Akwasi Ajenim, reports.
The Kojo Krom Sekondi Takoradi passenger rail service was first revived in 2016 by President John Mahama after years of decline caused by poor maintenance. The 15-kilometer line was upgraded to standard gauge and supported with 2 diesel multiple unit trains. However, the service was halted again in 2023 due to neglect. At the relaunch, following maintenance works, the Transport Minister said the move aligns with the President's reset agenda and is part of a broader plan to revitalize rail haulage services.
You cannot have a well-functioning economy when the transport sector is not functioning. And that is why the President is very committed to revamping the rail sector. And that is why Takoradi, Sekondi, Kojo Krom is relaunched today. And then the President's vision of extending all the services to the mining sites will be realized.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Railway Development Authority, Dr. Frederick Apo, after a free test ride from Kojo Krom to Takoradi, outlined proposed fares and additional services.
We are determined to build the Ghana railway sector brick by brick, corridor by corridor. With a flat rate, 10 cedis for adults from Kojo Krom to Sekondi. Okay, Trotro is even charging 12 cedis, so 10 cedis is fine. And for school children, we are charging 5 cedis. Kojo Krom to Sekondi, we are charging 5 cedis for adults. We are going to complement it with Ayalolo buses, and that will provide a door-to-door service.
The Western Regional Minister, Joseph Nelson, stressed that a meaningful national reset depends on a full revival of the Western Railway Corridor.
The Takwa to Agron Kanta was done. In fact, I don't think it's even been handed over, and portions of it have caved in because of this same load that we see going on the road day by day. So it will help us a great deal to be able to take that load off. And we can only do so effectively with a very effective railway system.
For these passengers who today have joined the free services that the Kojo Krom to Takoradi railway passenger service is actually offering today, it is a renewal in their daily movement within the metropolis. For Channel 1 TV News, I'm Akwasi Ajenim. Takoradi.
Now, back in Accra, the minority in Parliament is demanding that a Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2025 be passed under a certificate of urgency when the House resumes sittings. In his closing remarks after a stakeholder engagement on the bill, Deputy Ranking Member on the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee of Parliament and MP for Gusheru, Al-Hassan Suleiman Atampuli, said the bill must be passed the same day the committee presents its report to plenary. Ni Ayuku Okai reports.
The Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee of Parliament concluded its stakeholder engagement on the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2025, popularly known as the Anti-LGBT Bill, on Friday, with a minority caucus calling on Parliament to consider the legislation under a certificate of urgency once the committee lays its report before plenary.
Mr. Chairman,
We on the minority, and I believe this is a collective, position, that when Parliament resumes sometime in May, we should ensure that this bill is passed under certificate of urgency to bring finality to this matter that has been in the public domain for some time, so that the same day His Excellency the President will sign and give accent to the bill that has been passed by the good and virtuous people of Ghana.
We don't rank bills in order of importance at the chamber, and so as we process the bills, we are rest assured that this bill will be considered when we resume. And so, as to whether it is of agency, it will go under certificate of agency or not. The important thing is not having a president who refused to assent to the bill.
A sponsor of the bill and MP for Assin South, Reverend John Ntim Fojo, proposed that the Attorney General take steps within 12 months of the passage of the bill to introduce regulations for the enforcement of the anti-LGBT law.
It is expectation that with a close collaboration between the sponsors and the relevant ministries, the minister responsible in this contest will have, as a matter of urgency, must take steps as soon as it is assented to by the president. Now that the speaker has given us indication that in about 3 weeks when we reopen, is going to be passed with alacrity and with the diligence and magnanimity of our chairman, Honorable Mahama, we will be able to see this pass before the end of May.
During the engagement, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHAJ, appealed to the committee to ensure that the legislation does not affect its donor support from international partners.
As a national human rights institution, most of our funders are international partners, and therefore I noticed or have observed that the issue of funding has not been put to rest in terms of the exemption or whatever, how we may couch it to ensure that our international donors and partners who support the work we do may not be found, for want of a better word, culpable in their quest to help the various institutions, especially mine, to do its work.
Nobody, no individual will be affected, or rights of the individual will be affected. And so this is very important. Above all, I mean, we are oblivious of, we are very mindful of our obligations to international communities and treaties. But that is subject to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
With the committee concluding its deliberations on the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2025, it is expected that a report will be laid before plenary when the House reconvenes from recess for further legislative processes. Reporting for Channel One News from the Fiesta Royal Hotel here in Accra, I am Ni Ayikwe Okan.
You are still watching the Channel One newsroom here on Channel One TV. Still ahead. Bank of Ghana to reflect cost of stabilization in 2025 financial statement. We have details in a bit. Please stay with us.
The best part of going home is family.
Sit up. Hey, mommy, my wife, let's do something delicious. Hot pepper sauce, spicy. Lizzie Shito, the Shito is Shitole. Lizzie Shito, over
Lizzie Shito, please, can I take some to school tomorrow?
Yes, my son, you can. Lizzie Shito, dear, Ebesu Obiasu. Lizzie Shito hot pepper sauce, yes, spicy.
Lizzie, she's a hot pepper sauce and you're spicy.
For bulk purchase, kindly contact 050-168-3344 or 050-155-0998. This advert is FDA approved.
Turn up your sound experience with the We Hear speakers by Novi. From the sleek We Hear 1 to the powerful We Hear 2 and now the premium We Hear Pro. Fully endorsed by Kylian Mbappe. This is not just a speaker, it's a flexible, high-performance outdoor Bluetooth speaker built to bring your music to life anywhere. With up to 100 watts of music power, you get bold, immersive sound wherever you go. All available in stylish standout colors. Now the good news. From April 20th to May 20th, grab yours at a special discounted price. The We Hear 1 now at 400 Ghana cedis. The We Hear 2 at 900 Ghana cedis. And the premium We Hear Pro now at 3,800 Ghana cedis. Don't miss out. Call 020-195-7739 or pick up at the Atlantic Towers. You can also grab yours at Orange FM Kumasi Plus FM or 3 Music TV in Accra. Number 12 of Fuller Street at Belenpe. Don't miss out on this special discounted offer. It's the We Hear promo powered by Novi. We Hear. Feel the power. Hear the difference.
You're welcome back. This is the Channel One newsroom here on Channel One TV. Next is business with Netile Netiajao.
CNR Business is brought to you by EcoBank.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,247.
Hey, Abili, wabidim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Hello, Netile. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You good?
Yeah.
What do you have for us?
The Bank of Ghana has been speaking ahead of its presentation of the 2025 financial results. They've been saying that it's going to reflect some of the economic stabilization measures that it took, that even though it helped the economy to recover,
the cost they incurred.
The cost they incurred and all of that.
All right.
Now, the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Esiam, has indicated that the bank's 2025 financial statement will reflect the accounting costs associated with the country's recent macroeconomic stabilization efforts. He made this known at the meeting with the Council of State in Accra. There's more in this report.
Speaking at a meeting with the members of the Council of State on Thursday, the governor explained that while policy measures implemented over the past year have delivered notable gains in inflation control, exchange rate stability and reserve accumulation, these outcomes have come with measurable financial implications for the central bank. A key driver of these costs, he noted, was the impact of the domestic debt exchange program, which led to a significant decline in the income from the bank's holdings of government securities. Additionally, the disinflation process achieved through sustained monetary tightening resulted in elevated interest expenses linked to liquidity absorption operations. Dr. Esiam further highlighted structural costs associated with the bank's gold purchase program, although he indicated that these have moderated over time. He also pointed to valuation effects arising from exchange rate differentials, particularly the gap between gold acquisition prices and interbank market rates used for balance sheet reporting. Despite these accounting pressures, the governor emphasized that the bank's operational capacity and policy effectiveness remain intact. He noted that the stabilization measures have strengthened macroeconomic fundamentals, citing a sharp decline in inflation, a build-up in external reserves, and improved resilience within the banking sector. Looking ahead, Dr. Johnson Esiama acknowledged a more uncertain global outlook, including elevated crude oil prices, but maintained that Ghana is entering this phase from a position of relatively strong buffers.
Now, Channel One TV is set to host a quarterly economic outlook, bringing together leading policymakers, economists, and private sector leaders to assess Ghana's economic recovery and prospects for growth. The forum, themed Taking Stock, Ghana's Economic Turnaround, What's Changed and What Comes Next, is scheduled for Monday, April 27. Here is more.
The discussion will examine recent policy interventions, macroeconomic developments, and reforms aimed at stabilizing Ghana's economy while also outlining expectations for the months ahead. Among the speakers is Dr. Theo Echampon, Technical Advisor at the Ministry of Finance, who is expected to provide insights into government policy measures and fiscal reforms driving the country's economic turnaround. The forum will also feature Joseph Paddy, Vice President of the Ghana Union of Traders Association, Magbedua Boaji, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Seth Chum Akwaba, Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Ghana Industries. Also joining the panel are Dr. Gloria Afro-Mensah, an economist and lecturer at the University of Ghana, and Na Afroa Dade Padua, President of the Greater Accra Market Association. General Manager of CTFM and Channel One TV, Bernard Avle, notes that the dialogue will help bridge the gap between macroeconomic data and the real experiences of businesses and households on the ground.
We believe that one of the things we need to do as a country is to understand where we are and where we're going collectively. And so this platform will air on Monday from 11 to 1 o'clock with repeats throughout, hoping that every quarter we will bring different people from different sectors of society to come and analyze I call it the realities behind the numbers.
Ghana's economic recovery is underway, but sustaining it will depend on the right policies, private sector confidence, and honest conversations about the road ahead.
Now, CEO of Absa Group, Kenny Fila, is calling on commercial banks across Africa to urgently reassess traditional approaches to SME lending, warning that outdated credit assessment frameworks are excluding businesses that are central to economic growth. According to him, the long-standing reliance on historical financial statements as the primary basis for credit decisions is increasingly ineffective, particularly when applied to small and emerging enterprises that often lack formal financial records but demonstrate strong growth potential.
Kenny Fila's solution to the problem is a model towards behavioral and data-driven lending where banks assess how businesses operate in real time through alternative data sources. Speaking on the point of view on Channel One TV, he suggested that beyond credit assessment, banks must also play a more active role in unlocking market access for SMEs.
For small and emerging enterprises, we are asking a question that is not relevant, because these are enterprises that have ups and downs, run usually by individuals or families. They're not going to give you a history of financial statements.
He also highlighted what Absa is doing to bridge this gap.
So we need to modify our lending criteria to focus more on understanding the behavior of the client. And those are things that we've already started to build. We also need to form partnerships with a number of role players who already have data and have modeled the behavior of small businesses. They will tell you who is reliable and who will honor their debt obligation, because these people have been their customers for a number of years. They know exactly how they behave. And we are modifying and incorporating those additional data points into our own lending sort of decisions.
Let's now bring you an update on crude oil prices and how the local currency is performing on the interbank market. And that's all for business. I am Netele Netiajao. Back to you, Charles.
Thank you very much, Netele. Well, let's do some other stories now. President John Dramani Mahama has assured that the reconstruction of the La General Hospital will be completed by November 2027, providing critical relief to the capital's strained healthcare system. Now, speaking during a visit to the facility on Friday, the president expressed satisfaction with the pace of work, commending both the contractor and the project staff for the progress made so far. Our presidential correspondent, Akosi Ochre, has more.
The La General Hospital was demolished in 2020 after failing a structural integrity test. The Nana Addo-led administration demolished the facility to pave way for a reconstruction. The €50 million project faced setbacks due to a lack of funding. But during the president's visit to the site, the sector minister, Kwabena Minta Kando, told the president substantial payments have been made towards the 160-bed facility project.
But due to some delays on the part of government and the debt restructuring, that financing arrangement couldn't go through. So in 2024, they had to repackage, and the amount involved is about 50 million euros. So they commenced work here around 2024. Again, after progress were made, and there were delay in payment of IPCs. So they again had to suspend, and you directed that we pay them, and so we paid them late 2025. We paid about 16 million Ghana cedis, and they had to remobilize to site early this year, and they have since been on site.
The president, excited with the work done so far, made a firm commitment that the project will not face further delays and will be delivered within the stipulated timeline.
Congratulate the contractor and the staff for a good job. The hospital is progressing quite well, and we want to make sure that it doesn't stall and that it continues and is delivered on due date. The contractor assures us that by November 2027 we should be able to commission this hospital. Like the minister said, this hospital is important because since it was demolished and was no longer serving patients, all the patients who used to come here now go to the Rich Hospital or they go to Lekma.
Well, let's stay with the president. He has expressed commitment to positioning Ghana as a leading artificial intelligence hub in Africa while ensuring technology benefits all citizens. He made this known at the official launch of the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy here in Accra.
According to the president, the newly launched National AI Strategy is set to drive Ghana's digital transformation and position the country as a leading AI hub in Africa. The president said government will prioritize strengthening digital infrastructure, developing local talent through the 1 Million Coders program, and enhancing data systems to support national development.
The Revenue Authority is currently using AI-driven systems to reduce processing time, minimize errors, identify revenue leakages, improve compliance, and strengthen domestic revenue mobilization. This is only the beginning. Across government, AI will help streamline operations, improve responsiveness, and support evidence-based policy making. If we use it wisely, it will enable us to deliver public services that are faster, that are more transparent, more efficient, and more citizen-centered. Ghana is blessed with a youthful population that is energetic, innovative, and increasingly engaged with digital technologies.
Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, Samuel Nate George, says Ghana's adoption of artificial intelligence will improve service delivery in key sectors. According to him, the strategy will transform governance, education and healthcare while creating new opportunities for citizens.
This journey has been deliberate and inclusive. From the outset, we were clear from a policy perspective. Artificial intelligence is not just a technology issue, but a pathway to advance national development, and this strategy impacts governance, education, health, agriculture, industry, economy, and all spheres of society.
Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin says the House is ready to provide the necessary legislative backing to support the responsible deployment of artificial intelligence.
This vision can only be realized through collective action. Parliament stands ready to to play its part by providing the necessary legislative framework to guide this emerging ecosystem. Laws must keep pace with innovation, ensuring safety, accountability, and public trust.
From that, the Teachers Trainees Association of Ghana has taken to the streets of Accra to register their frustration over the government decision to recruit only 7,000 out of more than 40,000 qualified but unemployed teachers from the 2022 to 2024 backlog. The association says the 7,000 is woefully inadequate.
The demonstrators, who marched from Independence Square to the Ministry of Finance, demanded the immediate employment of all trained teachers in the country. The group says government's decision to engage only 7,000 out of more than 40,000 trained teachers from the 2022 to 2024 backlog is unacceptable.
Are protesting against the 7,000 recruitment they just opened. In fact, even opening the portal for us, some of us were deceived. So we thought it's not the correct one. Later on, we realized that that is the correct one. So our year badge, which is the 2023 badge, most of them couldn't even apply.
What we are saying is that the government promised us that there will be automatic postings, and as it stands now, none of that has happened. 7,000 as the slot to absorb teachers, professional teachers into the system is nowhere near enough. If we want to prioritize quality education in this country, the empty classrooms, approximately 30,000 awaiting professional teachers to be employed and deployed in the various classrooms.
The ministry, the group presented a petition to authorities where the chief director at the ministry assured them of addressing their concerns.
Receive your petition, and I can assure you that when the minister returns to office next week, we will submit it to him.
The association is warning of political consequences if their concerns are ignored.
Coming here to submit this particular petition, if our issues are not addressed at the end of the day, upon the return of the Minister of Finance, I made it known to them that we'll be coming back. And when we are coming back, this will not be our number. And our last demonstration, that is if we try again and they still not address our issues, will be the year 2028, where we'll stand before the ballot box to decide who leads this country in the next election.
What do you mean? The association insists it will continue to push until all unemployed trained teachers are given postings.
Well, this is still the Channel One Newsroom. You're on Channel One TV. Still to come. Former Black Stars midfielder Yusuf Chipsa backs Carlos Queiroz to succeed as Black Stars coach. We're back in a bit. Please stay with us.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson,
me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kalika just call me cockroach.
Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, that's a new. Impruka. Yeah. Captain was key to double the action. Maybe the Sasso spray. Mr. Femi Sasso quell. Yeah, Sasso, come tum preko.
Launching
BSc Development Economics at the Ghana Christian University College. Study a job-ready university program, BSc Development Economics at the Ghana Christian University College. Job is ready for graduates who possess degrees and certificates in BSc Development Economics, professional certificate in Theoeconomy, certificate in Theoeconomy with business. Enroll at the Department of Theology and Economics at the Ghana Christian University College, Amrahia, Adenta Dodua Road, Accra. Full bursary is available for BSc Development Economics graduates to study master's program at a state university in South Africa. Enroll now. Take advantage of this opportunity to join elite professionals in economics. Call 0557 351 090 or 0575 633 307 or 030 296 0542. WhatsApp us on 0557 351 090 or you can get in touch online on www.theoeconomy.edu.gh. Powered by the Center for Theology and Economics, CTEC.
Well, thank you for staying with us here on the Channel One Newsroom. Next is sports with Bernard Abekwatri.
Hi, Charles.
Yeah, next, take over.
Let's get into it. And former Black Stars midfielder Yusuf Chipsa says the upcoming friendly against Mexico will give head coach Carlos Queiroz a clear idea of how to shape his squad ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Ghana faced Mexico on May 22 as part of preparations for the tournament, which will be staged or hosted across the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Both teams are expected to use the match to assess players or player options and fine-tune their squad.
For me, I expect him to, if he will be able to assemble all the A team players that he expects to work with, he should get them around on the 22nd to play against Mexico, because this is going to be his first game. He should have an idea. He already has a plan. He already has in mind which kind of players he's going to work with and how he's going to play. But the game will actually give him more information if the plan that he has is actually the right plan, or is going to materialize, is going to be successful with that. So for me, it's an important.
Let's now head to Arsenal, because Arsenal forward Gabriel Martinelli says belief remains strong within the squad despite slipping in the title race against Manchester City. Arsenal's advantage at the top has narrowed in recent weeks, raising pressure in the closing stages of the season. Martinelli insists the squad remains focused on the bigger goal of winning the title and securing a place in the club's history.
When we came back, it's just full belief in ourselves, and we didn't get to this point being top of the league and playing a good football because of other people, and it's because of us and what we've been doing the whole season. So we know how to get there, and we want to win the title. We want to put our names in the history of the club. So we're gonna just try to do the same. And
that's the very latest from the world of sport, and I am Bernard Abekwatri. That's your sports, Charles.
Thank you very much, Abeku. Well, that'll be all for this edition of the Channel One Newsroom here on Channel One TV. I am Charles Osukumi. Thank you for watching.
everyone. You are welcome to Sister right here on your favorite TV channel, Channel 1 TV. And if you're listening, it's your favorite radio station, City 97.3 FM. And of course, it's me, your favorite host, bringing you the most when it comes to relationships, Chris Carter. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually very excited to be here because your letters are already in here and we are going to be reading the letters soon. And I say we because I don't do this alone. I do this with the sisters. But if you're joining us for the first time, you're wondering, she's talking about letters, she's talking about reading the letters with the sisters. Well, this is the longest running relationship show. And of course, how do you send in your issues when it comes to relationships? You send it via letters, and these letters are sent via sisterislive@gmail.com, and we get to read them right here on the show. And of course, we try to help you find solutions around these problems or how to manage them. And definitely you'll be thanking us when the show ends. But before I introduce the sisters, I'd like to say a very big thank you to our sponsors. Gino, thank you for holding us down. If you're thinking of cooking rice, you have Gino rice. If you're thinking of making your favorite stews and sauces, we have Gino tomato paste. In fact, you should be cooking with everything Gino. If you're not cooking with everything Gino, I'm asking, what are you even cooking? Well, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get straight into the letters of the day. And of course, you'll get to meet the sisters.
Magic pepper and onion, a delicious tomato mix with tomato, pepper and onion. No grinding, no blending. Ya yin na da da da. So pa mediane no abe. Come on Gino, do your magic. And papa look no abefi. Bring them back home.
Gentistia magic.
Gino Magic Pepper and Onion. The magic that brings them home.
This advert is FDA approved. Turn up your sound experience with the We Hear speakers by Novi. From the sleek We Hear 1 to the powerful We Hear 2. And now the premium We Hear Pro. Fully endorsed by Kylian Mbappe. This is not just a speaker, it's a flexible, high-performance outdoor Bluetooth speaker built to bring your music to life anywhere. With up to 100 watts of music power, you get bold, immersive sound wherever you go. All available in stylish standout colors. Now the good news, from April 20th to May 20th, grab yours at a special discounted price. The We Hear 1 now at 400 Ghana cedis, the We Hear 2 at 900 Ghana cedis, and the premium We Hear Pro now as 3,800 Ghana cedis. Don't miss out. Call 020-195-7739 or pick up at the Atlantic Towers. You can also grab yours at Orange FM Kumasi, Plus FM, or 3 Music TV in Accra. Number 12 of Fuller Street at Belenpe. Don't miss out on this special discounted offer. It's the We Hear promo powered by Novi. We Hear, feel the power, hear the difference.
Welcome back, guys. It's still Sister right here on Channel 1 TV, and if you're listening to City 97.3 FM. And now I told you that it's time for me to introduce the sisters. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Meet the sisters. Rosie.
Hi, Chris.
How are you?
Could be better. I'm not feeling too well, but you know, it's always a joy meeting you. So yeah, I'm feeling better for seeing you.
Rosie, don't be sick.
No, I can't be.
You can't be sick.
Yes, I can't be. I'm refusing it.
Amen.
Hopefully, I'll get better soon.
Hey, man, I think it's the weather.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Sorry.
Or probably just stressed.
Yeah.
I need a break. All expense paid trip to an island somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Any company watching that wants to, you know,
yeah,
reach out to us.
Yeah.
Dr. Ethel, how are you?
I'm great. It's another beautiful day.
It's another beautiful day. How was the week?
It's okay. Yes, my classes are usually Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yep.
Yeah, enjoyed it? All right. And of course, Ajovi.
Hi.
I love your name, Ajovi.
Yeah, thank you. I love my name too.
Full of mischief.
Yeah, it makes me feel like...
Apparently you're full of mischief.
Just a little.
A little birdie told us that you're full of mischief.
Just a little.
So I hope you're not up to anything crazy this week.
Crazy is part of my name, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah, I can't help it. I can't help it.
You see the way she's already started laughing and giggling. Oh Lord. We have our letters now, and we're just going to get into it. But I hope she still has this mood when she gets into the letters. Because sometimes the letters can be very surprising, kicks you in the butt, and you're like wondering, I had a smile before, but now I'm having a frown. But anyway, I hope these letters are good. Let's just get straight into it. Sisters, are you ready?
Yeah. You're ready.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with our first letter, which you have sent via sisterislive@gmail.com. So if you're watching and you have a problem in your relationship, all you need to do is send it via sister@gmail.com. So now, the first one. Dear sisters, I'm reaching out with a heavy heart, seeking advice and support over a deeply emotional and complex situation I've been silently enduring for the past 3 years. I'm a nurse of good standing with 12 years experience, currently working at one of Ghana's most prestigious private hospitals. About 3 years ago, a wealthy, unmarried, and terminally ill patient was admitted under my care. He was assigned to me specifically during night shifts because he requested it. He felt a strong connection to the way I cared for him. As time went by, we grew close. Our conversations often turned personal and meaningful. One night, he expressed a heartfelt wish. He wanted to have a child before he passed. He was fully aware his time was limited and asked if I could help fulfill his dying wish by conceiving a child with him. He promised to secure the child's future with a $5 million trust and ownership of a house in a prestigious area here in Accra. Although I was already married, I had developed feelings for him. One thing led to another, and we became intimate over a 2-week period. In the hospital, guys.
Kill the guy.
I later discovered I was pregnant. Knowing I couldn't openly reveal the child's true paternity, I resumed intimacy with my husband and later announced the pregnancy, allowing him to believe the baby was his. He was overjoyed as this would be our first child. True to his promise, the patient arranged for me to meet the bankers and transferred $5 million into an account he helped set up for me. Tragically, he passed away shortly after. I grieved deeply, not just as a nurse, but as someone who has shared an intimate and emotional connection with him. I later gave birth to a baby boy, and in memory of the patient, I gave our son his first name, with my husband's blessing, as he was unaware of the full story. The guilt weighs on me daily. My husband believes the money I've used to support his business came from a bank loan, but in truth, it's from the account the patient set up. I feel the need to confess, but I'm terrified of the consequences for my marriage, for my child, and for my peace of mind. Sisters, I can no longer bear the burden of this secret alone. I'm torn between telling the truth and preserving the life I've built. Please, I need your guidance. Warmly, a troubled sister. Period. Ajovi, you keep giggling. What's funny?
Because I'm just thinking,
Wow, daughter of Zion.
daughter of Zion, daughter of Eve.
And by the way, before you started, yesterday, I actually randomly saw a tweet. You know how Twitter, you see random tweets. Don't marry a nurse. Don't date a nurse. So I'm trying to connect it because people left comments like, oh no, they spend time with their patients a lot. They develop connections with their patients a lot. Is this what we are seeing here?
No, I think that it's usually when people do the whole nurse categorization, nurse, women, men thing, for me, it's one of the things I do not stand for. I condone. Reason being that it's a people problem. You could be a man, but you could be terrible when it comes to your character. You could be a woman, just as me, and you could be very terrible character-wise. And you could be, you know, a nurse. You could be a doctor. You know, so it's a human.
So it's not about your profession.
Exactly. Neither is it about, you know, sexes or anything. I always say that I'm big on knowing who you are as a person, what your values are, what your morals are, what you stand for. Because if you do know that, you know yourself, you know, in detail, there are things you would never do. Because first of all, this man has, this lady, pardon me, hasn't spoken of, you know, having a bad relationship. So far, her marriage is okay. And it saddens my heart to know that this is even her first pregnancy, right? And then you went ahead and had a relationship, went intimate with your patient. Even to your profession, I think you've broken trust over there, because I do know that doctors swear an oath. I'm not sure about nurses, but even if you do not swear an oath, I think with your profession, you've broken trust over there. I think it shouldn't be something you should do. I think there are boundaries you shouldn't try to cross when it comes to your work, where you get your food, your daily bread. You do not mess around there. Just be professional, face your job, do it, get it paid, you know, and get the recommendations coming, get the good feedback coming, grow, you know, in your career. Don't mix it with personal pleasures and all that. Secondly, now that you have gone ahead with it, I'm not one to come judge you, because there's so many things I would want to say about that, about her actions, but you've already done it. Now we move forward. My take is that, who asked you for confession?
Wow.
Who? That's what I was saying. Who asked you for confession? I've said this before, that we speak truth. Sometimes we say, speak your truth. It is not every truth you speak.
Why?
Because it's like a dog is lying. It hasn't asked you anything. You went to wake it up, just like a baby, newborn baby. He or she is sleeping peacefully. Why have you gone to wake him up? There are certain secrets. Let me be the evil person. There are certain secrets you die with, right? It hasn't come up. If it comes up, my father once said something to me. He gave me an advice. He said that it is okay for every human being to have a secret, but then it becomes a problem if that secret comes to light and you lie. So once it hasn't come to light, it's okay. Leave it that way. Move on with your life. Try to be a better person. Get to know who you are. Have morals, have standards, have things that you wouldn't do. You know yourself and say, as for this, I can't cross this line. This is not what I stand for as a person. This is not who I am. You know, put some value on yourself. There are things you shouldn't do. I'm not saying she hasn't, but I'm just saying in being a better person, because every day, day in, day out, we get to know ourselves. We work on ourselves. For me, I say every year, I get to reintroduce myself to myself. I get to take myself out on a date, get to know what I like. Every year, something about me changes. You know, this year, I feel like maybe locking my hair. Maybe next year I want to cut my hair. You know, maybe I don't like how I handle certain things, how I speak on certain things, you know, just to grow as a person. So I think that every individual should do that. Daughter of Zion has a Nigerian will say, you fall my hand. You fall my hand for this one, but then we are human beings. We try to get better each day. So I think that strongly, I think you should leave it alone. Just leave it alone there. Don't try to make anything out of it.
Right. So Dr. Ethel, she said she should leave it alone. But this is someone that is actually being disturbed. and that means if she's disturbed, it's affecting her psychologically and emotionally. So in your own point of view, do you think she should confess or she should just die with it? Especially for the fact that nobody asked you.
So I'm also worried about her mental state and the fact that she is not at peace. Yes, and I think that I will see her as somebody who is like me. I am unable to live with that kind of guilt, and so I can imagine what she's going through. I have a lot that I would want to say about the act and all of it, the unprofessionalism, the unethical behavior and all of that. But I'll go straight to your question. I think that if she is going through that much trouble, she may want, I would agree that she should.
But at the same time, she doesn't want to give up her marriage. She doesn't want to mess up her marriage.
Yes,
and her
but you can't hold on to two things, and you want your mental health, yet you want that. I feel like at some point, this is going to blow up. If really you are in a marriage that is intimate, and
I don't think it was intimate, actually.
Well, but I feel like at some point, especially the way she's, you see, there are some people who, when they steal, they're able to cover up very nicely. They do all of these things and they will be fine and they can go to their graves with it. Others are
Life goes
bad.
on. Yeah.
They would spoil it. If you put them in your plan, it won't work.
Yeah.
The way they look, the way they breathe, everything.
I can do this anymore.
Yes,
I can do this
they
anymore. I
will
have to
spoil
confess.
it for you and for the entire group. So look, this is the kind of person. It's just 3 years. Some people carry this for decades, and they are good. They carry it with grace. She is not going to be good with this. This is going to blow up. I feel that whichever way, she will lose whatever she's trying to hold on whilst holding all of this together. So if I were her, with all of this boiling for her peace of mind, for her mental health, it is worth speaking her truth.
So how would you
for
say
herself.
Speaking with grace.
I would have to have
Hi,
a meeting.
baby.
Yeah.
Gracefully.
The baby.
It's gracefully not yours.
Of course, waking up at the night in the night and look, we have
You're
something.
not afraid.
I'm afraid, but I have to deal with this because I cooked it up and I
Yeah.
have to get out of it. I can't live with this. After all, the marriage probably is not healthy. That's how come you did all of this. If it were, I don't see how you can go through with this. This is huge. This is complicated, and it takes a lot. So for you to have been able to do this, it means that there's something wrong with what you have at home.
I think
And
it's
so-
$5 million that is the problem.
You think
I
so?
think yes. I think.
no.
Okay, so
See
I'm
that.
going to you, Rosie. But so Rosie, I want to ask you, $5 million is what they gave her, right? And then secondly, she used part of that money to help the man in his business. So that means he might not even be doing that great. You understand? So do you think this is about the money for her, or it's
Not necessarily. You see, the thing about caring for people is that over time, when you develop that emotional connection, because the emotional connection existed before the 5 million proposal. And you know, people who are very passionate about their job, especially nurses, sometimes they forget to know where to draw the line. They get so emotionally vested, like sometimes some even get to feel what you are feeling. Like when you are going through pain, they feel that pain because they are so emotionally connected to you. So I think that the 5 million was probably an icing on the cake, but they were already emotionally connected. The 5 million was just that thing that sealed the deal, you know. But they've been married for how long?
They've been married for 3 years, I think.
No. They've been married for, I think, about 12 years or something.
No, 12 years. 12 years. Yes, 12 years. 12 years. But the whole thing with the kid is
Yes.
3 years.
So now my
12
question
years.
is, my thing is that if they've been married for 12 years, this is their first child. That means the first child came after nine years of marriage.
Yes.
I think. So I'm just thinking that, look.
So they already had issues.
Is there a problem with them trying to conceive? Is there a problem with them trying to have a baby? You see, if they had children already, maybe first child, second child, and maybe this one came to pass inside, it's very easy for me to say, okay, then just keep quiet on it and keep shush on it, you know. But once there's been no issue for these number of years, I'm thinking, does the man have a problem?
Man, yeah.
That means that the tendency of him finding out that one, he has a problem is very high. Probably he even knows already. Probably he even knows because he said that. No, because he said that he named the child after the patient with the husband's blessing, which means that he's probably gone to the husband and told the husband how this patient is so this, how this patient is so this, what he's going through, he's emotionally invested, realize the patient maybe in the back of his mind, somewhere in the back of his mind, he knows, maybe he knows, or maybe the guy has a problem, so the fact that he's coming with benefits, he knows. You see, sometimes when you're in a relationship and you think you're being smart,
but the person is actually...
But truly, the other person knows exactly what is going on. Perhaps probably weigh the benefits and things that, okay, maybe this is it. But coming back to the lady who sends the message, you see, like Ajovi rightly said, when you are in a particular profession, know where your line, don't cross your lines. You see, ethically, once you begin to cross certain lines, because this confession is not just your husband you may lose. You may actually lose your license together with it. You know, once it gets out that you not only slept with a terminally ill patient under your care, but you also took that $5 million and you're actually using it. It means that if you're not careful, you lose both your marriage and also your marriage license. So be very careful. This is to all professionals out there. I mean, you are in a position of privilege. You know certain information, you know certain things. People put their trust in, people put their care in you. It's like somebody coming to the bank and putting their care in me as a relationship manager, and then because I know their account balances, I start telling them my problems for them to sort of like, you know, it's so unethical. It's so wrong. It's so unethical. So once you start crossing certain lines and it gets to your superiors or it gets to the board, you know that you are losing your job, you are losing your license, and maybe you might never be able to practice again. So be very careful when you are making such decisions. Number two, even if you want to make such decisions, do it in tandem with your husband.
Yes.
I'm being very frank. If he is somebody who is going through a few issues here and there, look, Charlie, this is the proposition this guy has made. How are we going to go through with it?
Yeah.
Take that decision
Then,
by yourself.
if both of you agree that, Charlie, this is something I'm going to live with, then you live with it. Buy, cash out and do what you have to do. Number three, now that you've done it, the ideal situation is that, look, listen, keep your mouth shut until such time that you are caught and then blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, if you are somebody that you are not having, how do you call it? You're not having peace of mind because of what is going on, then I think that you need to come forward. But in coming forward, know that
you're going to lose everything.
You're going to lose everything. And you see, there's nothing wrong with coming forward. I am for the truth, because for me, when you tell me the truth, I'm more lenient, but that is me. If you come to me and tell me, listen, Rosie, this is what I've been doing, the likelihood of me, you know, is very, very, but when I find out, it's more severe. However, at the point where you are going to confess and tell the truth, don't expect your husband to be intact. Don't expect your family to be intact. Don't expect everything to be as usual. Don't expect everything to be as is without change. Because the funny bit is, no matter how much he weighs the pros and cons, because he thinks that he's also benefiting everything, there's a part of him that will never trust you again. Anytime you go to the hospital, anytime we have to call a patient that is ill, or a patient that is going through trauma,
anytime you stay late,
he knows that you are up to something, and this is something that you need to get ready for, condition your mind for. So my take is that, look, it depends on how weighty this secret is on you. If it's very weighty, then like Doc said, go ahead and confess, but don't confess thinking that you're going to have your family intact.
All right, so let's get straight into the comments, and we have some comments from Facebook. Now, Edward Bass say you need to tactfully bring your husband closer to the truth by testing him with a similar story and see his reaction. Then you can make a decision. That's interesting. And another one says, hey, this is actually meant to be on the low. You do not need to tell him anything, and this is from Godfred. And yeah, so there we have it. These are the messages we have on our Facebook page for that. And I think George also is saying, stand and face the consequence of your confession, because the marriage will definitely collapse. Okay, you were saying something before I went to read the message.
This is a classic example of there's no peace for the wicked.
So who's the wicked now?
She.
My sister.
Okay.
Now, if you had the boldness, if you had the mind to not just cheat on your husband, but then to also cheat on your profession, I think I'm allowed to say that, then you should know that what you're going through, the guilt and all that's a reward. Yes. There's no peace for the wicked.
On that note, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be looking into the second letter.
Buy any promo pack of Gino Tomato Mix, Gino Pepper and Onion, or Gino Jollof Tomato Mix. Cut open the sachet to find the code inside and text it free to *844*99#. There's over 2.5 million Ghana cedis in airtime to be won, plus amazing appliances like freezers, TVs, gas cookers, and more. And the grand rewards, a brand new car and an all-expenses paid trip to a dream destination. Don't miss the Gino Achebe promo. Terms and conditions apply. This outfit is FDA approved. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Turn up your sound experience with the We Hear speakers by Lovi. From the sleek We Hear 1 to the powerful We Hear 2. And now the premium We Hear Pro. Fully endorsed by Kylian Mbappe. This is not just a speaker. It's a flexible, high-performance outdoor Bluetooth speaker built to bring your music to life anywhere. With up to 100 watts of music power, you get bold, immersive sound wherever you go. All available in stylish standout colors. Now the good news. From April 20th to May 20th, grab yours at a special discounted price. The We Hear 1 now at 400 Ghana cedis. The We Hear 2 at 900 Ghana cedis. And the premium We Hear Pro now at 3,800 Ghana cedis. Don't miss out. Call 020-195-7739 or pick up at the Atlantic Towers. You can also grab yours at Orange FM Kumasi, Plus FM, or 3 Music TV in Accra. Number 12 of Fuller Street at Belengpe. Don't miss out on this special discounted offer. It's the We Hear promo powered by Novi. We Hear, feel the power, hear the difference.
All right, welcome back. So we just read a very interesting letter. I don't even know how I feel about it, but it's still marinating. Anyway, we have our second letter now. Let's just get straight into that. And interesting topic. My husband is an addict. Let's get inside this letter. Dear sisters, I'm a full-time housewife, and I've been married for 10 months, and I'm 4 months pregnant. My husband is possessed with the incurable spirit of sex. Jesus. Amen. He would have me every night like 2 times, sometimes 3 times before he goes to his shop in the morning. He is a trader and he has 3 apprentices who help him in his shop. They would go to the shop in the morning and my husband will come back in the afternoon to have sex. Every time I try to resist, he would take it by force. Oh no. As it's killing me so slowly because my energy doesn't match his. Many times I have conditioned my mind to endure to see if I can adapt to his libido, but it is not working for me. I have encouraged him to have a side chick, and he told me that he is scared of contracting infection, and that is why he is all about me. Wow, somebody actually giving you, wow. Okay. It would have been better for me that he pours quickly, but the least he can last is 10 to 15 minutes. But most times, he doesn't even come. He knows his ways romantically around the woman's anatomy, so he puts me in the mood before he plugs in. Now, I'm fed up because the whole thing is making me lose it. I'm thinking of quitting the marriage before he kills me. Sisters, your advice is needed here, and I really appreciate it much. I want to understand what the incurable spirit of sex is. Anybody has an idea what the incurable spirit of sex is? Rosie?
At the church, Akma.
Thank you. You see, I'm thinking that this girl is probably a church bed. The way she constructed that line, incurable spirit of sex, I think she's a church bed. And because she's a church, when she was getting married, the things they were talking about, sex was not part of it.
Yes.
I keep saying that, look, sex is one thing that, I've said it's over the years, that sex is one thing that, when it's good in a marriage, people tend to overlook it. But when it's bad, or it has issues, it can be the biggest thing that can destroy a beautiful marriage. You understand? So when it comes to counseling, premarital counseling and all of these things, they talk about all of these things. They condition you that, oh, when your husband wants it, you give it. But they don't really talk about sex. For you to even get an idea, even forget about there being the premarital counselors. Whilst you were courting, whilst you were dating, what were you talking about? What were you feeling? What vibe were you getting? He couldn't keep his hands off you. He would make statements, when we marry, and the way I would. You think he was lying? He wasn't lying. He was telling you the truth. So I have a feeling that the marriage was very superficial. Maybe he was a guy who had a bit of money, kakra. She was also at the point where she wanted to get married. Oh, Sister Mary Brother Mark. And then, sister in the Lord, brother in the Lord, and then he decided to tie the knot, maybe no sex before marriage kind of thing. That's the kind of scenario I'm picturing in my head. Because I don't see how you can get married and don't know that your husband has such a high libido. You should have sensed it. You should have seen it at some point. I like the fact that the man is not intending to go out. I like the fact. But the thing is that, you see, your marriage is very new and you're 4 months pregnant. I think that, I don't know whether you can speak to your doctor when you go for your prenatal care. Let your doctor know, and maybe at a visit with your husband, maybe the doctor may be a bit more tactful about how to let your husband know. That is if you are telling him and he's not getting it.
Maybe
and I have a feeling that,
oh, you can have sex.
No, you can have sex, but the frequency and then the stress and how that stress can in turn affect the baby is also something you could discuss. Now, she says that, oh, he tries to ward him off and he takes it forcefully. My thing is that, have you sat down with him and properly communicate what you are going through to him, or you only wait? And anytime his techie has risen, that is when you are saying, no, don't touch, oh, no, don't do. At that moment, he's not listening to you. But have you tried communicating with him to let him know how this is stressing you out, and the fact that you are pregnant and your libido is not as high? I mean, if you just say, like, Charlie, girl day is too much for me, he maybe see it as a plus. You're endorsing the fact that he's a man. You understand? So he can even see it as a plus. But have you sat down to properly communicate with him? If you haven't done that, then I think that you need to sit down with him and properly communicate to him how it makes you feel, the frequency of it, how much stress it puts you under, and the fact that that stress translated to the baby is not even healthy. And also get your doctor involved. And if you can get a clinical counselor involved, you can get a clinical counselor involved so that you can talk about it. In this case, it's not like you are complaining about his non-performance, or you are complaining about the fact that he doesn't even put you in the mood properly. He checks all the boxes. It's just the frequency of it. So I think it's something that you can communicate and come to an agreeable solution.
Right.
And I think it should work. But I think that this person didn't ask the right questions before they got married.
Right. Dr. Ethel, taking it by force, I would say
no.
No, it's a no.
It's sort of like
it's a no.
Yeah, it's rape.
It's rape. It's clearly rape, and I don't know why he would choose to do that. I don't know. It's not something that if you care for your wife and you love her, why not find other ways? You know, you are, it looks like you're a sensual man and you know your way around the body. So why by force? Of course, there has to be some compromise here and there. You know that yours is over the bar, your libido, and you know, hers probably is also too low. And so there has to be some compromise so that both of you can be together. And so taking it by force, I don't see why you would do that. But having said that, I think that I like what Rosie said about the church, she being a church girl, and that haven't informed what has happened. You know, I have come from there before. I'm the kind who had to go and ask somebody how it will be done. Show me, yes. Where would what go? Yes. What will be, and she gave me a vivid picture. This will go here and that will happen. And so that's how naive Christians can be generally. And I think that we need to come out of that. It doesn't help us. Marriage is not just about going and being a wife and being super humble. It's also about sexual commitments. And in fact, that is like one of the highest. Some of us didn't know. But you can learn from somewhere. I think that sex should be celebrated. We don't celebrate sex enough. We don't make it look like what it should be. It's a blessing. God has given it to us to make us flourish. If you knew what it does for you, you would. We have no idea. Seriously, and I had to learn, like read, research, talk to people, know what this is, because I knew I lacked it, and I had to give it a certain importance before I can. I'm still, you know, in the process, but I think that we need to, and even from motherhood, let's try and not make sex look like it's an evil thing.
No, it's not.
We are only saying don't do it at this time, but it's a beautiful thing. It is what will keep your relationship if you handle it well, you know. So that's not the way to go about it. So I think that my sister can begin to do something about it now, both of them actually, because if it's that imbalance and you don't work at it and come to some compromise, you are still going to always struggle. So I think that they should really talk. I agree that they have missed the talking period, right. Something that they should have done at the beginning and they missed. And I think this is another thing that even though you want to maybe abstain at the beginning, why can't you talk about it?
Right.
Even if you're abstaining, and talk about it in detail. Look, this is how I feel I am. I am over the bar when it comes to my libido. And bring your mind to it. Don't be like, oh, we haven't married yet, so let's not talk about this now. Let's wait when we marry. This is what will happen when you do that.
Anyway, so how's the lessons going?
Very well. I'm still reading books upon books. I can recommend some.
Wow. Actually,
yes, my love.
What's up? What are your thoughts?
My gorgeous sisters have actually said it all. They've spoken about her marriage, her pregnancy. But for me, I have two questions for her. Do you enjoy sex?
Right.
My second question is, have you checked your libido? Because listening to you read her letter, she's mainly focusing on what her husband does sexually, you know, to her. And she's making it seem like some sort of crime.
It's a church thing.
Exactly. Even though the parts where she mentioned that the husband takes it by force, that's rape. For me, I stand against it. If I were a lawyer and somebody came to me about rape, I think I would be biased, whether the person is guilty or not. That's how, you know, I will be biased, yeah, unfortunately. That's how much I stand against it. But I think that my sisters have advised her, so I won't hint on it. But I think she should check her libido. Because if you're married to somebody that you are in love with, I think she has a beautiful thing going actually. Because first of all, her husband finds her attractive, even though she's pregnant. Even though we know there are men who actually love pregnant women. being their wives or not even their wives. There are men who chase pregnant women.
And it's actually good for your husband to see you as attractive
Yes.
when you're pregnant.
Yes, so
Because
she
a
has
lot of
something beautiful.
people, the men just
go men actually see their wives attractive.
Yes,
They
during
do.
pregnancy.
They do.
So I think it's a blessing for her because at least your husband finds you attractive in that state, and then he also doesn't. He wants to be faithful to you.
Yes.
Daughter of Zion, why are you telling your husband to go look for a side chick? Why?
And when the side chick comes, you come and say that's another.
Then you go to church and say that there are side chicks snatching your husband. Daughter of Eve, why? Why? I don't get it.
We don't have peace.
Exactly. It's like some women are against peace. Like when we enjoy peace too much, we're like, no, I think I have too much peace. I should mess it up a little. Don't be like Eve.
You know.
Don't do that. I think that she should check her libido. She should find out if she enjoys sex, and then this time she should go for counseling. But this time not church counseling. She should see a therapist. She and her husband, because I think her husband also has an issue when it comes to his sex.
Maybe he has
drive. The fact that he would take it forcefully.
Maybe he has an addiction.
As addiction problem.
Yeah, sex
so
addiction.
that's why I recommend that they see a therapist, because taking it forcefully, I think that's a bit intense. That's intense. Not. I won't even hold my tongue. That's really, really intense.
Addiction, or because the marriage is fresh, he's just excited. Because you see, the marriage is only 10 months old and the woman is 4 months pregnant.
For me, I won't give him a second guess. Once forcefully comes in.
No, not the forcefully part. I'm talking about the fact that he's addicted to it. You see, when things are
it
fresh,
could be that if they are both church buddies, it could be that
also
as a time brother nache, a time, he's been through it. He's
kept himself for a long time. It's not time for him.
So he's like really in his youthful exuberance. He's actually enjoying it.
But I feel
a
like
man once told me
the biggest problem is communication here.
Yes. That's why I recommend they see a therapist, because a therapist will help them navigate it. Not because I saw a video recently of a pastor actually standing on his pulpit, which was a very sad thing to say, very appalling video I've seen in recent times, saying that if your wife doesn't allow you sleep with her, take it forcefully, because her body is yours and your body is hers. Some of our spiritual leaders actually do these things a bit off. Did I say a bit? Why am I saying a bit today? Off.
Yeah.
Because how do you say that? Yes, she's your wife. Before God. Yes, her body is yours. Yes, your body is, hers. But then at the end of the day, nothing should be taken forcefully.
Yeah.
Nobody has the right to take anything forcefully from your body. I think it's off. So they shouldn't do the whole church bit. You know, they should look for counseling elsewhere, outside.
I think it's now a little off, but I was going to say that, there was a guy once who told me that he found his wife most attractive when he was pregnant because her body temperature was warmer. So it was a whole different experience having sex with his wife, because because of the baby in the body temperature is so warm, so it was actually more enjoyable. So I'm thinking that if you have a fresh relationship coupled with the pregnancy, coupled with what he's feeling, the excitement that he's getting,
the lubrication,
that is, if you are saying that they are church beds, it means that for him it's a whole experience for him. And it's like when you get a new shoe, you wear it, when you get something you use it, but at some point you yourself, you get tired. That's what I'm saying, that look, if they communicate and they talk about these things, I'm sure they can come to a solution that works better.
Yes.
And maybe the girl too, maybe she has also conditioned her mind that this is too much.
Yes.
So anytime it's coming, he's coming again. He's coming again.
So she's not enjoying it.
If she also conditions her mind properly, maybe she would actually enjoy those moments. You understand? She will enjoy those moments, and maybe it should be better placed to even have an effective dialogue with the man as to when it's a bit too much. Because when she's willing sometimes, and once in a while she says, as for today, dear, I'm not in the mood, the man can listen.
Yes.
But if every day you are willing, but it happens, every day you are willing, but it happens, the man thinks that you're just doing small shakara, but it will happen.
Yeah.
So I think that you should also, it should be a compromise, a win-win situation, so that both of you can enjoy yourselves.
And she made a statement that it's not as if that he, comes quick. It stays more than 15.
That can
she should actually go to church, right? and give a special seat for that. You know how many people come under 1 minute? Well, and you know how many people come under 1 minute? It's like I'm really serious.
She is not enjoying that.
Yes.
Different people.
So after she goes through everything we've said, I pray she actually takes some of the things we've said seriously and works on it. Then she will find out that she actually has a good thing going.
No, but you know what? At the end of the day, we are here talking about it as if we are looking at it as one side, but maybe they are also very orthodox. Maybe it's just one position.
No, I don't think so.
She
said her husband. She said knows his way around her body.
You can know the way around the body with one position.
Yeah. You see, for a woman, okay, no, Chris,
her eye and stuff like that.
As for this one, I beg to differ.
Why are you talking out of experience? No, I can see it vividly.
I beg to differ.
Let's say if it's missionary. Okay, I hope the kids are sleeping.
Missionary, she's pregnant.
So definitely be a 4 months for now.
Okay.
No, but Chris.
4 months, and now it's the same thing. His whole body on her. 15 minutes. Oh God, 20 minutes. So he's still here.
Chris,
man, know at least 2 positions.
I think that this man loves his sex, and this man knows his way around the body. And I'm saying this because, listen, for women, when we are being very truthful to ourselves, most of the women, we are having sex with people who are not even cutting it. Most women, they are faking orgasms. They are faking all manner of things. They are doing all manner of things. So I'm just saying that, look,
why are you taking the table?
For a woman to hit her chest and say that this man knows his way around the body, it means that competency is not the issue. So in this particular case, I don't think the man has a problem with the how. Or how it's done. The problem is purely with the frequency, because women hardly give a testament that is not in front of the man. When the man will tell you, "Chalo, you're boy, you're a guy," but real, like for real, like she has typed, for her to confess amidst all of this that look, the man really knows the way around the body. I think the how is not in contention.
All right, so we actually have some messages here. We have Akosa is saying, why are you asking your husband to get a side chick? Be careful what you
wish for,
because you might just get it and you will cry. And AC from Cape Coast, my sister, this is not normal. If you're pregnant and still constantly exhausted from sex, your husband should show you some compassion, not drain your energy. Marriage is not a license to overuse your wife. That's another point, because some people think now that I've gotten you, you are exactly, and you see the way he takes it by force. There are a lot of men that have that patriarchal mindset. I have paid for you, you are mine. You see comments on social media when such issues come up. You see men or young, just men in general, I don't say young men or old men, because you don't even know who's behind the accounts. You see them making say, I've paid for you, and then you will not give me sex care. You see, so that means taking it by force is it's that patriarchal mindset of I own you because I have paid for you. Wow. Yeah, from Takrady, women must do better. When a woman is carrying your child, you protect her, not wear her out. If you're begging him to reduce or even suggesting a side chick, which shows how desperate you are, then something is seriously wrong. He needs help. I think he has like a sex addiction. I think I would agree with her. And Uche from Nigeria is saying, you're literally carrying life inside you, and you're still trying to manage your husband's uncontrollable libido. That's not love. It's selfishness. Actually, it is. It is. Please don't feel guilty about saying no. Your health and mental state matters too. Even if she says no,
the guy takes it by force.
So
that part is so wrong.
Completely
he's
wrong.
also a rapist too. It's not only. So Kunle is like, he doesn't only have an addiction problem. He's also a rapist on top of it. So like, Kunle is saying, this man doesn't need a side chick. He needs therapy.
He does.
Sexual addiction is real, and you are not a machine. If he cannot recognize the stress he's putting you through, especially while pregnant, it's a serious problem. Stand your ground, madam. And this is from a guy to a woman. Zainab from Nigeria again is saying, sister, no offense, but even suggesting a side chick tells me you've reached your breaking point. That's not a healthy marriage. People don't suffer in silence. If your in-laws or parents are reasonable, involve them. That's another topic. Do you think they should carry their sex matters to the in-laws?
I feel it's too early.
Okay, it's too early, eh?
Yeah.
Kofi Ansah is saying, lady, have you had communication about this with your husband? Maybe he might not see anything wrong with this. I mean, me saying no already should mean I am actually communicating to you. Thank you for sending in your 2 letters, sisters. Thank you so much for joining me on this episode of Sister. I really enjoyed it. And I think everybody should take their sex lessons seriously because, Jesus Christ, this was just too much. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, I will be sharing my final thoughts.
Gino Magic Pepper and Onion, a delicious tomato mix with tomato, pepper and onion. No grinding, no blending. Ya yin na da da da. So pa mediane no abe. Come on Gino, do your magic. And papa no abefi. Bring them back home.
Tasty magic.
And your daddy trying to kiss
Gino Magic Pepper. Gino Magic Pepper and Onion. The magic that brings them home.
This advert is FDA approved.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome back. It's Sister right here on Channel 1 TV. And if you're listening, it's City 97.3 FM. Want to say a very big thank you to each and every one of you that tuned in to this episode. And also a very big thank you to our sponsors. Thank you for holding us down always. Gino, thank you. Now, let's get straight into me sharing my final thoughts of the letters. The first letter, I really don't have much to say because it feels like the sisters have said everything that needs to be said, actually. And, you know, it's just complicated because I feel like if you were going to do something like this, especially having an affair with your patient, which is not ethical, number one. I feel like if you could not control that side of you, of being ethical with your job, in this sort of situation, maybe you would have done it for the money or whatever it is, you should have involved your husband. And especially for the fact that, like, in 12 years, you guys have not had a child. I mean, this whole thing, you should have spoken to him. And just like Rosie, I would begin to question everything now, especially on his side. I slept with this person and I have a child, but I've been with this person for years and I don't have a child. So there is, you know, something going on. Maybe he too also has a problem. He probably hasn't checked. And at the end of the day, like I said, it's just a whole complicated, messy web, which I think you need to probably open up at this moment. If you cannot take the guilt, you probably need to open up, talk to a therapist, talk to someone first. But if you are going to open up, you would actually have in mind that you are going to lose everything. You would lose everything. You will lose that marriage, you will lose everything, probably your job too. So if you're ready to lose everything, then you can speak out. But if you're not ready to lose any of that, you probably need to speak to someone, confide in someone. Maybe that will make it lighter. Someone that you really trust. Maybe a therapist, because a therapist is actually a very neutral person. And yeah, when you do that, they would actually advise you on what to do. Now, secondly, my husband is an addict. Girl, I agree with you. In the beginning, I thought, no, it's just you probably not being someone that enjoys sex. But from everything you just read, I think he's a sex addict. And sex addiction is real. Like one of the the people said. I mean, one of the comments said, sex addiction is very real and it's very unhealthy and it can harm, you know, any of the people involved. You know, sex addiction, usually the person is not even thinking about someone getting harmed or he himself getting harmed. And this is what we see here, because this is not about infections or diseases. It's not like any on him being a randy person. But with this, he is a rapist. I'm sorry to say, a lot of people don't like to hear this, but there's actually something called marital rape. In as much as it's your wife, if she says she doesn't want to do, in as much as it's your husband, if he says he doesn't want to do, at that point he's not giving you consent or she's not giving you consent and you force it, it is rape. It's called marital rape. Rape happens between married people too. Rape happens between boyfriend and girlfriend. Rape happens between fiancés. Rape happens between lovers. It is rape as long as one person has not given their consent. And in this case, your husband is a rapist. And from this, he being a rapist, that just shows that he doesn't care about how you feel, which translates to a sexual addiction. So your husband has a big problem, which he needs to go and see someone to talk to. If apart from the sexual addiction part, I also think, just like Rosie, it might be an issue of, you know, the kind of advice he got, the kind of background that he grew up in, where they probably think they own women, where patriarchal norms are uplifted, where patriarchal behaviors are actually seen as norms, and they are not norms. And in patriarchal backgrounds, you hear people saying, I paid for her bride price, so she's mine. I can do anything I want to do with her. No, sex shouldn't be painful. No one should be suffering from sex. As long as one person is suffering, it's no more sweets. Like, I think you also need to talk to someone. Since you sent in the letters, talk to someone. Because it depends on what kind of family he's coming from. Because maybe you might tell them and they'll say, but we paid your bride price now, so you are our wife. Why are you talking like this? So I think it's better that you talk to a professional, or I really don't know his background, so I can't even say talk to someone he trusts or someone he respects, because sometimes the people they actually respect are the people they mirror. So I think it should be professional. Talk to a professional. Maybe talk to him, but if he doesn't listen, talk to a professional. And if you can't take it, maybe you need to walk out. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Sister System. Once more, a very big thank you to our sponsor, Gino. So if you want to make the best gravies, the best stews, the best soups, why are you not using Gino? And the best rice, why are you not using Gino? Your jollof, your white rice, your everything, Gino, that's what you should be using. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to, sign out now. My name is Chris Carter. I hope I see you next week, same time, right here.
Protests on a scale never before seen in Tanzania.
The violence erupted on October the 29th, election day in Tanzania.
Disturbing video shows police shooting in the street.
Hundreds of people died during protests.
Full picture of what has happened obscured by a 6-day internet shutdown.
Rais wa Tanzania Samia Suluhu Hassan ametetea hatua zilizochukuliwa na vyombo vya ulinzi na usalama wakati wa machafuko ya Oktoba 29 mwaka huu.
There's this narrative of Tanzania is stable, peaceful, but being silent does not necessarily mean peace.
Amnesty International says the country has descended into one of the darkest periods in its democratic history.
Artists, opposition politicians, human rights activists have been abducted.
Kwamba tuwaumize wachache ili wengi waogope.
It's a plague. It's a plague. It's like a disease.
I was going out of breath. Their aim was to kill.
Sijui kama natoka nikiwa hai.
They'd hit me.
I was so scared.
I was thinking like, there's no hope here. There's no hope of surviving.
It was the longest night of my life. They led us down to a car and then they closed the door and drove off.
Tanzania has always been deemed as democratic, but it is because people oftentimes only see the surface.
They beat me so much, I could barely walk.
What has been going on behind the facade is a nightmare.
Tell us who is sending you, who is giving you permission to disturb the government.
It's no longer just human rights activists or journalists or opposition, but now we are seeing many other people being abducted just out of nowhere, just because somehow they ended up on the wrong side of the government.
Na hata sasa hivi bado unawindwa. Unaishi kwenye hofu wewe, lakini pia hata wanaokuzunguka nao wanaishi kwenye hofu kama wewe.
It's rapid, it's brutal, it's really well organized, it's cold-blooded completely. I would have loved to do this interview in person, but I cannot risk it to, continuously tempt people whose only intention is actually to shut you up. When somebody gets abducted, the first thing I do is tweet it out. I've become the go-to person. It's like the crisis center for abductions. It's a plague. It's a plague. It's like a disease. So far, we have documented 200 cases. Unfortunately, more than half of them have completely disappeared, and we don't know where they are.
Kwamba tuwaumize wachache ili wengi waogope. Hata mimi ni miongoni mwa watu ambao nilikuwa nipotezwe. Chadema ndio chama kikuu cha upinzani. Nilianza kuwa active 2014. Mtu akiwa anakosoa serikali ya Tanzania kwa sasa, kitu cha kwanza ambacho wanajua lazima watanitafuta.
Kesho ni muda mwafaka wa kutumia maandamano haya.
Soka ni mwanachama mwenzangu wa Chadema. Alituma message kwa baadhi ya marafiki zake kwamba nimeitwa kituo cha polisi kwa ajili ya kukagua pikipiki, lakini nina hofu.
Haki ya maandamano ni haki ya kikatiba.
Tangu hapo hatukuwahi kumwona tena.
My name is Mdude Nyagali.
Mdude alikuwa anatekwa, baadaye wakimtocha wanamtupa.
Tunahitaji katiba mpya.
Mwaka huu alivamiwa na watu wasiojulikana nyumbani kwake. Tangu wakati huo mpaka leo hatujui kama Mdude yuko hai.
Sasa kwa nini sasa hivi hakuna wajibikaji?
Zangu niko na kaka zangu hapa.
Mdude ni mmoja kati ya watu ambao walikuwa wanamkosoa sana Rais Samia na serikali yake.
Hii video inakuhusu wewe mwenyewe na sio mtu mwingine. Na ili
Shadrack Chaula alichukua ile picha akaichoma moto akiwa na rekodi video. Alikamatwa akafikishwa mahakamani. Faini ililipwa akatoka. Baada ya kutoka alitekwa na watu ambao hawajulikani ni wakina nani. Tangu wakati huo mpaka leo hajapatikana.
prior January these were nothing exceptional, but now they are. I'm a human rights activist. I engage actively in politics on social media, and because of that I have to flee from Tanzania. I'm living in a foreign country, but doesn't mean that I'm safe. It's expensive, it's lonely, scary. Before June 2024, I had good life until when it came the date when I was being abducted. On Sunday of 23rd, I was having a date with my brother in Cocoa Beach. I've been looking for a house for rent, and I found one through my agent. Suddenly, the agent called me. That guy who was living in the house had left, so come and see the house. When you reach at Kimara Korogwe, call me. The agent arrived at the station. After I climbed the motorcycle, suddenly someone came on the motorcycle and came, and the guy hung down on my neck like this. The agent, who was like shivering, like, these guys have been with us since afternoon. Just please go and talk to them. They took me to police station known as Oysterbay. They didn't take me to the reception. They drive until taking me to the backyard of the police station. On my phone, it was switched off there at the Oysterbay police station. Suddenly, the motor car arrived. They were now starting asking, "Hey Sativa, the top man from the government is looking for you. Tell us exactly what is it are you doing?" I was now trying to look, who is that top man looking for me? Who is he? I know a lot of officers because I've been in politics. How come I don't know this guy? He's talking like he's forcing himself. What is his name? How many years? And then he told the guy, take him, go and stay with him there. As I was taken far from that meeting, I was not able to hear or see anything. I now heard that motor car, it is now leaving. Later on now, they told me, there are some guys who are coming for you. So I was just thinking, if I just hear the car, they are the one. It was silent until the morning, and then I heard a motor car arriving.
Mwenyekiti wa Jumuiya ya Madaktari Tanzania, Dr. Stephen Olimboka, amekutwa amejeruhiwa vibaya baada ya kupigwa na watu wasiojulikana na baadaye kutelekezwa kwenye maeneo ya Mubwepande nje kidogo ya jiji la Dar es Salaam.
Abductions are not new in Tanzania. During the time of President Kikwete, we saw a public abduction happened during the doctor's strike. The leader of the doctors, Stephen Olimboka, was very vocal. They pulled out his teeth, his nails. They tortured him. That, of course, continued under Magufuli. There was such severe repression, especially attacks on human rights defenders, journalists, and many others. But since 2021, we're seeing an acceleration under Samia Suluhu.
It has been a year since Samia Suluhu Hassan took over power as president of Tanzania, and she has made significant strides in various key sectors within health, diplomacy, democracy, and economics.
People had a lot of hopes on Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan. The way they felt is that she's different from Magufuli, and the democratic and the civic space will now be much better. people were seeing a mother.
I want to see peaceful and stable Tanzania. I want to see Tanzania with a democratic space.
Today I removed the ban on holding political rallies.
The lifting of the ban is part of the present political reconciliation and reform drive.
Tanzania is coming to light. It was hope. It was hope. It was hope.
You have been a champion in terms of democratic reforms in this country.
To some extent, there are some change. But in the other aspect, still, it's continued to be too dark to see.
Chama kikuu cha upinzani nchini humo Chadema kimesema kuwa kinatarajia kutumia nguvu ya umma kwa mujibu wa sheria ili kushinikiza uwajibikaji wa serikali kutokana na matukio ya kukamatwa, kuteswa na kuuawa kwa viongozi wa upinzani.
The civic space started to shrink.
Wagombea hawa walioenguliwa ni wa vyama vya upinzani. Hii inatoa taswira gani kuhusu uchaguzi huu?
Right to participate or being voted has been so limited. Freedom of expression is very limited. And the people are in fear.
Tumechoka chaguzi ambazo wizi wa kura sasa ni jambo la kawaida. Ndio maana tunasema no reform, no election.
Mwenyekiti wa chama kikuu cha upinzani nchini Tanzania Chadema Tundu Lissu anakabiliwa na mashtaka ya uhaini miongoni mwa mengine matatu. Polisi nchini Tanzania ilisema kwamba Lissu alikamatwa jana mkoani Ruvuma kwa tuhuma za kufanya uchochezi wa kutofanyika uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka huu wa 2025.
Mkurugenzi wa uchaguzi wa Tume Huru ya Taifa ya Uchaguzi Ramadhani Kailima amesema Chadema imeshindwa kusaini hati ya maadili iliyotakiwa kufanyika siku ya Jumamosi, hivyo kumaanisha kuwa chama hicho kimeondolewa kwenye uchaguzi wa mwezi Oktoba.
Nilienda kwa ajili ya kuonesha solidarity kwa Lissu. Ni siku ambayo polisi walipiga sana watu, waliumiza sana watu. Akaja askari wa kike akaniambia natakiwa ofisini kwa Zonal Crime Officer. Tumefika pale Central, mimi niliingiziwa mlango wa nyuma. Wakachukua simu yangu na wao wakawa wanaomba password ya simu. Nikawa nakataa. Walikuwa wananiambushi na makofi. Toa password! Toa password! Alitoka yule mmoja akarudi na kitu kama tochi hivi. Akanimulika nacho kwenye macho. Yaani kile kitochi akikumulika hivi kwenye macho unakuwa kama jicho linatoka kwa nje hivi. Wakaniambia ukicooperate vizuri unaondoka unaenda nyumbani. Akaja yule askari, yule mpelelezi wa kike, akaja na fomu. Hii ni fomu yako, unatakiwa ujizamini ili uende nyumbani ukamnyonyeshe mtoto. Nasema asante Mungu. Naenda nyumbani kumuona mtoto. Tumefika pale counter. Akawaambia wale askari mchukueni mpelekeni ndani. Akaniambia ZCO amesema kesho asubuhi anataka kukuoji. Nikamwambia basi naomba mniandike kwenye logbook ili ndugu zangu wakija wajue kwamba niko hapa. Akakataa. Mpaka natoka kuniambia kosa langu mwenyewe.
They don't make you to sign on the law so that it can be easier for them to make sure that nobody knows that you are there. Second, in case during the interrogation you die, nobody should be responsible. Third, you don't have anywhere to prove that you are holding somewhere.
It appears that it's not a positive way that Tanzania is taking at the moment.
The European Commission must closely monitor developments, and especially Tundu's trial.
This is not a standalone case. It exemplifies the regime's treatment of political opposition, civil society organizations, journalists, indigenous peoples, and human rights defenders. Anyone who poses a threat to the ruling elite is effectively silenced.
Good morning, fam. This is my room in Serena, Tanzania. In Tanzania today to support someone who is in prison, who is an opposition leader. Our journey to Tanzania was to show the state of human rights in Tanzania, get to meet Tundu Lissu and share what's happening to him with the rest of the world. We are like 12 of us, and all of us arrived from different flights. The flight I was in was with Martha Karua, I was with Lynn Ngugi and Gloria Kimani. And so we entered the country, and 3 of us on that particular flight were deported back.
The 3 of us have been detained awaiting deportation.
Then a few hours later, there was Hussein Khalid, Hanifa and Willy Mutunga landed.
We've been stopped here at the airport.
Then they were deported.
I get off the plane thinking that I will probably be sent back home. I get through immigration and the journey from the airport to the hotel, I'm just thinking about sleeping. You need to confront problems of this world when you have at least had good sleep. I get to the hotel. I knew that Boniface was already there. So I tell him I have arrived and I sleep.
Who's waiting for me? My phone rings and they say there's some officers want to talk to me downstairs. When they knocked the door, I was, okay, what do you want? I'm in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, and there are officers outside my room. They said they want to see me, but they're not saying the reason why they want to see me.
Unaelewa, sisi tupo kwenye taratibu zetu za inspection za kawaida.
Inspection kwa usiku wa manane. Tuwafunzi kazi, mimi naogopa tu.
Wala kuna sababu ya kuogopa.
Huku watu wanapotezwa nchi hii.
Hakuna kitu kama hicho.
Watu wanashikwa wanapotezwa, mimi naogopa kupotezwa.
Don't worry.
No, I'm worried. What offense have I committed? I said, I'm willing to give you my passport under the door. And you can go verify and then come back. But I was not willing to leave my hotel room in the cover of darkness with unknown people. I've taken the glass that was on top of this table over here, taken those 2 chairs, locked my door over here to ensure that in case they break in, I at least have a headset to start recording. I spent the night scared that they'll break the door, and I did not sleep a wink. I
wake up and there are so many missed calls. I go down to the restaurant. I find everyone else there apart from Boniface. So I call him. He said, I'm afraid to come out. Boniface was supposed to leave that day. So he says, I need to check out of this room and I don't trust the reception to leave them with my luggage with all that's happening. So that's when I tell him that I am spending another night here. I can actually take your luggage. So I keep his bag and come to the restaurant. I didn't find him seated at the table. And we had Bonnie shouting.
I went to the bathroom. When I came out, I found like 4 or 5 officers outside the bathroom. And I ran screaming the entire hotel, screaming. Hey! I ran screaming.
Identify yourselves! Identify yourselves!
I saw some officer running after Boniface. Then I went and intervened, and I said, relax Boniface, let me handle it. What the Tanzania immigration did to try to ascertain where do you stay or how do you enter, that it's legal. The only problem, why do you go at the middle of the night? Because our law is very clear. I want to do inspection or to do that arrest, I should wait until 6.
They said, okay, now it was a mistake, but now it is not 1 a.m. Would like you to come with us to our office. So Boniface is taken. Now for us, we go to court.
So I say, okay, we're going with you to the immigration to ask you a couple of questions. And I'm questioned, I'm a lawyer, who are you, what do you do, why are you in this country? I say, we're coming for Tundu Lissu's case. And then he says, where are your phones? I said, I don't have my phones. I said, where are your phones? That's where it all began. And then they say, now you need to go back to your hotel, search your room. I can't find my phones, not even my bag. So the hotel security manager shows up, take us to the security room, and they show us this video of Agatha coming to my room, leaving my room with my bag. And then that's when they picked Agatha.
There's no point where we were explained to where we were being taken or what for. We are picked up from the hotel and taken to, I later learned it was immigration office, where I am interrogated.
Things took a very dark turn when some very tall guy comes in and starts slapping me. Says, who are you? You're coming to destroy our country. And then I asked some of those guys quietly, who is this? He works for the state. Then says, you're a mabusu. Mabusu means you're a prisoner. Now the threats became real now. Because he hit me around and said, gather your things, you're going to Central Police Station.
Ile seo kwanza ni sehemu ambayo hata adui yangu siwezi kumwambia awepo pale. Kuna kijana aliletwa ambaye kama bahati tu tunatoka naye mtaa mmoja. Aliponikuta pale akawa anashangaa. Nimeona hapo watu wamekuletea chakula. Wameambiwa kwamba haupo hapa, umejizamini umetoka. Ndo pale nikajua wamenifix. Maana yake ile karatasi walinijazisha ili hata ikitokea wamenipoteza. Maana yake ilikuwa ni jambo ambalo linaonekana nimepotea, lakini sijapotea kwenye mikono yao. Nilikuwa naomba Mungu anisaidie nitoke nikamwone mtoto wangu. Nilikuwa nimepoteza matumaini kabisa.
After I entered in that motorcar, my mind now was shivering, fear, try to figure out where am I going. So I was having a lot of things in my head. After some time now of the journey, they were now trying to make me believe they are taking me to Malawi. We're going to show you the Lembula Mountains. So that moment they are taking off the hood is when I saw the driver. I can just see a tattoo on his arm, also having long dreads. It was a long journey. They were smoking, they were drinking. Finally, we arrived at the place where they were taking me, and then they entered me inside the cell, and then they took the hood and they left. When I was inside that cell, I was being saved by people who were in uniform of police services.
We go to Central Police Station.
Bonnie is taken straight inside.
And they say, those phones are going to produce them. I was being slapped around. Slapped, choked, manhandled. They said, we're going to circumcise you. I said, I'm circumcised. They said, we're going to do that again. This guy who came, the one who started beating me at the immigration office, the tall guy in a suit, says, you'll never see my face again, but you'll never forget my face. Because what will happen to you today, you'll never forget for the rest of your life. When the lawyers started defending me, they were told, tutachunguza uzalendo wenyu. I think the lawyers knew what these guys were capable of, and they were scared for their lives. They left us in the den of wolves to be eaten alive.
The lawyers come out, and One of the lawyers tells me that they have been told to leave, that for us we are going to be detained, and that they have been told to come for us in the morning. So I asked him, but you are a lawyer. You're being dismissed from the police station. You don't know what your clients have been even charged with. So they are detaining us for what exactly? And he said he doesn't know.
So you're not patriotic. That remark was remarked against us. And it sent a chilling message. Having your lawyer when you are being interviewed is a requirement of the law. So ordering my lawyer to go outside was contrary to the law. But sometimes we have to use wisdom. So I'm not saying that we are free from being blamed, but the people should understand that the environment which we are working is not the same you can work in Kenya or South Africa or America. They should understand that we operate with caution also.
I tell him, okay, before you leave, at least ask them to allow me make a phone call to check on my children. As I'm still asking the lawyer questions, this gentleman comes and tells the guy that he told him to leave. He said, if you cared about your children, you wouldn't have left them to be here. So you are not calling anyone. A few minutes after that, they called me inside as well. This gentleman, I wouldn't remember what he started with, but I remember when he said, I will teach you a lesson and you'll go and write a very beautiful story about Tanzania. Then he said, do you have children? This is like the third time I'm being asked if I have children. I said, yes, if you must know. And said, how many? 2. Do you want a third one? If you want a third one, Tanzania is happy to do that. Of course, in my mind, I had already registered that as a rape threat. Yeah, so now I started to get scared. After he said that, they said, okay, you leave and wait for us outside. Both me and Boniface. Boniface is frightened. In this moment, he was completely quiet.
I could see where this was going. In my mind, I had an idea it's going to get worse.
I sit with him and he says, Agatha, we are going to die. We are seated there and 6 people come in.
And the other moment I knew it's a done deal, they're going to get tortured. And it was going to be bad. But even in my mind, I never thought what happened to us would happen to us.
They pass and enter inside. I got worried after seeing them. They come out and said, you, let's go.
Recently, the police released a press release. What was very surprising was them saying that most of the abductions are personal strife. Witch doctors were involved in some cases. People have deaths and they disappear. But what is very strange, none of the politically motivated abductions have ever been solved.
We traveled a full day and I was taken in a cell where I spent a night and a day. They came and took me away. They told me, today we have the new one. We call him Mjomba or uncle. We traveled for almost 3 hours and then we stopped. Down there were sticks, the logs, the iron bars, panga, and they told me to sit down. One was recording me. Why do you disturb the government? They started hitting me, hitting the ankles, hitting the knees. Down here, the whole part of me, they were beating me. I was hit badly at the spinal cord. You know that feeling when even now when I'm speaking, it's like it's passing through. It was a tough hour of my life. After then, they told me, okay, for now we are taking you back to Dar es Salaam, but don't say anything when we come to take you again. You will think maybe you are hiding, but we will find you.
We were taken downstairs through the back stairs to the parking. The guys had AK-47 in the car, like big guns. So it was a white Land Cruiser. They asked Agatha questions. I tell them Agatha does not speak Swahili. And they laugh and make fun of us. By the time you're done with her, she'll be speaking Swahili.
Now when I am put inside that car, I am blindfolded. I suffocated, like I couldn't breathe. I was asking myself, why are you feeling this way, yet this is a moment you knew would come. The work that I do, there's so many threats. But then I told myself, I didn't know it would come like this. I didn't know it would come in Tanzania. For what? Then I think I came to this acceptance of, yeah, this is happening. The only regret I had in that moment was that I hadn't wished my children goodbye.
They got me out of the car. Then at distance they told me, remove all your clothes. So I removed all the clothes and said, remove your underwear. Then they lifted me and handcuffed me on a long stick in between two tables. They applied oil on my feet and then they would hit me and hit me. They told me I'm making too much noise. I'm gonna wake up the kids. So they stuffed my underwear in my mouth. They were playing gospel music in the background, solely gospel music.
I had Boniface screaming. They increased the volume. So you were thinking that you had come to that level of acceptance, but you hadn't. Because now you're realizing what is going to happen. I was so scared.
It was so much pain. I had no tears. My body went to shock. And then they stopped. Then said, weka moto, which says put fire. So they went to my backside and they opened my butt cheeks and applied oil. And then they would start putting, I don't know if it was a stick, whatever it was, and they just push it to the very end. They removed the underwear from my mouth, said I should shake my waist and say thank you to the President of Tanzania. It was a bloody, sad affair. Everything that happened there was just ugly.
There are levels to feeling vulnerable and exposed, and this is like the topmost. You are naked in front of men you don't know, and you are blindfolded. They first bring my sweater and put it on my arms and then put handcuffs on top. Then they bring my hands and tie them together with my feet. And then someone puts like wood in between and carries me up. I think you can prepare for all the dangers of this work, but not that. There are two people. I didn't know what it was, but shoving something into my rectum, and another hitting my feet. They would hit my feet and I would feel the pain like here in my brain. Yeah, it would like go through my entire body up to the brain. They moved me to like stand against the wall and they removed the blindfold. Shockingly, the room was so bright. 3 of the men were holding phones. The light-skinned guy is talking to me nicely and saying, "Agatha, are you listening to me?" "Yes. I'm going to ask you questions. You have to look here." By this time, I had seen Boniface when they took off the blindfold. So I had at least seen that he's there. It was a relief because I didn't know whether they had killed him or not.
I was very broken that I got Agatha into trouble. But at the same time, there was comfort in having her with me because she had less fear than I had. She spoke her mind, even after they had tortured her.
They blindfold me again. And then he dresses me up like you dress your child. And I'm thinking, but these must be sick people. It was the longest night of my life. That night, every time one of those men would move, you think they have come to do more than they have already done. You know, the psychological torture that was. And I think different people kept coming to take shifts. Because about 3 people in that one night asked me if I have children. And their obsession with my children was incredible.
When I slept on that very cold floor, I thought of all the places I could have died. I came to die in Tanzania. I felt foolish. There's a brokenness that came with that torture that hurts to date.
Inside the motorcar, at that point I was not even able to put down my legs. Every part of the body is aching. After a long journey, I was thinking like, there's no hope here. There's no hope of surviving. We traveled the whole night until morning. They pulled me off the car. And then I heard from the car, "Piga chuma." After that, I just felt like ting. And then I fell down. It was a shot of the gun which passed from the back of my head here. It came off from the chin. I was going out of breath. And then I hit the motor car, leaving that place. That place where I was being shot, Katavi National Park, is full of animals. Their aim was to kill. I shouldn't be here telling this story. I was just trying to struggle inside the bush. I went straight until when I found the road.
Kwa hiyo amekupiga. Sana, miguu imevimba yote.
Unawajua walokuteka? Edison nani?
Naitwa Edison Makabera.
These kind of enforced disappearances is something that has been very difficult to prove in Tanzania. In 2024, I think that's when the breakthrough came, when Sativa was abducted. He did see somebody who came and recognized him, and that person is Faustin Mafwele, who at this moment is the zonal criminal officer for Dar es Salaam.
The top officer who came to the police hostel by that day was Jackson Mafwele. The first day I spoke, I didn't mention his name because I was not aware of his name.
Jumapili mida saa 1 usiku na kupelekwa kituo cha Oysterbay.
I mentioned the government and the police. One day, the chairman of Chadema at that time, Freeman Mbowe, came out to public and spoke.
Kumeendelea kuwa na wimbi kubwa la viongozi mbalimbali wa chama chetu, Watanzania wengine wasio wala na sehemu ya vyama vya siasa, wanaoendelea kutekwa na vyombo vya usalama vya nchi yetu.
And Mafwele was mentioned as the leader of the gang of the people who were abducting members of Chadema.
Assistant Commissioner of Police Faustin Mafwele, huyu ndio mkuu wa upelelezi wa makosa ya jinai katika kanda maalum ya Dar es Salaam. Sativa alikamatwa na kikosi hiki cha Mafwele.
So after that press conference, then I had someone on my Telegram channel. He sent me the picture of Mafwele. The first time I saw his picture, I was shivering, like it turned me back the days of torture.
When Mafwele began beating me at the police station with the other officers, Mafwele said that he knows about me. When the threats were coming, the circumcision came from Mafwele saying he's going to circumcise me. When I said I'm circumcised, I'm going to circumcise you again. Even seeing this picture gives me shivers. He was dressed in a blue counter suit, I believe. I remember that very well.
I talked to Mafwele through his assistant's phone. He was the one who was interviewing them, Agatha and Boniface. He told me that them as a police, they don't have any charges. And also, they are going to escort them out of the country on the same material date. That didn't happen. And whenever I tried to call, it went in vain.
I first interacted with Mafwele when he came out with the lawyer. You could tell he's the one in charge here. When I'm called inside this office, Mafwele tells me he will teach me a lesson, that I'll go back and write a beautiful story about Tanzania. And he said, do you have children? Do you want a third one? He's the one that dismissed our lawyers. He's the one that interrogated us in that moment. I also imagine he's the one that called the thugs that later took us.
Nikiwa ndani nilifanikiwa kutuma ujumbe kwa wakili wangu. Mawakili wangu wakati wamefika pale, walienda wakazungumza na Mafwele. Alikataa, alisema mimi sipo wala hajui chochote kuhusu mimi. Baadaye walivyong'ang'ana naye sana, ndo akaja katuma mtu akaja kuniita. Nikaingia hapo kwenye ofisi ya Mafwele. Ndio nimekutana na Mafwele kwa mara ya kwanza. Akawa ananiuliza maswali. Baadaye akawa ananiambia, leo umefanikiwa, ila tutaonana. Yaani nilikuwa naogopa kiasi kwamba hata wakati natoka pale, nilikuwa kila saa tuko kwenye gari, lakini lazima nigeuke nyuma niangalie nani anatufuata. Hakujawahi kuwa na uchunguzi wowote dhidi ya Mafwele.
Ugandan activist Agatha Atuhaire was dumped at the Tanzania-Uganda border last night.
From the time I was picked up to when I was dumped at the border, I think it was almost 5 days. For me, the gravity of what happened and its full impact came much later. I started failing to sleep or having nightmares. I started seeing no point in life, and also I was angry and frustrated because nothing is being done about it. Rape is, they know that it will inflict maximum pain, but also dehumanize and shame you. And I think this time they got wrong people, because I understand enough to know that I am not the one who should be ashamed because of your heinous acts. I dare them to publish those videos, because for me, we need them. There will be proof of their criminality. You cannot get justice through silence. In fact, through that night, I had all the time to think through and think about torture, for example, and wonder how people think that torture serves the purpose of silencing. You have already done the worst that you could do. I don't see why I would be silenced. What else am I protecting?
After that horrendous torture, I was put in a vehicle, and I thought I was with Agatha in that vehicle, but she was not in that car. They kept on driving and driving up. Then they said, "We're going to give you money to go home." They removed the handcuffs. The blindfold was still on. They threw me out of the vehicle, said, "Do not open that thing until we leave." And they drove off very fast. We went to Tanzania whole, not broken, and we came back broken, both physically and emotionally. They speak very nice Polish Swahili, sounds like poetry, but they torture you and brutalize you in that poetry. When I came back, I wanted to disappear. I came back, I struggled with suicide. I came back, I struggled with alcohol. Sometimes when I'm quiet and I'm alone, there's a lot of sadness that comes and a lot of pain. And so I have to keep on fighting over the pain and the sadness to stay alive and continue the struggle. I wanted my medical report to be public of what they did to us, and I'm going to share. The wheels of justice grind very slowly, but one day we'll get justice.
It's hard to get accountability in this region, but people cannot get away with committing these atrocities for forever. At some point, they'll have to pay.
The time I step my foot in Tanzania, the day I'll be dead. But there will be a time the country will be saved. That's the only belief I have.
Tanzania ambayo cha kwanza itakuwa inaheshimu haki ya mtu kuishi. Mtu awe anaweza kuishi bila hofu. Itachukua muda, ila najua tutafika.
In Tanzania, following a disputed election, Samia Suluhu Hassan has been sworn in as president for a second term.
The ceremony held on a military parade ground, shown only on state TV.
Hassan won the election with nearly 98% of the vote. President Hassan has insisted it was a fair and free election.
Lakini ripoti za waangalizi kutoka jumuiya mbalimbali zinasema kuwa uchaguzi huu haukuwa huru wala wa haki.
Hundreds of people have been charged with treason for their involvement in the protests, a crime that carries the death penalty.
Ni Chama cha Demokrasia na Maendeleo Chadema, ambacho kiongozi wake Tundu Lissu yuko rumande kwa mashtaka ya uhaini, kilipinga matokeo hayo na kudai kuwa uchaguzi huo ni kejeli kwa demokrasia.
After the bloodshed, the question: what comes next for Tanzania's president and its people?
Let's go.
We made it! We are in Nanumba North, specifically Bimbala, the Bimbala AstroTurf, where we're tasting Agro King's made in Ghana rice, Nana's rice. They say hashtag I eat local. So we're eating locally grown Ghana rice, which they made in Twangwamo, plus other proteins today. And we'll speak to them in a few. But before that, behind me are some smallholder farmers that, aside the fact that they grow the Nana's rice, they are also empowered to learn how to weave the traditional smock material when the rains are not there. That's what they do. We'll be speaking to Nana's rice in a few. But I also learned this, that Nanum means that the chief is pointing. And so Nanumba North, this is the Nanumba North district. So when someone says Nanum, that means that the chief is pointing. And so that's how this district got its name. We'll speak to a few of the women and see, how they've been empowered by Agro Kings to do what they do and to sustain their livelihoods. You're a farmer with Agro Kings, but why are you weaving a smoke today?
Yeah, we are doing this because when the rain is not falling, so we make our mind that if we are doing this, it will help us to get like something for a future. That's why we are doing this. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana, you can take me to London. I'm made in Ghana, you can take me to Lagos, but I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana. I'm made in Ghana, you can take me to London. I'm made in Ghana, you can take me to Lagos, but I'm made in Ghana.
Nana's rice, like how different is it?
So anytime anyone consumes Nana's rice, what has happened is you are most probably eating rice that was grown in the last 6 months. So you enjoy the freshness of this rice, which is more nutritious. So sometimes people say when you cook rice and you leave it outside without it being frozen, by the time you come back in the morning it's moldy. For us, you are guaranteed that even if you left the rice overnight, you'll probably come back and the rice will still be fresh. Nana's rice is the rice, the difference. In fact, we don't just grow the rice locally. So we export our rice currently to Europe, we export to China, we're exporting to the UK and the US as well. So it's rice grown from the center of the world to the end of the world. And we hope to continue to expand that our territories as the years go by. Our hope is that we'll continue to grow and expand, and then our engagement should even be better. This is our first show on the caravan, and what we realized is one of our North Stars as a company is to be able to showcase the richness on our country and on our continent. So there's so much good in our soils and in our places, in our people, that we are not showcasing that enough. So one of the things we are hoping to do with the caravan is, as the caravan is taking people through the beautiful parts of Ghana, we want to showcase some of the good things that are also in all these beautiful parts of Ghana.
This week on the Upside Down Show, Firma Eduname hosts the CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, Eduji Tamaklo, in a revealing one-on-one. He reflects on his humble beginnings, shares his views on governance, and breaks down the mandate of the NPA beyond the headlines.
We want to get to know you because there's not much information on you. You're growing up and stuff like that out there. Is it deliberate?
So my dad was a driver.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. For a long time, he was a driver. My mom, a trader. And so through the two, I mean, like we always say, they gave birth to me.
Yeah.
With the things that I went through in Legon. And I'll tell you this. So once we're in Legon, one of the things that we used to do a lot was vacation work.
Any work?
Any work. But ours was not international, local.
So you are still doing any work locally?
So,
who do you think can step in the shoes of President Mahama to say that, yes, I can boldly take the mantle and lead the NDC to the 2028 elections?
So our party is a party of possibilities.
Right.
And all the individuals you've named,
it could be anybody.
Beautifully, any one of them can beat Dr. Bawumia.
Catch the Upside Down Show on Channel 1 TV this Sunday at 7 p.m. prompt.
The call of forgiveness. May God grant you the grace.
This April, 97.3 City FM invites you into a deeper place of faith, reflection, and divine connection with Seasons of Prayer, a special edition focused on the family. Step into a sacred month of renewal designed to strengthen homes, restore relationships, and draw families closer to God. In the midst of life's pressures and responsibilities, this is your moment to pause, seek, and reconnect together with the source of peace, unity, and direction. Whether you are trusting God for healing in your home, wisdom for parenting, unity in relationships, or a stronger spiritual foundation for your family, this is more than a program. It's a divine appointment. A time to reflect, refuel, and realign your family with God's purpose. Join us from April 1st to April 30th, 2026, only on 97.3 City FM. Tune in to Midnight Cry from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is your day from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Prayer Encounter from 12 noon to 1 p.m. For more information, call 0244-981112. Let this be the season where your family prays together, stands together, and experiences God's hand together. Seasons of Prayer is powered by 97.3 City FM.
Live from our studios at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane at Tesano here in Accra. This is the Channel 1 newsroom here on Channel 1 TV. Coming up, 2 reported dead, 1 in critical condition after mining pit collapses on illegal miners at Dansame in Asin North District of the Central Region. Also coming up, Minister for Energy and Green Transition sets up 7-member committee to probe Thursday's fire at Great Coast Substation in Akosombo.
The ministry is setting up a 7-member committee. We're going to get experts to serve on that committee from the Fire Service, from National Security, from the Energy Commission and other institutions that would help us to conduct a detailed investigation.
President Mahama gives strong assurance the La General Hospital will be completed in November 2027.
The hospital is progressing quite well, and we want to make sure that it doesn't stall and that it continues and is delivered on due date. The contractor assures us that by November 2027, we should be able to commission this hospital.
Teacher Trainees Association of Ghana protests recent announcement of the recruitment of only 7,000 teachers out of 40,000.
Are protesting against the 7,000 recruitment they just opened. In fact, even opening the portal for us, some of us were deceived. So we thought it's not the correct one. Later on, we realized that that is the correct one.
Coming up in Channel One Business. Bank of Ghana to reflect cost of stabilization in 2025 financial statement. And in Channel One Sports. Former Black Stars midfielder Yusuf Chipsa backs Carlos Queiroz to succeed as Black Stars coach. I'm Charles Osukume, grateful to you for a time here on the Channel One newsroom. Let's get into the details. 2 persons have died following the collapse of an illegal mining pit at Dansamin in the Asen North district of the Central Region. The collapse, which occurred on Thursday, has also left 1 other person critically injured. The pit caved in while the miners were actively digging for gold. Our Central Regional correspondent Akwesiado has more in this report.
The incident occurred on the afternoon of Thursday, April 23, 2026, when 8 miners were working inside a newly dug pit. Reports indicate that the walls of the pit suddenly caved in, trapping 3 of the miners beneath heaps of loose soil and debris. Residents and fellow miners mounted a frantic rescue effort, but were hampered by the depth of the collapse. After several minutes, 3 victims were retrieved from the rubble. However, a 22-year-old woman and a 25-year-old man were pronounced dead at the scene. The only survivor was rushed to the hospital, where he remains in critical condition. Police have launched an investigation into the incident. The Asen North District Director of NADMO, Edward Fryason, confirmed the development and indicated that measures are being intensified to clamp down on illegal mining activities in the area.
From next week going, me ba koro for national security.
Across several districts in Ghana, illegal mining continues to wreak havoc on the environment. At Ekosu in the Atiwa West district of the Eastern region, several farmers have had their farms destroyed by illegal mining activities, significantly impacting their livelihoods.
Mi koko waso me body me banche oko tukura nka mo de uro nka se e bia masase na matono me ayefu waso enti no mi tunti mo amayefu waso no muntu na menye masase banka bia nkire ye matena kroma afedie ye nya hwi wo krom ne ye be kran so aye dim fifire begu asase yiso madosa afedie bronya ye hoya ya tu banche ne body ni nyina fi asase ne so
koku na banche ne body na bru men kan fu ate fu ye bi efu da bi efu mo to aso ko wa se ni na wa ma wan si dimpo me ba ko school me bi do se bi mani me koko for 15 years na koko about koko na to wan si dimpo wa ma me.
Despite government's commitment to tackling illegal mining, some state security officers have allegedly turned the clampdown into an avenue for extortion. Last week, 8 national security officers from Asinfosu were arrested for allegedly stealing gold and an unspecified amount of cash from illegal miners at Asine Wisem in the Asin North district. The suspects have since been charged with robbery and extortion, arraigned before court, and granted bail. In the Wasa-Menfi East municipality of the Western region, there have also been widespread complaints of extortion by security personnel and alleged compromise by some government officials.
From this Nina, apart from Saturday, Sunday, and now I'm about no more Muscabia, Monji, or Mamma for no more, 500, which is 1,000.
Investigations by Channel One News have uncovered a practice where some police officers using unregistered vehicles reportedly visit illegal mining sites to demand money from miners. The practice is said to have become routine, raising concerns about potential tensions between miners and state security agencies.
Police for one site, because of money attended our so cost of Pojuma and the pay our police for the Cambako and then we are some buy on by say for more 1,000. Come on the buy and some buy so much number please in some more.
For the Channel One newsroom, I am Akwesiado.
Well, let's now go to the Ashanti region, where residents of Kumasi are demanding strict enforcement of the country's laws to permanently address the influx of foreign beggars on major streets in the city. They are blaming authorities for failing to tighten border controls, thereby allowing the beggars to flood communities and cause a nuisance on the streets. Ashanti regional correspondent Tawfiq Mohammed has more in this report.
These demands come after officers of the Ghana Immigration Service arrested more than 600 undocumented migrants, including children, in the Donsu few days ago. The exercise targeted areas long affected by the influx of foreign beggars, a situation residents say has led to growing concern of nuisance and poor sanitation. A total of 606 individuals were arrested during the exercise in communities including Asawase, Alaba, Akweta Line, Dagumba Line, Sabonzongo and Abuabo. Out of this number, 381 were children, 72 were females and 153 were males. Following this operation, residents have renewed calls on authorities to ensure these beggars do not return.
Up there, law enforcement. They should enforce the law. People should not be. I know it is stated in the constitution that begging is not allowed, right? So the law should be enforced. Once it is enforced, people will not be encouraged to come to the roadside to beg. And then the citizens, if they are not giving arms to beggars on the street, they will not also be encouraged to come along and beg.
The government can help through the immigration service, maybe evacuate them first, and then try and find a way, like organizing a skill training for them, so that some of these people will be skilled when they have skills like maybe making of soaps, sobolo, and all those stuff. I think selling some of these things can help them to get money to feed themselves and also to help their wars. And in a way, it's a way of curbing the menace where these people are found on the street.
Some also say the influence of these beggars have led to increase of crime and fraud in the city. They are, however, calling for continuous monitoring to help eradicate them off the streets.
My community clean. Clean because Ghana is a peaceful country. They cannot just say a peaceful country. And whereby say anytime Ghana is clean, but Anna must have free other bad because they say Rana I'm not proud of Swa.
Men me say they border no one no na omo faba. Enti be yanka ba yin border honey ye. Bi say me bi me kai so mo koi. E ma just nka Kumasi joyi ma Kumasi kwa ye ni to. Because uncle for ya just say one more can be company finya bano. One more man to a pampers in na one more yegu street in so. So it's one more can be company as I'm a Kumasi I feel more.
Meanwhile, checks by Channel One News revealed some of the beggars escape arrest and seen in some of the communities. However, sources at the Ghana Immigration Service indicates a second phase of the operation will target other areas.
Residents are calling for the strict enforcement of the law to ensure that these beggars will not be back on the streets. For Channel One News, I'm Tawfiq Mohammed, Kumasi, Ashanti region.
Well, away from the Ashanti region, residents and businesses in the Volta and Oti regions are fuming over what they describe as persistent power outages and low voltage in the regions. The situation, the same, is disrupting livelihoods and straining economic activity. The unstable electricity supply has not only affected productivity, but also led to the damage of essential electrical appliances in many homes and businesses. Our Volta regional correspondent Desmond Salasiago reports.
For several months, residents and businesses have expressed frustration with the unstable power supply, which is disrupting daily life and economic activities. From households struggling to preserve food to businesses battling rising operational costs, the impact of the erratic electricity situation is being widely felt. Some residents say the situation has worsened in recent weeks, with frequent outages and fluctuating voltage levels damaging electrical appliances and forcing many to incur additional costs on repairs and replacements.
Then it moved even into the day. So it moved from the evenings now to the day, and we're not really reliant on them. You can't for sure say that what they are doing is now a maintenance work or there is a major problem. By 4-5 p.m., you start experiencing the low voltage again.
This has been happening for, in my opinion, well over a year now. So the interruptions to equipment, also the interruptions to businesses, people are now having to depend more on even the generator than the national grid.
Businesses, particularly small and medium-scale enterprises, say they are increasingly relying on generators to stay afloat, a development they describe as unsustainable due to high fuel costs.
Power outage that we experience almost every day currently is not helpful in a way that sometimes it makes our drinks become very hot, and people who also buy the drinks also do not feel comfortable buying hot or warm drinks.
It affects our business because we, the small shops, that we don't have plants. When it goes off like this, when customers come, you have to test your appliances. But because of that, they walk away to the other shops that has a plant generators. So it affects us very severe.
Some residents are also calling for the establishment of an improved and more robust power station within the region.
I think the region or the community in which we find ourselves has outlived the power supply that we actually get. So if they can add more voltage or power to what we have currently, it will help. Also, I think we need to talk or engage the stakeholders that provide the solar energy, so that we can also enjoy the off-grid energy as time goes on.
Meanwhile, the acting managing director of the Electricity Company of Ghana, Kwame Kpekpena, has announced plans to upgrade the transmission line from the Asepe Ball Supply Station to hold to 161 kV. He says the intervention, together with the construction of a new bulk supply point, is expected to improve power distribution and enhance reliability across the region.
Be expecting anything within the next few days. Yeah, but we are here to look at possible sites where we can build a BSP, a bulk supply point, to supply Ho. The problems in Ho will not be solved without an upgrade of the entire system. And that upgrade includes building a new transmission line at 161 kilovolts. What we have today is 69 kilovolts. We need to upgrade that to 161, and we need to build a new substation, a bigger one. When we are done, it will be 5 times the current capacity at home.
Residents here in the Volta and Oti regions are calling for immediate solutions to the current power outages, as they say businesses and households are being affected. Reporting for Channel 1 News from the Volta Regional Capital Hall. My name is Desmond Salasiago.
Well, let's stay with power. The Ministry of Energy and Green Transition has set up a 7-member committee to investigate the fire outbreak that gutted the Gridco substation at Akosombo on Thursday. The committee, to be chaired by Dr. William Amuna, board chairman of ECJ and a former chief executive of Gridco, is expected to present its findings within 2 and 3 weeks. This was after the sector minister led a team to visit the affected sites on Friday. Let's get more details on this. We're joined via telephone by the Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition, Richard Jan Mensah. Good evening to you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you for joining us here on the Channel 1 Newsroom. First off, is Gridco able to transmit power from Akosombo Hydro? And if they are unable to currently, how are we making up for the shortfall?
Thank you very much. And first of all, a very good evening to yourself and then your cherished viewers. I think, just as you said, the incident that happened yesterday, today, the Honorable Minister visited the site to ascertain the extent of damage and then to also get a first-hand information on what really happened. We met the team on the engineers on ground, and he actually commissioned an investigative committee to work and bring the report within 2 weeks. In terms, as we speak, the transmission from Akosombo to the other areas is currently on hold from Akosombo. The current state is the Akosombo, all the 6 units. Let me emphasize that there's no problem with the generation at Akosombo.
Right.
Neither is there any challenge with transmission lines from Akosombo. The challenge is with the control, that is the collection point where transmission is done from. So now that there's an issue with the collection, then there's no business generating the power, because when you generate, you will not be able to evacuate the power to the system. So at the moment, there are technicians on site, the engineers on site, and the good thing is that not engineers only from Gridco, but also engineers from VRA and even some ECG have joined, and they are working around the clock. They've assured us that they want to get the first at least one unit of the Akosombo generation to be operational by midnight. So they are currently working around it.
All right, so I was talking about making up for the shortfall. We're told that we're losing around 700 megabytes. How are we making 700 megawatts? How are we making up for the shortfall?
So obviously, Akosombo it's even more than 700. We are talking about something in excess of 900 megawatts. Currently, all the other thermal plants are also working. So with this shortfall, we're still trying to make sure that we optimize the product in terms of generation in all other available generational points that we have. So from Abuaje to Ahomasi in Kumasi to Tema, all this, even some plants that we can actually bring them on stream. We are trying to push all of them into the system so that at least as much as possible we reduce the deficits that we have in the system.
So this means that we're asking the thermal plants to up production. This will also mean that they will use more fuel. Do we have enough fuel stock to allow the thermal plants to produce at optimum levels?
Yes, we do. Currently we rely heavily on gas. And the good thing is that ENI over the last few weeks have been able to increase their gas production, and then also from the initial 230, currently they are doing almost about 280 mm gas. Ghana Gas is also being able to also ramp up a lot more from the usual between 70, 80 to 100, 110, 130. So and then also we are getting adequate gas supply from Nigeria.
Okay.
Some plants are also which rely on the liquid fuel like the HFO, some of the plants, we have adequate HFO to also upgrade.
Okay, when are we expecting Gridco Akosombo to start transmitting power?
From the information we had, they gave assurances that they are most likely to bring the first unit on stream, and they are hopeful within the next 5 days. That is the time that they gave.
Okay.
But the minister, we got the team so we asked a lot more gang to be brought on board. All logistics that they needed. As we speak, the minister himself stands ready to offer all the strategy, policy, and administrative oversight that he has to provide so that everything comes on board. So we are working around the clock just to make sure that even the 5 days that they give will be able to shorten it without compromising on safety and then operational standards.
But we're also hearing that in the interim we're halting exports of power. Can you confirm this to us? And if that is the case, are we being fair to our neighbors?
Oh, but this is an emergency that has actually occasioned. So it's brief. It's not something that is going to last longer. I guess they have also heard about what has happened to us. So in this situation, we need to take some actions, and this is one of them.
Finally, before we go, I mean, why are we setting up a committee to investigate this fire? I mean, we don't trust the fire service to do a good job?
This is a set-up base, so we just want to prevent future occurrences. So at least when you know the cause of this, it is not just about the fire service. And you see, the minister also mentioned that this committee is not to take the it's not supposed to stop any other source. The fire service has the right to conduct their investigation. The national security can also conduct their investigation. But even the team that the minister formed, it is going to be teams of technical people with technical experts in the electricity area. So in Dinamona and his team, so somebody who come from fire service, one from national security, some from the ministry, others also from even the power generation, and then some from areas that we know have the competence to help with the investigation. So it is not to undermine any work that an authorized institution has to undertake.
Okay. Finally, boss, even before this fire on Thursday, there had been some concerns around the country that Dumso was back. I mean, some people had, told us that Dumso was really back, but the government explanation was that you were replacing transformers across the country. Is Dumso back?
Obviously, this one, I will keep repeating it, that we are not, I don't know how we define, if the Dumso definition that I understand, that we are not in Dumso.
Okay.
Where we all know when we had generation deficit continuously, and then there was a need for us to do a load shedding. This is not a case. We acknowledge the fact that there's been some intermittent power outages in some areas in the country, and mainly these are due to some operational challenges from the distribution end. And I must say, over the period that resolving the electricity issue is not just a day's job. It takes time, and then you have to also be very proactive and be on the ground. Where when we took over, we realized that most of our lines are obsolete, some are, and then transformers are overloaded, and now too our demand has increased. Over the last, just within a year, our demand has increased by more than 300 megawatts. So the same applies to the various transformers that we have in our various communities. Some are now overloaded. So there's a need for us to do some changes. And I will not attribute the challenges to only transformer issues. We have most of our lines overhead. Anytime it rains, for instance, there are a lot of lines that are affected. So when this thing happens, nobody can just go and work on electricity with the power on. A bit that we are doing is the communication, which we are making sure that before some of this thing even happens, there's a planned maintenance, for instance. We communicate extensively, and we require the support of the media. Because mostly, some of them even is well communicated. But because the channel of communication, maybe the reach may not get to the consumers, there are people means of getting to consumers on time. Then, while the power, the outage occurs without their knowledge, obviously nobody is comfortable with power outages. I always say that we used to say that water is life. Now it seems power is becoming more lighter than water, because when the light goes off, everybody gets absolutely concerned about it.
Right.
You can be in areas where maybe there are no water for about 2 days, 3 days, and people may not even realize it. But for power, it's so close to us and so dear to everyone. That is why the ministry is also not relenting. We are not sleeping. We're making sure that whatever we have to do, working along with our technical team, and with the support from the government, we are trying to resolve all challenges.
What I can ask the ordinary, the general public is they should bear with us. The transformers are also being replaced. Lines that are obsolete are being worked on. Even in some areas, primary substations are under construction. In other areas too, in terms of the Volta region areas, for instance, they have identified the cause and then putting in place pragmatic measures to make sure that we resolve it. It has to do with transmission lines and the power evacuation to that end.
All right, sir.
The Greco, for instance, had gotten commission authorization, they're in the process to procure all the needed equipment and logistics to make sure that resolve that within the shortest possible time.
All right,
so
I'm grateful to you.
To the general public, but doing so is not back.
All right, sir.
Adequate supply, with the exception of what has currently happened, that we have lost almost about 900 megawatts. If I didn't have that, we have adequate generation to meet our demand.
All right, sir.
The few challenges that we are trying to resolve.
Grateful to you, the Honorable Richard Jan Mensah, the Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition. Now, the Minister for Transport, Joseph Boukary Nikwe, has relaunched the 15-kilometer passenger rail service from Kojo Krom through Sekondi to Takoradi, which had been suspended since 2023. Now, speaking at the event, he stated that government is committed to sustaining operations through the reactivation of haulage lines to support the broader railway sector. Our Western Bureau Chief, Akwasi Ajenim, reports.
The Kojo Krom Sekondi Takoradi passenger rail service was first revived in 2016 by President John Mahama after years of decline caused by poor maintenance. The 15-kilometer line was upgraded to standard gauge and supported with 2 diesel multiple unit trains. However, the service was halted again in 2023 due to neglect. At the relaunch, following maintenance works, the Transport Minister said the move aligns with the President's reset agenda and is part of a broader plan to revitalize rail haulage services.
You cannot have a well-functioning economy when the transport sector is not functioning. And that is why the President is very committed to revamping the rail sector. And that is why Takoradi, Sekondi, Kojo Krom is relaunched today. And then the President's vision of extending all the services to the mining sites will be realized.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Railway Development Authority, Dr. Frederick Apo, after a free test ride from Kojo Krom to Takoradi, outlined proposed fares and additional services.
We are determined to build the Ghana railway sector brick by brick, corridor by corridor. With a flat rate, 10 seats for adults from Kojo Krom to Sekondi. Okay, Trotro is even charging 12 seats, so 10 seats is fine. And for school children, we are charging 5 cedis. Kojo Krom to Sekondi, we are charging 5 cedis for adults. We are going to complement it with Ayalolo buses, and that will provide a door-to-door service.
The Western Regional Minister, Joseph Nelson, stressed that a meaningful national reset depends on a full revival of the Western Railway Corridor.
The Takwa to Agron Kanta was done. In fact, I don't think it's even been handed over, and portions of it have caved in because of this same load that we see going on the road day by day. So it will help us a great deal to be able to take that load off. And we can only do so effectively with a very effective railway system.
For these passengers who today have joined the free services that the Kojo Krom to Takoradi railway passenger service is actually offering today, it is a renewal in their daily movement within the metropolis. For Channel 1 TV News, I'm Akwasi Ajenim, Takoradi.
Now, back in Accra, the minority in Parliament is demanding that a Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2025 be passed under a certificate of urgency when the House resumes sittings. In his closing remarks after a stakeholder engagement on the bill, Deputy Ranking Member on the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee of Parliament and MP for Gusheru, Alhassan Suleiman Atampuli, said the bill must be passed the same day the committee presents its report to plenary. Ni Ayuku Okai reports.
The Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee of Parliament concluded its stakeholder engagement on the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2025, popularly known as the Anti-LGBT Bill, on Friday, with a minority caucus calling on Parliament to consider the legislation under a certificate of urgency once the committee lays its report before plenary.
Mr. Chairman, we on the minority, and I believe this is a collective, position, that when Parliament resumes sometime in May, we should ensure that this bill is passed under certificate of urgency to bring finality to this matter that has been in the public domain for some time, so that the same day His Excellency the President will sign and give accent to the bill that has been passed by the good and virtuous people of Ghana.
We don't rank bills in order of importance at the chamber, and so as we process the bills, we are rest assured that this bill will be considered when we resume. And so as to whether it is of agency, it will go under certificate of agency or not. The important thing is not having a president who refused to assent to the bill.
A sponsor of the bill, an MP for Assin South, Reverend John Ntim-Fojo, proposed that the Attorney General take steps within 12 months of the passage of the bill to introduce regulations for the enforcement of the anti-LGBT law.
It is expectation that with a close collaboration between the sponsors and the relevant ministries, the minister responsible in this contest will have, as a matter of urgency, must take steps as soon as it is assented to by the president. Now that the speaker has given us indication that in about 3 weeks when we reopen, is going to be passed with alacrity and with the diligence and magnanimity of our chairman, Honorable Mahama, we will be able to see this pass before the end of May.
During the engagement, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, SHAJ, appealed to the committee to ensure that the legislation does not affect its donor support from international partners.
As a national human rights institution, most of our funders are international partners, and therefore I noticed or have observed that the issue of funding has not been put to rest in terms of the exemption or whatever, how we may couch it to ensure that our international donors and partners who support the work we do may not be found, for want of a better word, culpable in their quest to help the various institutions, especially mine, to do its work.
Nobody, no individual will be affected, or rights of the individual will be affected. And so this is very important. Above all, I mean, we are oblivious of, we are very mindful of our obligations to international communities and treaties. But that is subject to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
With the committee concluding its deliberations on the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2025, it is expected that a report will be laid before plenary when the House reconvenes from recess for further legislative processes. Reporting for Channel One News from the Fiesta Royal Hotel here in Accra, I am Ni Ayikwe Okan.
You are still watching the Channel One newsroom here on Channel One TV. Still ahead. Bank of Ghana to reflect cost of stabilization in 2025 financial statement. We have details in a bit. Please stay with us.
The best part of going home is family.
Sit down. Hey, mommy, my wife has been something delicious. Hot pepper sauce, spicy. Lizzy Shito, the Shito is Shitole. Lizzy Shito, overfair.
Lizzy Shito, please, can I take some to school tomorrow?
Yes, my son, you can. Lizzy Shito dear, ebesu obiasu.
Lizzy Shito hot pepper sauce. Yes, spicy. Lizzy Shito hot pepper sauce. Yes, spicy.
For bulk purchase, kindly contact 050-168-3344 or 050-155-0998. This advert is FDA approved.
Turn up your sound experience with the We Hear speakers by Novi. From the sleek We Hear 1 to the powerful We Hear 2, and now the premium We Hear Pro. Fully endorsed by Kylian Mbappe. This is not just a speaker, it's a flexible, high-performance outdoor Bluetooth speaker built to bring your music to life anywhere. With up to 100 watts of music power, you get bold, immersive sound wherever you go. All available in stylish standout colors. Now the good news. From April 20th to May 20th, grab yours at a special discounted price. The We Hear 1 now at 400 Ghana cedis. The We Hear 2 at 900 Ghana cedis. And the premium We Hear Pro now at 3,800 Ghana cedis. Don't miss out. Call 020-195-7739 or pick up at the Atlantic Towers. You can also grab yours at Orange FM Kumasi, Plus FM, or 3 Music TV in Accra. Number 12 of Fuller Street at Belenpe. Don't miss out on this special discounted offer. It's the We Hear promo powered by Novi. We Hear, feel the power, hear the difference.
Welcome back. This is the Channel One newsroom here on Channel One TV. Next is business with Natile Netiajao.
CNR Business is brought to you by EcoBank.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,000 247.
Hey, Abili, Wabidim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Hello, Natile. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You good?
Yeah.
What do you have for us?
The Bank of Ghana has been speaking ahead of its presentation of the 2025 financial results. They've been saying that it's going to reflect some of the economic stabilization measures that it took, that even though it helped the economy to recover,
the cost they incurred.
The cost they incurred and all of that.
Right.
Now, the governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Esiam, has indicated that the bank's 2025 financial statement will reflect the accounting costs associated with the country's recent macroeconomic stabilization efforts. He made this known at the meeting with the Council of State in Accra. There's more in this report.
Speaking at a meeting with the members of the Council of State on Thursday,
the governor explained that while policy measures implemented over the past year have delivered notable gains in inflation control, exchange rate stability and reserve accumulation, these outcomes have come with measurable financial implications for the central bank. A key driver of these costs, he noted, was the impact of the domestic debt exchange program, which led to a significant decline in the income from the bank's holdings of government securities. Additionally, the disinflation process losses achieved through sustained monetary tightening resulted in elevated interest expenses linked to liquidity absorption operations. Dr. Isiama further highlighted structural costs associated with the bank's gold purchase program, although he indicated that these have moderated over time. He also pointed to valuation effects arising from exchange rate differentials, particularly the gap between gold acquisition prices and interbank market rates used for balance sheet reporting. Despite these accounting pressures, the governor emphasized that the bank's operational capacity and policy effectiveness remain intact. He noted that the stabilization measures have strengthened macroeconomic fundamentals, citing a sharp decline in inflation, a build-up in external reserves, and improved resilience within the banking sector. Looking ahead, Dr. Johnson Esiama acknowledged a more uncertain global outlook, including elevated crude oil prices, but maintained that Ghana is entering this phase from a position of relatively strong buffers.
Now, Channel One TV is set to host a quarterly economic outlook, bringing together leading policymakers, economists, and private sector leaders to assess Ghana's economic recovery and prospects for growth. The forum, themed Taking Stock, Ghana's Economic Turnaround, What's Changed and What Comes Next, is scheduled for Monday, April 27. Here is more.
The discussion will examine recent policy interventions, macroeconomic developments, and reforms aimed at stabilizing Ghana's economy while also outlining expectations for the months ahead. Among the speakers is Dr. Theo Echampon, Technical Advisor at the Ministry of Finance, who is expected to provide insights into government policy measures and fiscal reforms driving the country's economic turnaround. The forum will also feature Joseph Paddy, Vice President of the Ghana Union of Traders Association, Magbedua Boaji, Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Seth Chum Akwaba, Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Ghana Industries. Also joining the panel are Dr. Gloria Afro-Mensah, an economist and lecturer at the University of Ghana, and Na Afroa Dade Padua, President of the Greater Accra Market Association. General Manager of CTFM and Channel One TV, Bernard Avle, notes that the dialogue will help bridge the gap between macroeconomic data and the real experiences of businesses and households on the ground.
We believe that one of the things we need to do as a country is to understand where we are and where we're going collectively. And so this platform will air on Monday from 11 to 1 o'clock with repeats throughout, hoping that every quarter we will bring different people from different sectors of society to come and analyze I call it the realities behind the numbers.
Ghana's economic recovery is underway, but sustaining it will depend on the right policies, private sector confidence, and honest conversations about the road ahead.
Now, CEO of Absa Group, Kenny Fila, is calling on commercial banks across Africa to urgently reassess traditional approaches to SME lending, warning that outdated credit assessment frameworks are excluding businesses that are central to economic growth. According to him, the long-standing reliance on historical financial statements as the primary basis for credit decisions is increasingly ineffective, particularly when applied to small and emerging enterprises that often lack formal financial records but demonstrate strong growth potential.
Kenny Fila's solution to the problem is a model towards behavioral and data-driven lending where banks assess how businesses operate in real time through alternative data sources. Speaking on the point of view on Channel One TV, he suggested that beyond credit assessment, banks must also play a more active role in unlocking market access for SMEs.
For small and emerging enterprises, we are asking a question that is not relevant, because these are enterprises that have ups and downs, run usually by individuals or families. They're not going to give you a history of financial statements.
He also highlighted what Absa is doing to bridge this gap.
So we need to modify our lending criteria to focus more on understanding the behavior of the client. And those are things that we've already started to build. We also need to form partnerships with a number of role players who already have data and have modeled the behavior of small businesses. They will tell you who is reliable and who will honor their debt obligation, because these people have been their customers for a number of years. They know exactly how they behave. And we are modifying and incorporating those additional data points into our own lending sort of decisions.
Let's now bring you an update on crude oil prices and how the local currency is performing on the interbank market. And that's all for business. I am Netili Netiajao. Back to you, Charles.
Thank you very much, Netili. Well, let's do some other stories now. President John Dramani Mahama has assured that a reconstruction of the La General Hospital will be completed by November 2027, providing critical relief to the capital's strained healthcare system. Now, speaking during a visit to the facility on Friday, the president expressed satisfaction with the pace of work, commending both the contractor and the project staff for the progress made so far. Our presidential correspondent, Akosi Ochre, has more.
The La General Hospital was demolished in 2020 after failing a structural integrity test. The Nana Addo-led administration demolished the facility to pave way for a reconstruction. The €50 million project faced setbacks due to a lack of funding. But during the president's visit to the site, the sector minister, Kwabena Minta Kando, told the president substantial payments have been made towards the 160-bed facility project.
But due to some delays on the part of government and the debt restructuring, that financing arrangement couldn't go through. So in 2024, they had to repackage, and the amount involved is about 50 million euros. So they commenced work here around 2024. Again, after progress were made, and there were delay in payment of IPCs. So they again had to suspend, and you directed that we pay them, and so we paid them late 2025. We paid about 16 million Ghana cedis, and they had to remobilize to site early this year, and they have since been on site.
The president, excited with the work done so far, made a firm commitment that the project will not face further delays and will be delivered within the stipulated timeline.
Congratulate the contractor and the staff for a good job. The hospital is progressing quite well, and we want to make sure that it doesn't stall and that it continues and is delivered on due date. The contractor assures us that by November 2027 we should be able to commission this hospital. Like the minister said, this hospital is important because since it was demolished and was no longer serving patients, all the patients who used to come here now go to the Rich Hospital or they go to Lekma.
Well, let's stay with the president. He has expressed commitment to positioning Ghana as a leading artificial intelligence hub in Africa while ensuring technology benefits all citizens. He made this known at the official launch of the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy here in Accra.
According to the president, the newly launched National AI Strategy is set to drive Ghana's digital transformation and position the country as a leading AI hub in Africa. The president said government will prioritize strengthening digital infrastructure, developing local talent through the 1 Million Coders program, and enhancing data systems to support national development.
The Revenue Authority is currently using AI-driven systems to reduce processing time, minimize errors, identify revenue leakages, improve compliance, and strengthen domestic revenue mobilization. This is only the beginning. Across government, AI will help streamline operations, improve responsiveness, and support evidence-based policy making. If we use it wisely, it will enable us to deliver public services that are faster, that are more transparent, more efficient, and more citizen-centered. Ghana is blessed with a youthful population that is energetic, innovative, and increasingly engaged with digital technologies.
Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, Samuel Nate George, says Ghana's adoption of artificial intelligence will improve service delivery in key sectors. According to him, the strategy will transform governance, education and healthcare while creating new opportunities for citizens.
This journey has been deliberate and inclusive. From the outset, we were clear from a policy perspective. Artificial intelligence is not just a technology issue, but a pathway to advance national development, and this strategy impacts governance, education, health, agriculture, industry, economy, and all spheres of society.
Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin says the House is ready to provide the necessary legislative backing to support the responsible deployment of artificial intelligence.
This vision can only be realized through collective action. Parliament stands ready to play its part by providing the necessary legislative framework to guide this emerging ecosystem. Laws must keep pace with innovation, ensuring safety, accountability, and public trust.
Away from that, the Teachers Trainees Association of Ghana has taken to the streets of Accra to register their frustration over the government decision to recruit only 7,000 out of more than 40,000 qualified but unemployed teachers from the 2022 to 2024 backlog. The association says the 7,000 is woefully inadequate.
The demonstrators, who marched from Independence Square to the Ministry of Finance, demanded the immediate employment of all trained teachers in the country. The group says government's decision to engage only 7,000 out of more than 40,000 trained teachers from the 2022 to 2024 backlog is unacceptable.
Are protesting against the 7,000 recruitment they just opened. In fact, even opening the portal for us, some of us were deceived. So we thought it's not the correct one. Later on, we realized that that is the correct one. So our year badge, which is the 2023 badge, most of them couldn't even apply.
What we are saying is that the government promised us that there will be automatic postings, and as it stands now, none of that has happened. 7,000 as the slot to absorb teachers, professional teachers into the system is nowhere near enough. If we want to prioritize quality education in this country, the empty classrooms, approximately 30,000 awaiting professional teachers to be employed and deployed in the various classrooms.
The group presented a petition to authorities where the chief director at the ministry assured them of addressing their concerns.
Receive your petition, and I can assure you that when the minister returns to office next week, we'll submit it to him.
The association is warning of political consequences if their concerns are ignored.
Coming here to submit this particular petition, if our issues are not addressed at the end of the day, upon the return of the Minister of Finance, I made it known to them that we'll be coming back. And when we are coming back, this will not be our number. And our last demonstration, that is if we try again and they still not address our issues, will be the year 2028, where we'll stand before the ballot box to decide who leads this country in the next election.
What do you mean? The association insists it will continue to push until all unemployed trained teachers are given postings.
Well, this is still the Channel One newsroom. You're on Channel One TV. Still to come. Former Black Stars midfielder Yusuf Chipsa backs Carlos Queiroz to succeed as Black Stars coach. We're back in a bit. Please stay with us.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson,
me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kalika just call me cockroach.
Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, is that you? Improve car. Yeah. Captain was key to double the action. Maybe the Sasso spray. Mr. Femi Sasso quell. Yeah, come on, Sasso, come tum preko.
Launching
BSc Development Economics at the Ghana Christian University College. Study a job-ready university program, BSc Development Economics at the Ghana Christian University College. Job is ready for graduates who possess degrees and certificates in BSc Development Economics, professional certificate in Theoeconomy, certificate in Theoeconomy with business. Enroll at the Department of Theology and Economics at the Ghana Christian University College, Amrahia, Adenta Dodua Road, Accra. Full bursary is available for BSc Development Economics graduates to study master's program at a state university in South Africa. Enroll now. Take advantage of this opportunity to join elite professionals in economics. Call 0557 351 090 or 0575 633 307 or 030 296 0542. WhatsApp us on 0557 351 090 or you can get in touch online on www.theoeconomy.edu.gh. Powered by the Center for Theology and Economics, CTEC.
Well, thank you for staying with us here on the Channel One Newsroom. Next is sports with Bernarda Bekwatri.
Hi, Charles.
Yeah, next, take over.
Let's get into it. And former Black Stars midfielder Yusuf Chipsa says the upcoming friendly against Mexico will give head coach Carlos Queiroz a clear idea of how to shape his squad ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Ghana faced Mexico on May 22 as part of preparations for the tournament, which will be staged or hosted across the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Both teams are expected to use the match to assess players or player options and fine-tune their squad.
For me, I expect him to, if he will be able to get to assemble all the A team players that he expects to work with, he should get them around on the 22nd to play against Mexico, because this is going to be his first game. He should have an idea. He already has a plan. He already has in mind which kind of players he's going to work with and how he's going to play. But the game will actually give him more information if the plan that he has is actually the right plan or is going to materialize, is going to be successful with that. So for me, it's an important.
Let's now head to Arsenal, because Arsenal forward Gabriel Martinelli says belief remains strong within the squad despite slipping in the title race against Manchester City. Arsenal's advantage at the top has narrowed in recent weeks, raising pressure in the closing stages of the season. Martinelli insists the squad remains focused on the